Okay. Nicole, can you try one more time, please? Nope, I still don't hear you. No, you can start the meeting, Mayor, while I troubleshoot this.
Okay, where's my gavel?
No, she can hear me.
Go ahead. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2022.
I got you, Nicole. Thanks.
At 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present. And I was going to have the Boy Scout Troop 405, but they'll be here at 6:30. Are they coming? Okay, so let's let them lead us in the pledge. Of course, they're like, what? We get here and you want to just do the pledge when we get back from the, let's do that. Let's if that's okay with everyone else. Okay, we'll do that so they can settle in. All right, but anyway, welcome. We're so glad y'all are here. Agenda item number 2, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Ordinance Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding the possible repeal of ordinance number 2-23-15, an exemption increase equal to 20% of the appraised value of the resident's homestead, or the statutorily mandated minimum of $5,000 for an individual in a homestead property tax exemption increase for disabled persons and persons 65 years of age or older to $50,000, effective for the 2023 tax year. And Councilor Stevens and Councilor Bradshaw requested this executive session. So at this time, 6:02, we'll move to executive session and then welcome Troop 405. We're glad you're here, and when we get back from executive session, we'd be honored if you would lead us in the pledge. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll stand in recess. Thank you. Issue today, but anyway, I guess it's allergies. I don't know.
Yeah, but it is a word. It sounds it was nonviolent.
Crystal,
Yes, sir.
Ray wants an addition to the budget.
Okay.
Beer.
Huh?
Beer.
Oh, beer. The AC went out today, so the staff has been miserable. Yeah. The only AC that's working is in here, so. Yeah, well, we had the doors open to like let air flow, a little bit, but.
Okay, come on in. It's approximately 6:19, and the City Council has reconvened into the regular session from executive session. And before we move on to citizens to be heard, I'd like to introduce Troop 405. They're from Hope Lutheran Church at 5714 Callahan Road, San Antonio, Texas. And the Assistant Scoutmaster, Christopher Heiser, is here. Thank you, Mr. Heiser. And we have Aaron Guerra, Rodrigo Perez Vasquez, Daniel Heiser, and Joseph Heiser, and Christian Padilla. Do I have everybody that's here with the troop? And you're working on your communication badge?
Yeah, communication.
Community and the...
And there was one more. What's the other one? Citizenship.
And citizenship. Okay, very good. Well, without further ado, would you please stand, and if the boys would please lead us in the pledge, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Agenda item number 4 is citizens to be heard. And just a reminder that this particular portion of the citizens to be heard is for any comments that are not on the agenda item. So you can speak at any agenda item, but if you have something other than something on the agenda item, please come forward. Or if you can't stay for that agenda item and you'd like to put your comments on the record, we certainly want to hear from you. Okay, so just a clarification. So is there anyone that would like to address the City Council at this time? Please come forward. You have up to 3 minutes yes, sir. And if you'll state your name and just where you reside.
My name is Avery Zepeda,
Yes, sir.
and I'm with Ridgeway Towing.
Okay.
Mayor, council members,
Yes, sir. If you could, listen, I tell you what, I listened to the June 6th meeting, and I thought we have to speak louder into those mics because you can't hear at home. You really can't. And so if you could do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. And what was your
no
name,
problem.
sir?
My name is Avery Zepeda.
Avery Zepeda. Thank you.
I am one of the managers at Ridgeway Towing. The owners, Elizabeth and Michael Armada, are unable to attend due to a family emergency out of state. First, thank you for the time to speak today regarding the awarding of the towing contract. According to the points process, we wish to state our concern of an unfair point system, since our company was deducted points for experience, even though both owners have over 25 years experience. Our management team as well has over 40 years combined experience. Additionally, our company is family-owned and operating with multiple contracts in our locations with other cities and police agencies. We feel the point system was biased and benefited the current contractor only. Please be advised our company is an official small business with a majority by a minority. Both owners are fully involved in the day-to-day operations of their businesses and have multiple recommendations from other agencies and municipalities. We also felt that our explanation of relocating our heavy equipment, if awarded the contract, hurt our opportunity to be awarded the contract and was unfair. Additionally, the contract is set to be awarded to a contractor who also charges more for towing to your constituents. So the public will be paying a higher fee for no reason. Our company is fully compliant with TDLR's fee schedule and pricing costs. Another concern we have is that the city to only permit one contractor is unfair because of the increase in population over the last several years, which in turn will increase the service needs of the public with traffic collision clearing and safety. This contract needs to be reevaluated and needs to be placed on hold while these concerns are addressed.
Thank you very much for those comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, then we will go to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. And there was no action out of the executive session. Thank you. Presentation 6.1. Presentation and discussion to repeal ordinance number 2-23-15, an exemption increase equal to 20% of the appraised value of the resident homestead or the statutorily mandated minimum of $5,000 for an individual and a homestead property tax exemption increase for disabled persons and persons 65 years of age or older to $50,000, effective for the 2023 tax year. So I believe Mr. Martinez and Mr. Orozco put this on the agenda last time. I was not here. I was out of town, and so I'm not sure. I thought we had passed it on May 16th by a 4-1 vote, and so it's back on the agenda this evening. And Mr. Martinez is, I believe, going to start, since you had requested it, with the second by Mr. Orozco. Thank you, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and citizens. First, let me make a statement. I don't want this property tax deduction completely removed. I just want it lowered to something that we can see how it works before it harms our city. And here, last year, our tax rate was at 0.53. I'm keeping this very, very simple. I'm not going into the weeds and breaking it down to 0.53 and blah 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 blah, or we made $5,430,000 dollars. I'm just keeping it very, very generic and very basic. So our tax rate was at 0.53 per $100, and it brought in approximately, and it was a little more, but about $5 million. Everybody knows that our property tax increased considerably. Some places went up 20%, but the Bexar County can only bring your property value up 10% per year. This year, what Bexar County does is gives us a figure for the no new revenue tax rate. So what that means is if we got $5 million last year, we're going to get $5 million this year with the increased property tax, our new rate is 0.48. We still received approximately the $5 million. It can go up or down. There's some factors that really affect the amount of money we get, such as exemptions. A lot of people, I think it's 80% if what I heard from reported from Bexar County, that 80% of people protest their taxes. So that cuts down on how much money we get every year. Okay.
Oh, you hold on just a second. Let me get you back.
For this year, our anticipated no new revenue tax rate is going to be 0.44. So we're going to, at 0.44, we're going to get the same amount of money that we did last year. Also, every city should keep a cash reserve. I'm sure most of you guys here in the audience and even on council, for your own personal, you have a savings account. You, hopefully, you're not living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of people do, but you know, best practices is for you to have a little bit of money for unexpected expenses. Things always come up, so you need to have a little bit of money for unexpected things, and that goes same for the city. The city, what if we had a major disaster? You know, we could dip into our reserves and still operate as a city. Now here, last year, the city council was misled by our former finance director, and he told us that we could use ARP funds to hire a detective and give everybody a cost of living raise. And I want to know, my question is, what university accounting class teaches that it's a good idea to hire somebody and give your employees a cost of living raise using one-time money? What do you do next year if you don't have any money to cover that? Do you let the person you hired go? You can't. Once you give your employees a cost of living raise, you can't take it back. Now, if we had done it with a one-time bonus, that would be a different story. So, you know, we hired a detective and gave everybody a 2% COLA raise. It was estimated cost about $275,000 for that. It was later, the truth was told that we couldn't use ARP funds for that, so we had to pull the money, put the money back in the ARP fund account and pull it out of the general fund. Last year, when we were setting our tax rate at 0.48, I wanted to drop our rate from 0.53 to 5.0, and I was turned down on that, or my suggestion wasn't voted on. So, you know, 1 cent is equal to about $100,000 in tax revenue. If we would have done this, we would have paid for the detective and the cost of living increase, and not having to pull from the general fund. Our city manager has stated that this for next year, our payroll will increase about $700,000. Where will that money come from? Luckily, we had an increase in the estimated property tax, and we were able to fund this. You know, here's the important thing. Property tax is a two-way street. There's checks and balances. If you know anything about bookkeeping, you have credit and debits. You know, Councilor Stevens was correct in the possible revenue side of the scale, but forgets the expense side, the double entry bookkeeping. Now, here is the important part, and we were this way for years. Do we want to become, again, a training facility for our police and fire department? For years, our pay was below market. So people wanting to become firemen or police officers or paramedics would get hired on Leon Valley. We'd give them all the training, and once they got their license, they would leave and go to other suburban cities where they got more pay. So do we want a revolving door and just keep on being a training facility? Right now, our pay is commensurate with the other cities, and we don't have that problem. But I don't want us to become that problem in the future. Okay, this basically goes on to say what I just said. In previous years, our pay scale was lower, and we would hire policemen, fire, or paramedics, and they'd get trained and they'd go someplace else. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Did you click the wrong button?
I have no idea.
Hold on.
I guess I failed presentation 101. Okay. In the February, I got the 21st meeting, our former finance director stated that we could not afford this tax deduction. Vicki Wallace was our finance director for years and years and years, and she received multiple awards every year for her bookkeeping abilities. And if she says that we cannot afford it, I trust in her judgment. And Vicki has spent weeks, if not months, correcting the errors that our previous finance director created. So, she knows our Leon Valley finances better than anybody. Councilor Bradshaw stated home buyers would prefer, if we didn't pass the 20% exemption, home buyers would prefer to buy in San Antonio instead of Leon Valley, if we don't pass the deduction. My question is, people that rent, if we pass the 20% deduction, are people going to get a reduction in their rent payment? And the same statement goes for businesses. Business will pay a higher rate. So if a business is looking to relocate in Leon Valley, is it going to be a consideration? Hey, I'm going to go to San Antonio as opposed to Leon Valley. Is this, you go back?
You hit the other button.
No, keep on going. Okay. Again, business or city taxes is a two-way street. It has to balance. It has to equal itself. And in the future, we can only raise our property tax level 3.5% a year. Remember, like I said, accounting is a two-way street. Credit and debits. One side affects the other. So let's say we do pass, we continue to keep the 20% exemption. What would you like to cut from our city budget? Future raises for our employees? That'll take us back into being a training facility for the other suburban cities. Should we cut the 4th of July celebration? I heard it's anticipated we'll have 20,000 people coming for the 4th of July celebration. There's going to be a lot of vendors there. That's a big celebration. By the way, we're going to have the Spasmatics as the entertainment. That is a fantastic celebration that Leon Valley is known throughout the San Antonio metro area as having a fantastic firework 4th of July celebration. Do we want to get rid of that? We just had a jazz festival that really turned out good. Do we want to get rid of that? The library has special events. They're going to have a petting zoo, I believe, coming shortly. Do we get rid of that? Do we cut every year? We have a lot of volunteers that help us with the city, and they're on different committees and help at the library. Do we want to cut the volunteer appreciation dinner? And what other things can we cut? It went back. It went too far. Okay. So the city manager said we get rid of some events first if we don't have the budget for it. So what other city services can we cut back on? Do we cut back on the frequency of mowing on Bandera? Instead of maybe doing it every couple months, we may have to do it every 4 months. Cut back in street maintenance. Cuts in the parks. Councillor Stevens wants to have a dog park. One of the items that they want for the budget is put sprinkler systems in 4 of our parks. In the last couple of years, we've added quite a few parks to our city. And we have done this without any additional manpower from Public Works. The ADA merry-go-round for the park. So our city manager stated that she would make cuts in special events and city services before having to lay off employees. Hopefully tonight, one of the items on the agenda is to hire a company that will do a staffing level review and find out if we really need more employees in what department, or it could say that we have too many employees in a department and we need to cut them. So that I look forward to that staffing level report. And they also, not just staffing level, but they also recommend better ways, if they can see better efficiencies or better ways to do things, they make that in the recommendation. So it's a very comprehensive study that we're going to hopefully vote on tonight. Everybody, if you look behind City Hall and down El Verde, the LC-17 project has been going on for several years now. Well, since 17, but we now own that property. So it's up to us to maintain it. And if you take a look over there, phase 1 of the hike and bike trail is pretty much completed. If you take a look over there, you'll see, or even from Bandera, if you look that way, you'll see the hike and bike trail snaking across there. So we have to maintain that now. How are we going to do that? Another thing that's important, 10 years ago, it was recommended that we have 10 people per shift on our fire department. For the last 10 years, we've only had 6 people. So that's something, we keep on kicking the can down the road. We really need to have 10 people per shift. Like I have stated, I'm not against the property tax reduction, but I believe we need to be careful and not do something that will harm our city in the future. It has been said that we have enough money for this year and possibly next year, but looking out after that, we may have to cut city services. So I am just saying, let's take a very careful, measured approach and lower the tax deduction to either 5 or 10%, and let's see what it's going to do or how it's going to affect our budget for a couple years. And, let's not do something that's going to really hurt us.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Went too far again.
Mr. Martinez, if you could, try to
Okay.
wrap it up, please. I
for-
appreciate it.
Okay. For Councillor Stevens, the 20% tax deduction will lower your property tax between $150 and $300 a year. That's approximately $3 to $6 a week to the homeowners. The governor last night on TV said he's going to really push hard for the property tax reduction in this special session that's going on right now. Leon Valley, let me back up. San Antonio just increased their property tax deduction to 20%. San Antonio has a lot of funding sources that we do not have. They own CPS. That goes to a big portion of, I think, 40% of their budget. We don't have that luxury here. We only have just a few items that generate income for our city. So, we just have to be, I think we should be very, very cautious on what we do.
Okay. Is that,
Let's see. On this issue, both Councilor Stevens and I are correct. Do we give a 20% tax deduction today and take it back in the future? Like I said, uh-oh.
That's your last slide.
mhm.
Oh, that was less. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Stevens said that if we need more money, we float a bond. When we borrowed money for the fire station and remodeling City Hall, that added 4 points to your property tax levy. So let's say we were at 0.48. That would add, with the high interest right now, it may add 5 or 6 pennies to that. So you take it, you give it the deduction on this side, but then you take it away over here. It has to be a balance. So yeah, give the exemption over here, but then let's raise the property tax rate. And if we have to float a bond, that'll take 4 or 5 pennies for like $8 million. So where does your deduction go?
Okay.
City has to operate, so it has, like I said, it has to be a balance.
All right.
Thank you,
you,
Mayor.
Mr. Martinez. I appreciate it. Yes, I was going to say we want to hear from the council. We want to hear from the audience. I've got a ton of letters. If y'all want to read any letters, or we'll just make them part of the. Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead.
So I don't want to get into my comments yet until after the citizens.
Thank you, Troop 405. Excuse me.
Oh,
Appreciate
you're
y'all
good.
being here this evening. Take care. It's not even a school night either, right? They need to go home and see Dancing with the Stars or something. I don't know. Mr.
So
Stevens,
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
want to
go
get
ahead.
into my comments yet until after the citizens speak.
Okay.
But I am curious because I just recall last meeting when this agenda item was added, Councilman Orozco requested that there be some new information presented with this. And so I'm just curious, we know the next agenda item is a balanced budget at a 0.44 tax rate. Obviously, when we increase to 0.48, it's going to give us $442,000 more. So I'm just wondering, where's the new information in this?
Okay. And that's directed to Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, he had a question for you. Where is the new information?
The additional tax is going to come from the increased property tax. The state, or Bexar County, can only estimate, and that's the big question mark in this. They can only predict. They don't know for sure exactly how much money we're going to get. They can get an idea, but till I believe it's later this summer, we'll know the exact.
I believe it's the
numbers.
end of July.
Then we'll know the exact numbers. So right now, it's all speculation.
Okay.
That didn't, well,
Okay,
that
fine.
didn't answer the
Thank you.
question.
Okay, so let me go ahead and open it up for the citizens if you have any comments, and then we'll come back to the council on this issue. Yes, sir. And if you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
Get a timer. Sorry, is it 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes, sir.
I'm starting it for you.
Thank you. Hey, good evening, everyone. J.R. Hasloff. I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party here in Bexar County. Today, I stand before you to address the concern which is going to affect all of us as property owners here in Leon Valley. Madam Mayor, you're correct. The City Council voted 4-1 on this issue already to provide our constituents with a 20% exemption, as well as a $50,000 exemption for our seniors, as well as our disabled citizens. That's absolutely great. Lord knows we need it, right? But here we are tonight, meeting again and considering a proposal which would diminish that. I wanted to give you props, Leon Valley, for taking the lead in Texas. We saw that there was gridlock and inaction in Austin, and we responded here 4-1 to give citizens relief. Our efforts were so successful that the Bexar County Commissioners followed suit. Even the city of San Antonio took notice, and took steps to extend property relief, acknowledging what we know we're all feeling, unprecedented surges within our property valuations and our property assessments. So you'll have to pardon me, it's very disheartening to witness a member of the City Council that is trying to overturn those efforts right here at home. So let me be clear. I'm going to skip a part here just to save some time. We're not going to stand idly by and let our elected officials disregard the will of the people that they're supposed to represent. To those officials here in Leon Valley who think that Leon Valley voters should not keep more of their hard-earned money, just know this. If you repeal the property tax exemptions, we will vote you out. I will make it my personal pet project of mine to replace you. We will run candidates. When your name's on a ballot, we will get rid of you. It's absolutely shameful. So I urge all city council members here to reconsider these actions. Remember what your duty is, because to be real frank, we the people have had it. All right? We have inflation running rampant. We have government corruption. We have your campaign promises in April and this nonsense in June. It's asinine. And I have to skip dinner with my kids so that I can come down here for what? To give you the same damn message? Excuse me.
Excuse me. Yeah. Let's
to give you the same message
show
that
some
every
respect.
representative,
Yeah.
every politicians get at every level of government. Let us keep our own money. That's all we want. That's the only reason I'm here, to keep more tax money in the pocket of the taxpayers who need it most. In conclusion, I'll just say that, hey, Texans, we're facing the highest property tax rates across the nation. In Austin, they're trying to bring some relief to us. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in that. Here in Leon Valley, we have people who are trying to increase the government budget on the backs of our property taxes. I tell you, your constituents want you to table this issue immediately. We want you to table it indefinitely, and we want you to do it tonight. If you continue to govern poorly, we'll ensure that you govern no more. And it's insulting to have to sit here and watch this
Thank you.
such high-level presentation and this fear porn.
Thank you
I'd
very
love
much.
to speak more about that.
Yeah, but your
thank you
time
for
is up.
time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward. Thank you. Good evening and welcome. Hi, Miss Joseph.
Lynn Joseph, Trotter. I'm on the other end. I think that we are taking things away from Leon Valley by passing this. We need to have our infrastructures done, our everything that Mr. Martinez has stated. Our EMS, we got robbed with our previous city council and do you mind, Eric? Oh, it wasn't me. It was you.
Excuse me.
Snickering.
What was going on? I'm sorry.
He's always interrupting. He talks behind you all the time.
Okay.
Nothing's changed. I'm very disillusioned that the city council has skewed part of this. The blog post that Councilman Bradshaw put out stated that there was 90% of people in Leon Valley that were wanting to have this done, when in theory and in reality, it was only 99 people responses. And you can't tell me that all those people, it doesn't show that those people were Leon Valley residents. You go back in and look at them, and some say, I'm glad I don't live in Leon Valley. So I feel like this is part of the wool has been pulled over. They have pushed their agenda. I don't like the rhetoric, the bullying that has been going on, pushing against one council member by two others. Thankfully, one of them is gone, but it's cheap politics. And I didn't vote you in to do this, to step back from what we were before. And I feel that's what has happened. I understand that citizens, we want to have our money. We need to keep the city functioning. 20% is too much. And for you to state to senior citizens, older people with disabilities, that we are privileged, that we should not, we have these privileges given to us only because we climbed the ladder, and you're having to climb the ladder and you don't like it. So I feel very insulted by this. I feel like you're cramming it down our throats and the citizens. This gentleman, I understand, but I think there needs to be a compromise. 20% is too much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. All right. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Eric Mata, Canterfield, and that was not me that interrupted, so just want to get that clear.
Okay.
I'm very disappointed in Councilman Martinez. He sat up here for 30 minutes, never talked about the citizens of Leon Valley and what we're facing. Our economy is a shambles. Policy coming from DC has put us where we are. It's obvious, right? Cost of living is through the roof, and not one mention from someone that I very much supported and put my neck out for. It's infuriating, it really is. Seems to be more concerned with the ongoings here at City Hall and government than he is for the common man who's struggling out there. And I think it very much is revealing of where the priorities lay with certain people on this dais. I've had my concerns with some of you, and I will say this. If it wasn't for Councilor Bradshaw, Councilor Stevens, and Councilor Orozco, I'm not sure that we'd get much done here. They actually bother to research, to dig in and do the will of the people and work to try to make our lives better. I think that's been demonstrated here over nearly 4 years now. But just amazing to see this presentation about putting aside 3 months, 6 months worth of income to save for emergencies. All concerned about the city and what the city faces, but not the people of Leon Valley. And yes, there are definitely people living month to month right now. And how dare you not acknowledge that? It's infuriating. It really is. And Mr. Martinez, I hate to say it here, I'll call you out right now. Because
Mata,
no, this is freedom of speech.
Just
No.
lower the
You cannot
temperature.
control.
That's all I'm saying.
You
is
cannot
lower the
control
temperature.
the volume I'm talking at. Okay.
Just lower
Don't do
the
that.
temperature.
Don't
please.
violate. We had a regime that did that before. Now don't try to do that. Mr. Martinez, I hate to say it, you lied. You did not bring anything new to justify bringing forward this agenda item. You lied to Councilor Orozco. He stuck his neck out for you, and you totally misled him. You did not even answer Mr. Stevens' question right now. How dare you?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's just have a civil discourse. That's all I'm asking.
Point of
okay?
order, Mayor.
No.
Point of
Excuse
order.
me. Excuse me. Sit down. Just civil discourse. We want to hear from you, but we don't need to get, pointing and, we did that a long time ago. Let's not do that. Let's not go back. Want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. We want you to state your opinion and your facts and evidence and all that other stuff. But let's do it in a respectful manner. That's all I'm asking. And I think everybody would agree with that. So, anyone else in the audience or in the chambers
Mayor, I
that
had a
would
point of
like to?
order.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is that the Texas law states that we cannot prohibit the criticism of any act, omission of any elected official on the dais of the city council as a whole. And I find that kind of frustrating, actually, that here we are, citizens have the right to speak to us. If they're going to say things that are going to criticize us, Texas law allows them to do that.
I agree.
So we shouldn't hinder
I agree.
that.
I didn't say they couldn't criticize. I just said the tone. Just lower the tone. That's all I ask. Just for civil, so we don't start having fisticuffs or something. That's all. I just don't want to go there. But no, you can definitely, give your 2 cents. I mean, I want to hear from you, but just in a respectful manner, please. In a respectful manner. Mr. Sines, good evening and welcome.
Forgive any sarcasm that I bring today.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Thank you.
First, I just want to say thank you. I know that I think still you're not getting paid to do this job. That's accurate? So I just want to say thank you, each and every one of you, for coming out here and doing what you do. Libertarian Party, where is he? Thank you for reading your letter. I agree with that statement. My name is John Sines, 6514 Thunderbird, 78240. We pay quite a lot for our property taxes, even though our home is totally dilapidated. I tried to prove that to BCAD. They didn't agree with me. And I hope your 4-1 decision stands, and actually I hope it's 5-0 at the end of the conversation. I know that, who's the finance person here?
Vicky and Carol and Yvonne.
I'm sure there's other ways to raise money that you've discussed with the council before, other than, this whole issue. And I think we need to look at a compromise to maybe go with different options. It is tough out there. Our property values are increasing, not just because of inflation, but because of outside factors and outside states moving into Texas. And that's okay. We live in America. But it's tight, man. And can't wait to climb up the ladder a little more so I can pay my taxes. But 65 older exemption. Not to call out age on the council, but who on the council is taking part of the over 65 exemption right now? May I ask? So your property taxes are reduced, I think, by about 75%?
No.
60? 50? 40? Okay. All I'm saying is, if you're going to look at your own pocketbook also, if you're getting exemptions like that, maybe just cut them out and pay more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sines. Anyone else? Okay, see no one from the chambers, then we'll move back to the council. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did see we received quite a few letters about this as well. And, as it's already been stated, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I was waiting for, during Council Martinez's presentation, for something new that we hadn't seen before. I didn't see anything new. It's just bringing it back up again. And I do agree with the idea of the compromise. But that being said, should have been done last year then. San Antonio did it. They went 10% last year. What did we do? We did nothing. And now San Antonio is going to 20%. And this is after we had already approved to do 20%. So now the idea of voting on this again, it's repealing it. It's already been done. So this is a raising of taxes on our citizens. And I talked to a citizen yesterday, Henry Dominguez, who's a realtor here in Leon Valley, and he said the same word as this gentleman from the Libertarian Party, saying that it's asinine to do this. And the point that Councilman Martinez showed in his slides, if somebody has a choice, they could live in San Antonio and get a 20% exemption, or move to Leon Valley and you only get a 5 or 10% exemption. It's more financially, makes more sense for them to not move to Leon Valley. They're going to have to pay more taxes if they live in Leon Valley. And there was another thing I was looking at when I was, looking at researching this. I was trying to see what San Antonio did, because I know they're discussing the 20% exemption. And there was a article just last week. Mayor Nirenberg said, "I do think this is the time for us to be able to max out our homestead exemption." Mayor Ron Nirenberg said, "We have very limited tools to be able to target tax relief." And so that's what they're doing. And frankly, Councilman Martinez's presentation was full of fear-mongering and scare tactics, saying we're going to cut the police, we're going to cut all the fire department, no more 4th of July parade, no more, all these things that we'd have to cut, and, it made it seem like we'll be having a ghost town around here. But I bet you if you went door to door to the homeowners, the citizens of Leon Valley, and said, "Hey, we're going to have a 4th of July parade. Can I have $300 so we can have this every year?" Because that's what you're saying by this fear-mongering is every one of them, give me $150 to $300 of your own money so we can have these things. I bet almost everybody's going to say, take a hike. No, I'm not going to pay for that. So these are extra things that we are able to do that, yes, if it came down to it, we would have to make some cuts. Not necessarily this stuff. The budget that's later on in the agenda is presented as like the max of if we got everything. And we still have enough money based on the lower tax rate, the exemption, and we, to me, I just think it's silly. We're doing it backwards. You're saying, give us all the money and then we'll decide what we're going to spend it on. That's not the way a budget should work. The budget should be, look at how much money you've got. Okay, now let's pick and choose the things that we're going to spend our money on. Because if I know one thing since I've been on council and growing up, if you give the government a bunch of money, they'll find things to spend it on, for sure. So with that being said, I just, I don't think there's anything new here, and I think we should table this item.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roscoe?
Okay, I was going to wait to be the last one, but I second Mr. Martinez's request to be able to speak again. And I believe that everybody should have a voice. If you got something to say, I'm going to give you that opportunity to talk. And that is why I second that. I voted for the 20%, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. Would have changed my mind? Maybe. But I have not taken this lightly, and I do not regret giving Mr. Martinez an opportunity to speak and say what he has to say. Whether anybody agrees with it or not, I made a choice to allow him to speak. And that, I'm going to stand with that. I have thought about this for the longest time, and I have gotten some input from a lot of people. I've been a homeowner since 1979, and I have never, ever, ever contested my taxes because I believe that it takes a village to grow our kids, or it takes a village for us to succeed. Everybody needs to pitch in. So I never contested it until just recently. Some very intelligent, smart realtor or investor said, hey, you know what? Let's create a shortage. Hey, let's raise our prices and we'll get rich. And that's what happened. And I was very upset that our legislators did not do nothing about it. Nothing. And our prices went up, our mortgage went up, and our taxes have gone up tremendously because our elected officials allowed this to happen. They did not step in. Now, they're having to step in because people are yelling. Because they knew, because of their lack of action, we are where we're at the moment. We're elected officials, and we're trying to make a difference now. I thank Mr. Martinez, and I'm going to stick with my vote for the 20% because I trust the city manager that we hired to make things work and to make ends meet. I have a lot of trust in her. Again, I thank Mr. Martinez, but I'm going to stick with my vote.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, citizens.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming this evening. First, one of the things that I came to everybody's doors to promote fiscal responsibility. That's what I came, and I talked to everyone at their door. There's some challenges that we're going to face, not just today, but in the future. And one of those is we're going to have this construction on the Bandera Road, and we're going to have to pay for the easements.
Right-of-ways.
The right-of-way, okay? And I believe it's, 10%, Mayor?
10%.
Okay, that we're going to have to come up with for the construction. And during that construction, I believe there's going to be a decrease in sales tax because there's going to be an impairment of people, reaching the stores that we have in the city. But with that, I hear the citizens and I hear what you're saying, the trouble, and I'm not taking that very lightly at all. I'm hoping that if we continue on with this 20% exemption, that there will be no loss of our services, because one of the reasons why I live here is because of the police and fire and the EMS. So I'm hoping that that doesn't get impacted by this exemption. I have heard from a number of you. I've heard from senior citizens that said they're against it. They're concerned about it. But I don't think that we're taking everything into consideration when I'm just hearing from seniors. It also has to be from people below 65. And I did hear the Sainzes. I did hear the Libertarian gentleman and the rest. And so, I'm going to be against repealing this. So that's where I stand.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Martinez, let me hear from Mr. Stevens, and then you can have and I'd like to say a few words as well. Go ahead.
Sure. Crystal, I don't know if you can pull up the images I sent you.
Which one first?
Two. So I just wanted to show this briefly. I had posted this on social media. I thought it was quite interesting. It kind of goes along with Mayor Ron Nuremberg's quote. You know, essentially, as local legislators, we don't have that very many tools at all in the toolbox to give property tax relief to our citizens. There's very few that are available to us. And so one of those is the exemption that Texas has given us. And so this is a letter that Commissioner Justin Rodriguez wrote a few weeks ago, actually about a month ago now, to the Bexar County Hospital District. And I'm just going to skip to a part of it. As you know, property taxes have become a significant burden for most homeowners in Bexar County. That is due in large part to an appraisal system that is arbitrary and inconsistent. Property valuations in Bexar County and across Texas are rising so rapidly that hardworking families, seniors on a fixed income, the disabled, and others are receiving tax bills they simply cannot afford. While significant reform must occur at the state level, which, as we have talked about, it did not, or has not as of yet, it is important that local taxing jurisdictions consider ways to provide relief to homeowners in our community. Last year, Bexar County Commissioners Court, in collaboration with partners at University Health, increased the University Health property tax exemption for those aged 65 and over to $30,000. The Commissioners Court also passed the first ever Bexar County homestead exemption equal to 20% of the appraised value on the portion of ad valorem taxes collected by the county, which that's the maximum that we're allowed to give by state law. And then he went on to express how he understands the finance team is working hard to minimize the impact that such an exemption of 20% would have on operations. And I think if we had asked him to, he probably would have written a very similar letter to us. Because I think he knows that his constituents want this. And you know, as a reminder, when we were elected, and Councilman Martinez, when you were elected, there was a lot of discussion around how we have this organizational chart, and the citizens are at the top of that chart. The citizens, all of them. Councilman Bradshaw's post clearly showed 92% of citizens that were interested in clicking on an option on Nextdoor wanted this exemption. And so we passed it, and we made the right decision then. I continue to think that, I mean, it's just crazy because it's like you're just not listening to the citizens. You're ignoring them, or you're listening to a handful. So, Crystal, I don't know if you can bring up image 1. I think that's Councilman Bradshaw's post.
No, 1 is your
okay.
taxing.
Okay, 3 then maybe. So here's Councilman Bradshaw's post, just as a quick reminder. So again, if you think this poll is wrong, then do your own poll. Like, you can't just say, oh, we think that I only had 100 people, 118 people, by the way, that responded to this. I don't think that's good. So do your own poll then. That's, you know, what polling organizations do. Now, I don't know if you're able to go to the first one. So as we first brought this agenda item, frankly, it was almost railroaded by Mayor Riley because it was put at the very end of the agenda. It was like an 8-hour meeting, obviously intentionally and it was at the very end of our time where we had the previous council. And so I just wanted to do a quick comparison of the property taxes people pay. So I don't want to blend myself into this, but so from 2014 to 2021, Councilman Martinez's taxes have gone from $3,346 annually to $3,154 annually. Mayor Riley's, in a similar fashion, have gone from $2,700 to $2,300. Councilman Bradshaw's on this, you know, on the opposite side. Although he did not move into his house until 2016, I'm assuming, just based on the data, or maybe late 2015, it went from $6,700 to $7,600 in the past 5 or 6 years. I mean, it just goes to show like who's really struggling, and I find it fascinating that those who will not pay want to make everybody else except themselves pay the costs of outlandish spending. And again, Dr. Caldera is presenting a balanced budget, so to start fear mongering that we're going to have some crazy reduction in services or we're going to have to start cutting all of the events is just completely outrageous. We do need to go through the budget, and we do need to scrape through all the capital purchases and prioritize which of those are the most expensive, just because that's the fiscally responsible thing to do. but to act as to the citizens as if we're going to have to make some drastic cuts, it's just not based in reality. Aside from that, because of the other council members that have already talked, I'm going to not give all my bullet points. I could say a bunch of them. I mean, even as far as Councilor Stevens wants to have a dog park. Actually, in 2014, over 15 citizens freehand wrote that they wanted a dog park in the city, and since that time, on the park survey, and since that time, this council still has not acted. I've brought it up routinely. We thought we had plans, but that's not me, Councilman Martinez. That's me listening to the citizens of this city in written form from 2014, which was way before I even got on the council. So again, it just goes to show, I think you're completely out of touch. I think this agenda item was completely out of touch. I feel bad for everybody that had to sacrifice their dinners with their kiddos tonight to come here, or those that had to take the time to write in, which we have a lot of really good letters that we could read, but I think at this point, it's not really necessary in order to continue the conversation. So,
Okay. Mr. Martinez, I'd like to just step in for just a minute. Mr. Stevens, I just take exception that you said I railroaded and moved it to the agenda. Manager Caldera and I, we do the agenda together, and I believe you moved it up that day. So it's very flexible. In other words, we try to do our best on setting the agenda, but Mr. Stevens was able to move that agenda item up first, and we talked about it. So that's great. So I take exception to that I railroaded it, number one. Number two, first of all, when we compared our tax payments, Mr. Martinez and I live in a 1,500 square foot home. You have a palatial estate. You've got 1 acre of land, so you can't really compare. It's not apples to apples. That's number one, or number two. Number three, I, on May 16th, did talk about a compromise. I thought, again, 20% was a lot, and I was concerned because the staff was concerned about a number of, will we have enough money? But at the end of the day, the vote was 4-1. So what does that mean? We move forward and we work with the majority council. And so that's what I'm committed to. And so when I got back from out of town, I was surprised to see that it was back on the agenda. And lastly, let's agree to disagree without being disagreeable. Just because I, at first thought 20% was too much, that doesn't mean I'm a bad person and I'm not good. We have to embrace diversity of opinion and be respectful and be courteous. And that's what I'm just, again, I respect Mr. Stevens and Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Orozco and Mr. Campos and Mr. Martinez, and we need to work together in a spirit of goodwill and unity and not be divisive. So whatever comes out of this tonight, we're going to make it work. We will make this budget work. So, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Like I said, I'm not against a property tax deduction. I have never been against it. I just think to be fiscally conservative, we need to take a slow approach to it. San Antonio started with a 10%. I think that it would have been prudent for us to start at, let's say, 10% and see how that affects our budget for the next 1 or 2 years. And if we find that it is working, then increase it to the 20%. That is being fiscally conservative. Now, as for the poll, you could go, I bet you could ask everybody the question, would you like to have your property tax reduced? Everybody's going to say yes. Everybody's going to want to save money. But on the other end, like I said, you have to balance the cuts with the expenses. Our employees need to be have a raise every year to stay commensurate with the other suburban cities. I'm just saying we need to be conservative and take our time, and that's why I was supporting just a 10% property tax deduction for this year, and let's see what effect it's going to have. Going to a 20% initially, you can never take that back. What would it take? We could never, in the future, if we found out that 20% was too high, the only way we could repeal it is with an election. And tell me, who is going to vote to have the deduction
I got it.
removed? Nobody.
Okay.
So that's what I'm just saying. I just want to be cautious and make sure that we don't have irreparable harm to our city in the future. Where, like I said, if we give the 20% now, in the future, we're going to have to raise the tax rate to pay for raises for our employees. So where's your 20% going to go? It's a balancing system. You take it from here, and you gotta, we still have to have the same amount of money coming in. So you take it from here, but then you raise the rate here. So it's a balancing act. That's all I am saying. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, would you please
Thank you, Mayor.
have a motion, please?
Yes, I'll have a motion, but I just want to correct one thing
Okay.
real quick. That
Yeah.
Council Martinez said a couple times in
Okay.
his statement. He keeps on saying fiscal conservatism, and I think he needs to go relook at what that means, the meaning of it. If you look online, it says fiscal conservatism or economic conservatism is a political and economic philosophy regarding fiscal policy and fiscal responsibility, with an ideological basis in capitalism, individualism, limited government, and laissez-faire economics. Fiscal conservatives advocate tax cuts, reduced government spending, free markets, deregulation, privatization, free trade, and minimal government debt. Fiscal conservatism follows the same philosophical outlook as classical liberalism. This concept is derived from economic liberalism. So the idea that being fiscal conservative is taxing people more and giving more to the government is just totally wrong. So I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, I'll make a motion that we table this item indefinitely.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Bradshaw and a second by Mr. Orozco to table agenda item number 6.1. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I do just want to say
Okay.
we didn't have to read all the citizen letters. That probably would have taken a lot of time, but we got a lot of really good letters where people definitely spent some time sitting down at their computers. And so for all the citizens that chose to write in, know that we all received your comments, because I think a lot of them were people we've never heard from before. And we all get those to our separate emails. So we read them. We take them in, and we probably would have read them if we feel like we needed to tonight, but I don't think we do. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Posley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilor Martinez?
I'm going to vote yes, just because everybody else is going to vote.
Councilor Stevens?
Yes.
Councilor Campos?
Yes.
Councilor Orozco?
Yes.
And Councilor Bradshaw?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 5 yeas and noes.
I mean, you are the mayor.
5 yeas and no noes. Yes, go
Point
ahead.
of privilege, yes. I do want to say this, that when the issue for St. John was here, and I was the only one going for this, and everybody was against me, I did not hold any animosity towards anybody because they did not support me on this. When we repealed the ordinance for the fence and the votes were overturned, I did not hold animosity because our votes were overturned, because we have to go on. I thank Mr. Martinez for having a difference of opinion. I don't always agree with you, but thank you for having a difference of opinion, and having different thoughts and different ideas is really what makes us work. And so I just say that, you know what, I think the mayor put it right, let's go forward. We got a lot of work to do, and let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco. Good comments. All right, so now the budget. And I learned something from talking to Dr. Caldera today, too, about this budget, and I'm sure she's going to do a great job with Vicki.
Okay.
6.2, presentation, discussion, and workshop on an ordinance approving and adopting fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed budget. This is the first reading as required by the city charter, and we will not have a vote tonight, but a discussion. So we'll hear from you. Dr. Caldera, how do you want to do this? Do you want
I'm going to go through
council
the budget.
to interrupt? or you wanna-
Interrupt, raise
okay.
your hand, let's
Okay.
go through it.
Okay.
Again, this budget kind of functions like your workshop. So normally we would have a workshop at the beginning of June, and it kind of gives our wish list. If you go pull the capital budget from last year in the beginning of June, I didn't recommend, but we had about $2.3 million in that capital budget, and we reduced it to $86,000. And so this kind of functions like your workshop, but because we didn't have the budget, the mayor wasn't here, and it felt it was right to go through the budget at the first meeting in June. We did review the capital in May, so y'all can kind of see where we were at. And then we're not going to have a meeting in July, not as yet, unless the council so choose to. And so I felt like we had to get the first read on the book. So we're presenting it as a first read, but you can have as many more budget conversation as you want. And so it's just me for logistical purposes to make sure we keep within the timeline, especially if y'all decide to go with a different tax rate, then I got to have the proposed tax rate on for 2 reads. And so we just need to make sure we hit all of our deadlines. So this kind of functions as a workshop. Again, as we're kind of going through it, you're going to see $3 million in your capital, and I'm going to go through that capital with you. But again, it's kind of like last year. We had $2 million and reduced it to $86,000 last year. And so again, we're going to have to reduce the capital again this year. But I just don't want the mixed message of we're cutting the capital because it's in line with the tax exemption. That those two are not in correlation to one another. We did the same thing last year. We're asking to do it this year.
But something that you clarified with me today, because I said, oh, this budget's pretty good. We're funding the dog park. We're funding this. We're funding that. But it's all coming out of the reserve fund,
Yes,
and that's why
your
it's
capital-
reduced.
Right, so that's why-
that's
yes.
real important for everybody to know that.
Correct.
So,
okay.
yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have a question, and it's just
Sure.
basic, and honestly, I don't think I know the answer. Okay, so if we have an amount that is in a previous budget that we have allocated, such as $200,000 for an engineering fee for Hike and Bike Trail Part 3, say, for example, and we didn't use that this year,
Right.
and we aren't going to use it this year, that dollar amount, two questions, does it roll over into the next year, or does it roll over into the top number that's that's going to show us essentially what's in our reserve fund in the next year's budget? Does that make sense? Yeah.
In other
so
words,
we
where
normally
does it roll over to?
Yeah, so normally
Yeah.
we roll it over.
Right.
And so it just depends. So like as we're looking at the budget, if it doesn't look like we're going to hit that dollar amount for whatever reason, then we'll include it in the budget already, saying, look, we already know that we're not going to fund it. We have it. It'll go back into the reserve fund, and we'll allocate it in next year's budget because we already know. But if we don't know, like it looks like the project could happen this fiscal year and say it just doesn't, then we bring you what y'all are used to seeing as a rollover budget adjustment amount at the beginning of the year. Normally it's like in October or November, we bring you that rollover budget adjustment amount. So it just depends on where we're at with that project. I'm going to try, and if not, then look, I already messed it up. Okay. So for FY24, we are projecting a fund balance in the general fund of approximately $1.3 million. We have $1 million in emergency fund. That's an estimated total of $2.3. The emergency fund alone represents approximately less than 1 month of operating income, and the combined fund balance is approximately 2 months. GFOA normally recommends now as best practice is 6 months, but we've normally averaged roughly about 3 months. And so we adopted this budget in its entirety. You'd be looking at 2 months, and so that's why I'm recommending that you don't fund everything in your capital.
Okay. And Dr. Caldera, I had a question because we just had the audit also on May the 16th,
Sure.
and it showed a $7 million reserve.
Sure.
and now and so.
So let
if
me
you'll
get to
explain
that.
it, yeah.
When we get to that slide,
Because
I'll
that's
be able
important
to
know
sure,
where it all went.
It'll make more
Yeah.
sense when I get to the general fund summary,
Okay.
and so I can
Very
actually
good.
show you the dollar amount.
Because we also it showed 5.5 months of emergency.
Sure, and so
yeah.
again, when I get there,
Okay.
I'll be able to. It'll be easier for me to
Thank
explain it.
you.
I'll be
I
able to see
appreciate
it.
that.
As presented in fiscal year 2024, general fund budget is balanced. The operating revenues is 13.1 million, an increase of FY 2023 of 766,000. The majority of that is in regards to personnel. To fund the FY 24 general fund budget, we're proposing a tax rate of 0.44. Again, there was lots of discussion, and the reason that we chose the 0.44, when we were originally looking at the tax exemptions, the county gave us, again, estimates, preliminary numbers, and they were estimating a property tax rate, I think, of 0.42. The council was having discussions of keeping the property tax rate at 0.48. I kind of split the baby with the bathwater a little bit, and we went with the 0.44, which was what the county was recommending as our no new revenue rate for next year without the tax exemptions. So this budget does not include the tax exemptions. And when we get to the slide, I'll explain, because I know some of y'all have questions of what that number will do to the ad valorem tax, so I'll explain that to you.
So will that lower it, though?
Yes, it will
Okay.
lower the amount, but you're still fine even if that amount is lowered and you stay with the 0.44. But again, my recommendation, if you want to fund more of your capital, you're probably going to have to look at a higher property tax rate.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you sure can. We said go ahead and interrupt.
And so I had talked to
raise your
Dr.
hand.
Caldera about this, and I realized we never took a vote. The whole premise of the past, the tax exemption was there was an acknowledgement that we would have to keep, that we couldn't go with the no new revenue rate, or else we would run into some issues. And so I don't know if well, I guess there's no action, but at some point we should probably take a vote so you can forecast at the same property tax rate as last year.
So that's what this meeting is. It's for y'all to provide some direction to us. I would really like, the county gives us the certified tax roll July 25th. So y'all normally seen the clean budget in August, the meetings in August. But yes, if y'all want to move to the direction and take a look at another tax rate, we can certainly do that. It is a lot of work when we have to go in and move numbers and stuff. And so I would just like whatever y'all decide to do. If you can mean it, last year I think we went to
Last year we went to the very end.
last meeting
Yeah.
in September,
Mhm.
and so I
Yeah.
don't like a lot of flip flopping. So we can just whatever y'all want to do, if you can just make a decision and stick with it, that'd be much appreciated.
Okay.
Again, we picked up. This budget is based on the property tax rate of 0.44. Once again, the county projected an increase of tax value. The market value for 2023 increased about $155 million. It was still to be determined we'll lose in appeals. We've lost in 2022 about $42 million. Ad valorem tax revenue for fiscal year 2024 are projected with a decrease of about $80,000 from one fiscal year to the next. And this just kind of gives a projection. I think we started this pie chart a few years ago of what the tax levy would be for an average taxable value of $254,000. As you can see on the pie chart, City of Leon Valley is only 20% of your property tax. The majority of your property tax comes from the school district, and the county takes a piece. So our piece of the pie is only 20% of how your property tax is calculated. So I like residents, because they always call us, blaming us. It went up, and I'm like, that's the school district. They went out for a bond. And then here you go. It's just it shows that the average home value increased about $23,000. And then this is just a chart. It goes over our tax rate history. As you can see, we continued to go down in your tax rate. We stayed at 0.54, and then we went to 53, and then we went to 0.48, and then we're projecting a 0.44 in this budget document. Some notable increases for FY24 budget. We're increasing sales tax about $58,000, and then the grants. The big portion of the grant is a hike and bike trail at $1.1 million.
And what is that percent over last year?
For sales tax, I think it was 1.8% that we're projecting, and there's a reason for it. And, and so we had lots of discussion, and we were going to increase it. And actually, I was looking at the tax rate early on in the year, and we were looking at 8 or 9% increase. And then we had a couple of months where there was no increase at all, if you take a look. And then the House passed a bill that is going to exempt family products from being exempt. So that's diapers and wipes and feminine hygiene products
okay.
will no longer be charged sales tax on those items. I do not know how that's going to impact your sales tax since HEB, Quick Trip, some of those places sell those items. And so they're going to be exempt from the sales tax. And I provided you a legislative update earlier on today. And so if you look at that, they're also trying to pass a child care facility exemption on the property tax side. It looked like it hasn't passed yet, so we don't know, but for sure the other one on family products, they're not going to be exempt. And it's a laundry list. I think even dog food is on there, and there's
And we used to get sales tax on that. Okay.
and so I'm just being ultra conservative on
Okay.
that estimate. So we're just
So
increasing the small-
1.8% increase.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then again, as I'm taking a look throughout the fiscal year, remember, sales tax lags 2 months behind. So as I'm starting to get the new numbers in, then we can take a look at increasing that. I'm waiting for the new number to come in. And so, if it takes a look, then maybe we can look at increasing that dollar amount. But it just had me a little worried since one of your highest, sales tax generator is HEB. I don't know what those family products exemptions will do to the sales tax rate. Some notable decreases is the ad valorem tax, franchise fees, building permits, court fines, and EMS revenue.
And I had a question. Why are those going down?
So I was taking a look. When we start putting this budget together, I start looking at mid-year. And so if you look at your May's monthly financial, like building permits, you'll see that they're, as of May's financial, they're only 43% collected. And the reason for that was we were anticipating last year that we were going to get, I know Samir's here somewhere, we were going to get that project, the Post Landing project, or his townhome project was going to come in this year. So we were anticipating the 86 homes along Huebner. We thought that project would come in this year. It did not. And so we were not tracking where we thought we were going to track. And so we're decreasing that building permits. Now, with that said, over the last week or so, we did get plans for the Post Landing. They're coming for a replat to the zoning commission on the 27th. So if that project comes, and we've also met with the Triangle property, Samir's that project as well. It looks like that may track for next year. So we may be able to bring up the building permit fees. So again, we're still early on. This is like our budget workshop. We're still messing with what we're going to receive in revenue.
Okay.
And again, this is just the breakdown of general fund. You can take a look at ad valorem tax represents 41% of your budget, and then there's your sales tax at about 29%. All right, so taking a look at your operating expenditures, your total operating expenditures are sitting about $14 million. Your capital expenditures is sitting at $3 million. And it's important to note on your capital expenditures, 1.9 of that is your hike and bike trail. And then you got to remember, out of that 1.9, we're getting 1.1 back.
All right.
So it looks a little heavier than it probably should.
Well, we have to pay it up front and we get reimbursed back.
And then again, just a pie chart that shows personnel is your largest expenditure at 60% of your budget. And then somebody asked me for how much we spend on public safety, and so the majority for police and fire is 45% of your budget. We spend on your, as far as like personnel goes. All right, so here is the general fund budget summary, and then I'm going to answer your question first, Mayor. So if you look at your ending fund balance for FY 2022 is $4 million. And so what you were looking at and what was included at the time was all your ARP funds.
Okay.
And so we spent the fire truck money and all of that. So that $10 million, when we're looking at total, what the city had, it included, because we had all of those ARP fund monies. We've since spent those. You bought two fire trucks. And so it brought down your ending fund balance for the years. And so we've been tracking well. If you go back to your 2019, at the end, we were like sitting like at $2 million sitting in your reserve after, we purchased some property and some of that. And so we wanted to rebuild back to the $4 million. And so we've gotten pretty close over the last couple of years. Y'all have really been conservative in your spending. And the reason it's showing 1.3 again is, again, I'm anticipating $3 million in capital outlay, and that comes from your reserve fund. And again, I'm not recommending that you spend all $3 million. It's the wish list. You are going to have to tell me and prioritize what it is that you want, which you do every single year.
Okay.
All right. So, just to kind of go through, again, you have total revenue sitting at about $15 million. Your total expenditures is sitting here at $17 million. Again, if you subtract your capital outlay, these three numbers add up to $14.9 million, I think it is. And so you are fine as far as your anticipated rate. The other question came, what would it be with the exemptions? I think we calculated it, and it was going to be $268,000 decrease from the $15,303,000. So you're still fine. Again, when you add up what you have in your expenditures, it comes out, I think it's 14.9. I didn't write the number down. It's close to 14.9. And you're expecting about 15 million in revenue, even with the exemption.
Okay.
So again, you're fine. But remember, you're subtracting your capital outlay because that's coming from your general fund reserve. Okay. So your general fund review summary. This is just a breakdown. Everybody likes to know how we break down our sales tax, what your ad valorem looks like, what your franchise fees look like. Somebody asked me what the franchise fee is on this slide. It's your cable. I think that was your question, Mayor, what the franchise fee was.
Okay.
It's cable. This is just the summary for this year on your franchise fees. These are all the license fees and fines. Somebody wanted a breakdown of that, so that's all broken down here. I think it was you, Mayor, asked recreation fee.
Yes,
That's your revenues for renting the park pavilion.
Oh, okay.
The pool rentals. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I was,
Yes, sir,
I
go
think
ahead.
I talked about this, and perhaps it's a good council retreat agenda item, but I do think we should discuss the rental reservation fees. Property, we haven't increased those in like forever, and our homes are worth like 40 or 50% more. I mean, the property, we can probably charge more for reserving the event centers, both of them. So maybe some comparables or something at some point.
Did we look at that about 3 years ago?
But we're supposed to.
Yeah.
We were supposed to. Park reservation fees we looked at a while back. Community and conference center, when y'all remodeled, we were going to bring you back a new fee structure for the community center. We have not done that because our goal was to try to get people word of mouth out that we remodeled. So we spent the last year and a half really trying to rent out for like the lower of the rate. But we're pretty competitive when it comes to renting out the facilities. But yes, we can definitely take a look and bring y'all back an item to look at rental fees for the community and conference center. So that's your licensing fees and fines. Oops. Just general fund summary of your grants. These are all the others that kind of come in. Mayor, you asked why I didn't budget for the cafe lease because I don't know what y'all are going to do with that.
Okay.
You have that item on tonight's agenda. Again, it was so little that I mean, not, it's like roughly 10,000, but if you decide that you want to add that back in, that's something we can certainly add back in as a revenue source. The ASP is the EMS grant that we go out for every year, and y'all voted to have a company assist us with that.
Okay. And then the insurance proceeds, what was that about?
Oh, anytime we get like a wrecked vehicle or we total a vehicle, like we've had a few this year and TML reimburses us, that's where that money goes.
Okay. Mr. Campos, did you have a? Okay, very
That's what
good.
that is.
Thank you. And miscellaneous? on that?
Miscellaneous on this one.
60,000, I didn't. And it was down from 100, so I wasn't sure what that was.
Everything that comes in.
Oh, yeah, that's just
settlement.
like the opioid settlement, or like when we
Oh,
get
okay.
the settlement for
Okay.
like the Vista Ray
Okay,
stuff.
great.
That goes
Goes
there. It's
there.
just like all the weird, unusual ones that you may get through the year, but we normally do average about that amount on
Okay.
just random
Very good.
stuff that we get.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go through the general. This is a summary, but I'm going to get into the details. So if you have questions on any of these items, I'm going to get into the detail of each of these items here in just a little bit.
Can you address last year to this year, because I've noticed some differences?
Yes, so I'm going to explain
Okay,
all of those
yeah.
too. And a lot of it has to
Yeah.
do with the way Kevin set up the budget last
mhm.
year. And so it's just putting things back to
Back
where it
to
was.
where it was, okay.
And then
just
moving
wanted-
things around just a little bit. So it's not that it's not there, it's just being put back into where we feel is the more appropriate place.
Thank you.
So this is the municipal court budget, and I'm going to go to the next slide and kind of go into detail a little bit. So you can see here that the most notable thing here, they decreased their court supplies by 2,360. We're not spending as much on postage as we normally do, so that was reduced. We already purchased the TV screen in the lobby area, and we've already bought the sound dividers for the cashier area. So we were able to bring that down by $2,360. Contractuals, where everybody had the question on the judges' fees, we're no longer doing virtual court for every single court. So we brought that down by 13,000. Because of COVID, we were doing both in person and virtual. We still hold virtual for those extenuating circumstances like military or people that can't get in. But we were able to reduce the amount of judges' fees by 13,200 there.
And do they still just come in on Thursdays, or do they have an extra day
so
too?
we have Mondays as
red
show
light
calls,
camera.
Yeah, show calls hearings and red light camera hearings. And then Tuesday's red light camera.
Okay, all right. So, yes, excuse me, Mr. Campos?
So on credit card fees, can you enlighten me, how does that work here at the city? I see it on the revenue line item at
right, and then you'll see
39, but
right.
at 39.4, but we have expenses of 50,000.
So the council voted to, gosh, I don't remember what the percentage is. Do you remember? 2%?
It used to be 5 for court only, and now it's
2% for everything.
That's
and
right,
so
I remember that.
base the expenditure on how we're currently tracking. And so for year to date, what we're currently looking at, what we're spending right now is about 50,000. But on the revenues, that's what we send out. On the revenue side, we're tracking about 30-something thousand. But I need to, again, those lagging behind. We don't get the numbers from the credit card processing like the month following. They sometimes lag a couple of months, and so when we put together the budget, they're lagging a little bit. So that's one of the items that we'll go back and take a look like next month to see where if we're tracking appropriately, and then you'll see an increase either on the revenue side or a decrease on the credit card processing side, depending on how we're tracking for that year.
It should be a wash.
It's supposed to be a wash, but we've never really had it as a wash, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, very good. Finance.
All right, so we're going to move on to finance. Again, this is the summary portion. I'm going to get down to the very detail. We did have a slight increase on finance. It's just the cost of doing business went up slightly. We do have a new employee over there, and so there were some items that she needed to purchase for next year that we just didn't have because Vicki was with us for so long. She had her own stuff. And then operating supplies went up about $1,800. They're just day-to-day things that happen in the finance department that went up slightly. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I would like to see, not for supplies, but a further breakdown of the personnel costs, because obviously that's getting pretty bloated. And
the reason for the personnel cost is because you're paying for two finance directors.
Understand.
And so I have I put in an extra, and it's just an estimation. I have an extra 50,000.
Yeah.
50,000.
Actually, if you look at the spreadsheet we sent you, and you go all the way to the end where it says salary, then salary allocation.
Oh, it has it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's right there, and it'll show you exactly what's there.
And so we budgeted to keep Vicki for next year, and so I'm thinking I put in an additional 50,000 for Miss Wallace to continue to help train Carol and help the finance department for next year.
So aside from Vicki and 2 FTEs, is there any other allocations?
Oh, I put in the $70,000 purchasing agent. You'll see that as we move on to the slides.
That's now included.
That's included in that one. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes. And so when we get to that slide, and y'all can choose not to fund that personnel. That is the only personnel addition that I have included in this budget for next year. I didn't increase fire. I didn't increase believe me, everybody's asking for personnel. Library has showed me numbers on being able to add another full-time body. I agree with the library. I think that they probably do deserve, but I also believe that we should wait for the utilization study to see what that kind of equates to before I make the recommendation on adding people. But because I'm really bringing back all of our RFPs and contracts, as we've got like 2 on for this evening, we really need somebody to kind of manage all those contracts again because they've just kind of followed to the wayside. So I really need somebody somebody to like manage all of those RFPs and when they come up, the call for bids, the timelines on posting, each of those contracts, because most of the contracts come from Melinda's office and she's going crazy doing it all herself. And I'm having her go out for engineering services and using some of her other contractors because we haven't in a while. And so I just think we really need to take a look at adding a purchasing agent
So the
back.
purchasing agent would handle all of that, and right now it's each department head
Correct.
handles
Each of their
RFP?
own contracts.
Okay.
And things, because we've had a lot of turnover, contracts have fallen to the wayside, or people haven't updated their contracts, or there was like indefinite contract clauses in some things, and so we haven't brought, and so I've just kind of been going through a sweep. So you're going to see the health and building inspection tonight. We had the towing contract that, again, I didn't have to bring out, but we did. The engineer, you'll see that. That's another large portion of your budget and how funds are spent. We did the city attorney last year. And so all of the big RFPs and projects that you'll see upcoming is y'all are going to see, I need help managing some of those. If y'all want to continue to go out for RFPs.
All right, thank you.
Finance, contractual. Here you'll see that we went up slightly on fair appraisal. District dues just went up. Now you'll see as utilities, it was 0 for FY 2024. What Kevin had done was move all the utilities and water under one umbrella, which it wasn't necessarily wrong, but he allocated it not necessarily right. And so we're finding that we're running a little short in that area. And so I'm not quite sure when he moved it over if he took all the money from each of the individual departments and moved it over, or if he just guessed at the lump sum and put it. I don't know how he came up with that number because none of the numbers we added up. So I need to put it back to where it was so I can get a feel for it and take a look at those numbers, because again, what he put in Encode wasn't what he it didn't match what we got presented to council on those utility fees. So I'm putting them back in each of the budget. But if you went back to your budget in FY 2022, you had utilities when Vicki was here under the finance department, their portion of the utilities. And so this tracks along with that.
So how do you figure that? Because they don't have their own meter, the finance, right?
No, you
So
split it just among the
split it
department. Yes.
Okay, you take a total and
percentage,
then-
correct.
And that was their share?
That's
Okay.
their share. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so manager council fund. Again, here you'll see like flags. We're not getting rid of the flags. It just got moved to the Public Works Department. You'll see the computers got reduced here, but they're added to the IT budget. The volunteer appreciation dinner got moved to the special events budget. So they're cut from
Right.
here, but they're moved to a different budget.
Well, then also liability insurance, that was another
So
change.
liability insurance is your TML insurance.
But it was under personal services, and now it's down to contractual, right?
Right.
Was that a change from last year to this year?
No.
No.
No, I don't know. Where are you at, Mayor?
Mayor and council, up at the top, it says liability insurance. You took it out and you put it down below.
Yes, because that's where it used to be. I'm just trying to put things back to
Yeah,
where it
okay,
used to be.
that's
And so if
all
you
I
go
wanted
back
to
and
know.
look at your 2023,
Uh-huh.
2, your 2022 when Vicki was here, it was there.
Okay, that's right.
And we are seeing some increases in the cost for insurance. And we got those rates in, and it looks like we're fine on the TML insurance side of things. I'm sorry, I kind of went through that kind of quickly. Does anybody have any questions on the manager council?
Oh, you had a town hall facilitator.
Oh, so y'all used to use,
Yeah,
so
so-
that may be something you want to cut. Y'all haven't used a facilitator in the last 2 years, but that may be something you want to bring back. I didn't know.
Okay.
And so if the council doesn't want that, we can cut the $850 from there. But we kept it in there because I didn't know if y'all wanted to bring back a facilitator or not.
And is the municipal prosecutor from the same law firm that Nicole
Yes.
is? Okay, I just wanted to
It's
be
he's
sure.
it's a different person. It's not
Okay,
Nicole.
No,
but-
exactly. I just wanted, yeah, all right, thank you. Yes,
Could I ask
Mr.
you about the
Campos.
salaries? Who's included in the 400?
So if you take a look at your place, I put the splits for you. And so if you want to take a look at the manager council, you can see that it's me, Sandra, your HR director, Lisa, and Angela are paid out of your manager council budget.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then for the capital, for the council manager side is 15,000 for a server. And again, if you remember the capital, I had the projections. We try to replace a server every year. We have roughly 7 servers. Where's Daniel? About 7 servers. So we just go every year to try to replace them. So we don't have to replace them. One year we had to replace like 3 all at one time. And so we try really hard to buy the one that we need, that needs the best. But Daniel's been doing a pretty good job of like taking a look at servers and getting good deals on them. So we don't normally spend all 15,000 if we could so help it. This is new for some of y'all, is the information technology budget. I was trying to get a feel for how much we spend in IT, and so we kind of did its own little budget here. Again, if you take a look at your supplies, your total supplies, let me go to this one. A lot of these you'll see as increases because it's kind of the first time we've really had them there. Daniel's projecting just miscellaneous. People go to Daniel when their keyboard breaks, or when Little Think mouses go out, and it's just easier for him to just go run to Best Buy and grab those things to get people back up and running. He doesn't have a laptop. He desperately needs one.
Yes. Dr. Caldera, back on the information technology first page, under contractual services, it's estimated 181,225 to 236,047.
Yes.
Is that for tech lead?
Yes. So we moved. So if you go to this slide here, which is your breakdown,
Right.
you'll see the difference. So we're adding Microsoft Office 365 G5 license, and so it's actually a split between G5 and G3, and it's coming out to about 72,000 a year. This was originally brought forth by Councilor Hefner. He wanted to see us move to Microsoft Office 365. As part of this Microsoft Office 365 plan, you'll see that coming to y'all in the future too, is the RFP for the phone system. As part of this, we can take a look at possibly adding the phone system at no cost, so you might save on the phone system side of things, your utility for your phone, if we can add it to this programming here, this section here. But we're going to be going out for RFPs on the phone system shortly. Yes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
What is the recurring amount for Office 365?
So it'll be roughly, it's going to continue to stay about that amount. Yes. So we got the business government. I forgot, I think it was like 40 people on G5 at 38 per person per month. And then 45, I think.
And how does it compare to what we had before?
So what we have now, Councilor Hefner was, his idea was that we could use Teams and shared folders and be more efficient that way. And they had moved a lot of his government contract. That was a lot, like early on when he came on. And so we were moving towards that. Y'all haven't funded this in the past because it is pricey. It's just a matter of, efficiency. Most government agencies have moved to Microsoft Office 365 and shared folders. Some of us are on older systems, 2007. I mean, people are, don't want to update their Microsoft Office because they don't want their icons to move on their screen. And so we're out of date in some of the areas. And so this was supposed to be a revamp of getting everybody on a shared file system, lowering the amount we keep on the iDrive and what we have to retain on the server because it's held here. That was the biggest thing, was like having the shareable docs. Again, we've worked without Microsoft Office 365 forever. It's not something that you couldn't live without, but it was definitely, from Daniel's perspective, it increases security, it increases safety. So there's some benefits on that side. And so it is his recommendation that we move forward with that. What was the price on the
G5 is 54.
Oh, 54.
E3 is the 33.
And
33.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens. I had a question too. Go ahead.
So, okay, so, and obviously Rackspace had its issues, so
sure.
That's definitely understandable. I'm just curious, can that be negotiated?
No, that is their price.
That's their price to whether you have 5,000 employees or
Correct.
100. Okay.
This is the Microsoft price that we're getting through a supplier. They don't charge extra. And in fact, they've negotiated it down for us.
So do we pay the supplier or do we pay Microsoft?
It ultimately pays Microsoft. They are buying it and passing it on to us 100%.
So every year we cut the check to Microsoft,
No, it would be to our supplier, they pay Microsoft.
and they're the only supplier of that?
No, we got quotes from Tech Lead. Who is this guy?
Because I would imagine they take a commission.
Microwage. Yeah, we got a couple of quotes. Tech Lead was a little bit higher than Microwage. I just needed to get a number in the budget, but we would certainly go out to
Okay.
our
I
public.
don't want to pick that apart, but we should consider if there's an intermediary, they're taking a cut, there's usually competition between them.
And does this include training for our staff?
He is the trainer. He has
You're
a
the trainer.
certification.
Okay.
He
All
has
right.
a Microsoft Office 365
Okay.
certification.
Very good. Thank you.
Now, what is the price
Mr.
per
Martinez.
license for
The price per license on the G5 is $54, and we're going to blend in a lower tier with the G3, which is $33.77 per license.
does that include Teams?
Yes,
Yes.
they include Teams. It includes Teams, it includes the phone system
And-
component. It also it includes more space, online storage, more cloud storage, better access to security tools, things like that would help us with Freedom of Information Act requests. We can get the information faster.
And how many employees on each one, on G5, on 5 and 3?
On 545 and 105. We're adding a few extra licenses for growth. And, you know, if somebody comes in, we need a temporary license, they're flexible. You can move them up and down as you need them.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you had some questions, Mayor, on She, Know Before Me, all of those. The She is the surveillance cameras we have at Public Works and at the library. We had some break-ins at the Public Works yard. We had 3 in a row. And so we needed to add some security systems per our insurer's recommendation. And so we added Verkada cameras there and at the library. Know Before Me is our phishing training session that we have to do for, as required by cybersecurity awareness training. So we do that. GoGov is your app that you have now that functions as you're on it. Your Meraki's and Cisco. Rave 911 is your when we're able to do the robocalls and send out mass texts. Archive Social is required because we're required any social media posting is required for records retention schedules.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing that can possibly be taken out of here is the .gov. We now get that for free, so that will be taken out.
The $400.
That $400,
Okay.
yeah. And then he added just some library computers, fire department computers, and there's that council manager computers that we took out of that budget. We put it over here, so you kind of see them there. And then he will be going to his training session, his annual conference. So we estimated about $3,000 for that.
Okay.
Yes, we'll take out the .gov. All right, moving on to police. You can see we didn't really have too many increases here. We did increase fuel by $3,000. The flares went up. Patrol vehicle, light access, traffic stuff kind of went up slightly for a total increase in your police supplies by $4,500. On here, the most notable thing on here is your City of San Antonio radio airtime. I moved that to your red light camera. So you'll see that in your red light camera. So it's moved from here into your red light camera fund. Animal boarding has gone up significantly. We did meet with Bexar County today, and we're working out a long-term agreement with them. We'll be bringing back an ILA to y'all in the future, but it won't be for a little while, and so we have to continue to pay these increased costs. And we use various facilities to board our animals, and they're basically boarding them because we can't get anybody to euthanize healthy animals. And so when we take pits, nobody wants to take pits, and so we end up keeping them for a lot longer than we intended. Again, we moved utilities back into the police department, so you'll see that that's an increase there. Again, it's just putting it back to where it was before. Repairs and maintenance external did go up about 6,000. Cost of repairing some of these vehicles has just gone up. We're asking for 2 vehicles here. The 6,000 is taking into account that you are replacing 2 of those vehicles. And so if you don't replace those 2 vehicles, we would have to increase our repairs and maintenance external. Again, here are the 2 vehicles. We're asking for 1 for patrol and 1 for detective for 130,000 in new capital.
On page 48, just under the police personnel, they had standby. What is standby?
Standby pay is your detectives, investigators that have to come in when you have a murder.
Okay.
In your traffic, you'll also see standby pay over there. You have people that get called in for like complicated accidents or on Bandera Road.
Okay.
They're specialized in those, and
Okay.
so they're on standby.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your impound lot. Take a look at your impound lot. This is just 1 impound lot personnel. There was an increase here in your personnel services. That employee has been with the city for over 36 years, and so he just has a higher salary for being here for so long.
Okay.
If you take a look at your impound lot services, again, we didn't really go up anywhere. We increased the batteries line item, but also decreased the key tag, so it kind of was a wash. Contractual services just went up slightly by $500. Fire department, and go to the breakdown here. We removed the 6 computers and we put them under IT. Vehicle fuel went up for him at $7,000. Small equipment replacement has just gone up for little things that go out. Fighting foam went up. Bunker gear has increased. Station equipment and repairs and replacement have gone up slightly. Firefighting tools and equipment just went up a little bit. Vehicle for repairs that are done internal. Your fire chief and your assistant fire chief try to fix things in-house, or at Public Works with Candy. I think, Mayor, you asked me what PPE was?
Well, no, I know what that is, but and I see it's appropriate here. I think it was in
Public Works.
Public Works. Why are they still doing PPE?
You're thinking PPE because of COVID.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
their personal protection is their goggles, their gloves,
Oh,
their
okay.
their masks.
Never mind,
Today
yeah.
we had somebody weed eating, and he weed eated dog poop, and it went everywhere, all on him. Had he not been wearing his goggles and his mask, he would have gotten in his eyes and his
Okay.
face, and we would have had to do a washout, and I would have had to send him to Texas Med. It would have been a mess.
It's
So that's why
amazing, amazing how we think PPE is
is
COVID. Yeah,
It's not.
so thank
Yes.
you.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
At least I did.
On your contractual side for fire, the biggest things here is Lexi Pool. Y'all have cut this from the budget the last 3 years. This is a software program that assists the fire department in keeping up with the current policies and procedures. Chief Naughton feels like he doesn't have enough administrative staff to be able to maintain all of those policies and procedures and keep them up to date, and the software system assists with that. And so he's included those in the budget for next year. It costs $22,000 for the initial boarding, and the ongoing cost would run about $10,000 a year if that's something y'all want to choose to keep in the fire department budget. Fire and EMS RMS is your firehouse when they log in and to be able to, when they do call runs. It used to be covered under Bexar County STRAC. It is no longer being covered under there, and so we have to foot the bill for our portion. Yes.
Regarding Lexi Pool.
Lexi Pool?
So that's recurring, right? How much?
That would be recurring as $10,375.
Okay.
So
Can
the
we just be
initial-
sent an email about what that is and why
Yeah,
it's important?
Sure. I mean, again, it's about policies and procedures and keeping them up to date. The chief could probably give a better explanation of what Lexi Pool is.
Here it comes.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
And-
why I have all the
mean,
staff
and
here this
email is okay too. Just
Yeah, thank you for that. Good evening, Chief. Can you give us an explanation of the Lexi Poll policies and procedures?
Lexapool is a service
Lexapool.
that provides policies, written policies that are vetted by lawyers, best practice, all of that for the fire department. They do police departments as well, but they do custom written policies, and that would help us get to the Texas best practice certificate award, whatever it is. But as policies change, as the legislature changes requirements for us, they provide updated policies that have been vetted.
Okay.
So
Mr.
it's,
Stevens,
it's,
go
so
ahead.
it's just for fire or for EMS too?
Fire and EMS.
Okay.
And that's operating policies, personnel policies, not surpassing city policy, but internal things, but they are vetted
And how often do they change?
monthly. They provide training. If a new mandate comes out that we have to have a policy for, or we identify an issue, they prepare and write a policy, a suggested policy to send to us that's been through legal and that. They do the training. These policies are available via the web, so our guys will have a policy manual in their pocket on their phone 24/7.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand, like in the real world, like, so they're at a crash scene and they're going to pull out their computer and.
They're not going to do that at a crash scene. This is for policies. If they have a question, how does X work? How do we report an injury? How do we apply for a promotion or apply for something? All this is in there, and it's kept current.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So that's his request, and so again, y'all have seen it before in the budget in the past.
Dr. Cardella, just
Yes.
really quick, I'm sorry. On the fire and EMS, RMS, you said that STRAC is no longer doing that. Is STRAC funded by the county or?
Bear County.
And so we don't fall under that jurisdiction?
We do fall under the county's jurisdiction. They're just not funding it. They weren't, it was, I guess they could receive some grant funds to be able to fund the EMS services around. They've run out of money, and so now it's our responsibility to pay for it.
So does San Antonio have to pay as well?
Yes.
And all Bell County sites and all that?
Everybody.
Wow.
Okay.
That's based per run.
I'm sorry. Hang on just a second.
That is our reporting system for fire and EMS, and the fire side was given to us, and we paid for the EMS side. And now it's all in one, and it's no longer being funded through the county and STRAC.
Okay.
It was a joint venture. So we pay a flat rate per year to be in the system, and we pay per run along with everybody that's using it, which is
Everybody, right?
everybody, including the city of San Antonio.
All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens has another
So
follow-up.
I'm just about that. So is this the software that's used for the incident report forms?
Yes.
Okay.
This is EPCR.
Okay.
Be used to seeing them. The tablets the guys write on, this is the report system that it goes through for the region. Hospitals connected to it, the medical examiners connected to it, the helicopters. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have a clue who's out there in our region that's not using it. And we even take in some people from Austin. I believe there's 50 people currently on our existing system that are moving to this. And like I said, it's a flat rate plus $3 a run.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. And then here's your capital's coming up.
And then these are the capital, the kitchen Benahood, the UTV, covered parking. And then just a side note, I meant to put on here, the 330 is for the ambulances from your ARPA funds.
So we are going to get the kitchen hood for the fire department, right?
Well, that's up to y'all. I mean, again, y'all have to tell me what y'all want to
Well,
prioritize.
You want that,
I would
don't you?
sure hate for our fire department to burn up.
Yeah, to me, the kitchen hood is a must in the budget.
Okay. So noted.
Well, and that's two people's input. Okay. Go ahead.
Public Works Department. Here are the supplies. It's just kind of easier. This one is, I know a lot of y'all had a lot of questions for some of the large increases, and we'll kind of go through those a little bit. But 3 computers, it was taken out because it got moved to IT. You'll see the personal protection equipment, again, that's goggles, gloves, everything just kind of went up in that category for this year. You'll see some small increases. The cleaning sanitation supplies, the reason this one went up is because now you have a janitor that's in-house. So Melinda's having to purchase all those cleaning equipment for her to be able to clean City Hall. And then before, they were only cleaning so many times a week. She's cleaning every day, everywhere. So we are going to.
And is she under the Public Works
Yes, ma'am.
umbrella?
Yes,
Okay.
We just had like supplies for lawnmower and trimmer. I mean, we're averaging right now in the summer one spool of weed eating. You know, the wire that's on the weed eating, they're about $75 a spool, and we're averaging one. You know, quite frequently because of the rain, we're having to go out and weed eat more, and we're going through them fairly quickly. So that's gone up. There are the flags that we're taking out of the council manager budget. They're put here. There was an increase in our de-icing supplies for next year. Trying to think of what else was on this one. That was speed hump assemblies. They've just gone up in price.
On the page before, the repairs and maintenance went from 50,000 to 100,000.
So that's on the you're jumping ahead.
Oh, I am? Okay, I guess I got my pages.
You're jumping ahead.
My
Okay.
59
Public
and then
Works.
60.
I printed it earlier also.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is 59 and then 60. Yeah, okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
so Public Works contractual, here's your repairs and
Okay.
maintenance on here. This is a breakdown. So it went up 50,000. So what we saw last year, if you take a look where we're tracking right now in Public Works, it's gone up. So this past year alone, we had the fire department AC go out, the fire department bay doors go out. We had the whole side of the police department needed to be reconstructed. You can see from inside, outside. So Melinda eats those costs in your repairs and maintenance. She's the one that handles anytime anything goes wrong in the buildings. And so she was she's hitting that $50,000 mark. Again, this is something, it's an unknown. So if y'all do want to reduce that amount, you can certainly reduce that amount. We can we can come back for budget adjustments. But that's just something to consider, you know, that money is there, but she is hitting it.
So the issue with the foundation in this building would be under Melinda's?
Correct. She
Okay.
handles all the buildings because her building maintenance falls under her. So anytime anything goes wrong, she's the one that has to go get the quotes. She's the one that has to go make sure that if we have to come to y'all for a budget adjustment or an RFP, she's the one that does that for any city building or facility.
Okay. And then
So I don't know if y'all remember, but that used to fall under Sandra. Sandra used to, but then it would still get kicked to Melinda anyway, because she would have to go out for the actual RFP for contract. Like if the police department with the foundation, Melinda had to call the engineer out. She had to pay for the engineer to make sure that the foundation wasn't failing in the police department like we thought it was. So she had to pay for all of those. And so it's up to y'all. Y'all could, this is one of the items, again, this is your wish list. Go ahead, Melinda. Melinda's trying to save her.
I was just going to say, it was just such a big increase.
Wait a minute. No, this next year, I know there's some that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to repaint 3 buildings, and I also need to fix the fire department's restroom floors, and those are epoxy-coated floors.
Okay.
And so that's the big push for this, along with, I don't know if you felt the air conditioning in the other room tonight, but it was pretty much non-existent.
Right.
So that's the
Right.
kind of thing.
All right. And what about the engineering cost? It went up 20,000. Is that because of the rate, or is that because of the number of jobs they have to do? I don't know.
It's the number of jobs. We're calling them all the time now to go stake something, to go survey something, to go take a look. There's a drain on Canterfield that just fell over. Need to take a look at that. I mean, there's just a lot of little engineering projects.
So not their rates, but just we need them more. Okay, thank
And
you.
again, we'll be going out for RFPs for engineering costs this coming year. Actually, probably by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Mr.
with
Martinez.
the building maintenance, if we can do that in-house, it'd be a lot cheaper than contracting it out. So,
Talking
you know,
about no building
the-
maintenance is anything that we use to maintain air filters for the buildings.
That's
We
it.
do that all in-house. That's the cost to do it in-house.
Right. I'm just saying, if we were to
use-
farm that out, it would double.
Yes, the building maintenance, if we were to contract that out, like to clean the coils to the air condition, to replace the air filters, to come in and replace light bulbs or, you know, internal flags or whatever goes on, something gets loose, broken, you know, whatever we have that come up, that's building maintenance. Yes, sir.
So this engineering, I'm going to be very critical of engineering this
Sure.
whole budget. But this engineering, what does it cover that is not covered by another element of the budget, such as a project or stormwater, or, something along those lines?
we-
Like, why, because I'm assuming this engineering is allocated to other things that are not a project. It's not a stormwater.
Sure. So I can give you a quick example. So I got a call last week from our attorney's office because we're being sued by Ron Ray that one of the poles on his property is on his easement. We had to call our engineers to come out and survey that property and provide the legal documentation to the attorneys to be able to submit for court. That's those kind of services. We get questions from residents saying this person's, the drainage ditch is coming, city drainage is coming on our property, or it fell over. We have to call the engineers to come out. So it's those miscellaneous, I don't know if you want to add anything else more.
So we've spent 80,000, or we're going to spend over 80,000 this year?
It depends on how much y'all asked me to do. Last year it was do a traffic study here, get a traffic warrant study there.
I see.
Come up with the school zone on Eber Road. It's all those little projects. Anytime you ask, we have to have those done. And so, your traffic warrant study can be $5,000. It could be $3,000.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll just say my concern, because it's going to pertain to other parts of the budget. But my concern is that engineering sees a budget and then they tell you that's what it's going to cost. Like they see our budget, that we've allocated this amount of dollars, and so they'll charge accordingly to how much is budgeted, because they know it's already sitting there. It's especially pertinent to the other elements of our, especially the parks trails. But that's what I'm kind of worried about, that if we just have the money always sitting there, then they're going to start charging more when you need to do a speed hump survey, that they're going to start charging 20% more when you
That's
need to do
part of the
another.
agreement. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have an agreement with a set fees. And so you can hire them by the scope and fee, or you can do it by the hour. And so there are set charges for each of the types of engineering personnel that there are. You can have an engineer in training, you can have the big dogs do it,
right.
and each one of those fee is different. What I'll do is get you the contract that we have right now that shows
Okay,
you their
cool.
fee schedule.
That's good.
They don't look at our budget like that. When I say, how much would you charge me for a traffic warrant study, there's a certain amount.
Okay, that's good. And how often does that contract get renewed?
We haven't. That's what we're bringing back to y'all.
We brought it before y'all a year and a half ago because they changed from LNV to Ardura, remember?
Yeah.
Right,
Everyone
I kind of remember.
signed that new
Right.
contract, and y'all had asked me to go ahead and go out for RFPs. So we're already advertising them. We expect to get them June the 30th, and then once we've gone
Go
through the
through
whole
the-
procedure, we'll bring it back to y'all to make a decision.
Do you know off the top of your head how much of our whole budget that we're being presented tonight is engineering?
I do not.
Do you think it's over $1 million?
Oh, no, way below that.
Over $500,000?
No.
I think it's over $500,000.
I think it'd be right in that ballpark.
Okay.
Because I'm not the only one that uses
Yeah,
them. It's also
right.
planning and zoning. They use them for the plating,
Right.
and for building permits and that kind of stuff.
Okay, cool.
But we can add that up and get y'all that number if y'all like.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got off track here.
Public Works Capital.
Capital.
Yeah.
So again, you have the truck with the boom, crack seal trailer. No, you cannot purchase the crack seal trailer from your street maintenance. It can only be used for the actual street maintenance, not equipment. Sidewalks at $25,000, a Bruce boom at $50,000, and a 2-seater ATV. Here's planning and zoning. These are the supplies for planning and zoning. And so, as you can see, there wasn't a really big increase here. If you move on to your contractual, you'll see an increase in engineering services. The portion on this engineering services in your building fire plan review inspections is because we started to anticipate those subdivisions and stuff coming in. And we've also spent a lot on Vista Del Rey and all of the apartments that are coming in, and we have to send them out sometimes ahead of time before the apartments pay their inspection fees. And we'll be bringing back to y'all a rate change ordinance after y'all take a look at your building and health RFPs this evening. And then Mindy will be bringing back to you possible fee changes in the ordinance for building inspection. So it'll be a wash. It should be a wash in your budget.
Yeah, there's 65,000 in engineering right there.
Correct.
Mr. Stevens, in
Yeah,
in
yeah,
planning
we're
and
already over
zoning?
half, I mean, when you add in the trails, it's over $500,000.
Okay.
And then a comprehensive master plan, again, we put it in this budget. Sometimes y'all, the last 2 budgets or 3 budgets, y'all have decided not to fund. This would be the comprehensive master plan if we got a university to do it.
I was gonna say, that's cheap.
Not an engineering company. This would be if we got like UTSA or Texas A&M to do the comprehensive master plan.
Okay.
Utilities, we just had to shift them back over.
Mm-hmm.
And then we move on to economic development. Mayor, you had a question on the operating and office supplies under the summary portion.
Mm-hmm.
You saw office supplies went from 650 to 10,000,
Mhm,
and then your
right.
operating went from 12. But if you look at your operating went from 12 to 950. They're flip-flopped by
Oh.
accident on this page.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And so if
Okay.
you actually go to the Excel spreadsheet, the office supplies is only, office supplies is only 950, and your operating supplies is 1145. So they're just flipped on your summary page.
Okay.
Um,
And then the total.
And then this is the total for your contractual services. We have already canceled local intel and Size Up, but y'all entered into a 2-year agreement with them. So 3-year agreement with them. And so we have to pay for next year and then we'll be done. But we've already sent them a letter of cancellation. That was one of the first things Roque did when he got here. And then we want to continue to participate in ZAC tax and some of these other items. Retail coach, we do have 10,000 in there. I know some of y'all may be familiar with the retail coach. We want to update our psychographical report to be able to do handouts and stuff. And they just do them really nice and get us some additional information on our area market, that kind of thing. They would really, you don't have to pay for that next year. You can wait till you get rid of local intel or Size Up. But Retail Coach, if some of y'all remember them, they did a pretty good job on some of that stuff. And so we're not looking for them to recruit for us or retain businesses for us. They're just helping us with putting together some data. Engineering, Vicki just added it up at 310,000.
Now, that doesn't include what might be in the hike and bike, because I can't identify that. It's what I can identify separately.
Oh, okay. The hike and bike is like
Okay.
300 and something.
And
If not, it's
Did
included
you-
with the other.
did you have another question
I
on
did.
economic development contractual?
I had so when you say that it's very frustrating that local intel and Size Up we're paying for, obviously this is prior to Roque being here, but we're like essentially throwing money down the drain because we agreed to a 3-year contract. I don't think I didn't know it was a 3-year contract when we first budgeted that. So
So originally, again, he came and presented it to y'all. I don't
for
even.
just an annual amount.
No,
I think it would be good. So like
One
retail
of them
coach,
was
for
with-
example.
One of them was an annual amount, which was
Roque, if you'll come to the mic, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
So one of them was an annual contract, which was the $3,500 one, which is the local intel. That's why it's at 35. He then went back in 2021 and did a 3-year contract, and that's when it went up to $7,100 a year.
Oh, no.
So currently, we're utilizing local intel in a better graphic format in our website. It looks a lot cleaner than what it was before. We worked very well with them. Size Up, we're having some issues with them. We're having some glitches with our website and things like that. So we've already issued the notices in January to cancel the contracts just because it's about $11,000. We may come back to reconsider if needed, but as of right now, we've essentially given notice of termination at the end of the contract.
And so we have 2 years left.
We have 1 year. We have local intel until August of 2024, and we have Sized Up until December of 2024. So we have a couple of times left here. Yeah.
Okay, so they'll cut out in the middle of next budget, kind of. Okay, and then as far as retail coach, so retail coach is not a subscription?
No.
It's an economic study essentially. We budgeted that because we haven't. And we don't have to necessarily use retail coach. There's other economic studies that we do, but it's just something that a price that I got. It could be lower than that. If they have extended services, that could be higher. We didn't go the full recruitment process, as Dr. Caldera said. We really want to see an economic study. We haven't had an economic study done here since 2016, and the last time we actually did one was in the comprehensive master plan from 2018. So when we go out and I go out and talk to developers, they want to see the market of what we're at, our demographics, in a I don't know what it's called, it's a certain term.
It's called psychographics.
Psychographics, and we don't have it. And they do it, so we can get a better area of
Right,
that.
and so those other three contractual, Greater SATX, CRM, ZAC, none of those are contractual, is it month to month?
They're all 1-year contracts. So the Greater SAT is a local organization that gives us leads. It's a partnership throughout the San Antonio area. We're trying that one out for a first year, see how that works out. We have received some good leads from them. Every single time we get a possible lead, I run it through Dr. Caldera, and just kind of see how it goes. And then other things, the CRM system, it's very difficult for me to kind of keep up with just paper and pencil, so there's no CRM system. Again, this is just an estimate of how we can present things to y'all. We can probably look for something a little cheaper. And then the ZAC tax, that is non-negotiable as far as the price. That is their product. It really gives us a detail of what we're doing and what the individual businesses are paying. Without that, we would have to go to the state. From my understanding, the state is taking a very long time. And they just have a really nice interface to use. I've been using it in my previous role in Waco for many, many years, and it's very good detail. So again, they're all 1-year contracts. Nothing is more than 3 years. Nothing is more than a year.
Cool. Good.
Okay. And then
After I heard the contract, I was like, how long was it? I was like, oh, you're kidding me. And so, because as soon as he got here, I was like, cancel the contracts. And so, again, it's one of those things that, was brought forth, as a recommendation from the committee, and they really wanted us to try these things. And the committee, and the Northwest Chamber came to present. And from the beginning, it wasn't something I was in favor of. It's kind of one of those things, but at the time y'all adopted it, y'all had a different city manager, so.
Okay. Dr. Caldera, and I'll ask my colleague also to weigh in, but ED project funding went up?
Oh, yeah, so what Vicki did, and again, and you'll see this on the street maintenance side, it's a preference thing. Whatever was left over, we put in project funding. You don't have to do that. You can budget 65 and then put the rest in reserve if that's something you want to do. But we just, as we're trying to move forward to bring y'all projects, we still have to bring them to y'all to approve. We can't just approve the projects. Just because it's budgeted doesn't mean I can approve the project. They still have to come to y'all. And so it was just for us to be able to continue to bring those projects to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I like that we have more money for people to
right.
improve
And
their
so again, you adopted like a demo policy. Let's say if we got a building that wanted to be demoed, the money would be there. We would still, again, per that policy, we would still have to bring that project forth to you.
All right, Mr. Campos.
Crystal, I had a question. When you go into a subscription type contract, there is no early out provision if council does not appropriate money for it?
If you don't have the money to appropriate for it. So if you don't have, like say you got rid of your sales tax or your sales tax just wasn't coming in, then you can get out of it. Is the way I read that section. I can send it to the attorney and ask her opinion.
Or do you want to see those two contracts?
Yeah, because if we don't have the money for it, I mean, we can allocate it to other items and saying we don't have enough money for this.
Right, but you would have to eat up all of your money to show that you don't have any money for it. I mean, you could throw it all under, I mean, there's a way to do it. You could throw it all under project funding, not use it all for all project funding, and then say you don't have enough money for it. So there's a way to do it. It's just, it's just a preference thing. But like Roca did say, I would kind of encourage you. He did do a lot of work with local intel that I think the previous economic development director didn't really spend the time to work with that organization. And so if you go and look at the economic development page right now, for at least local intel, it looks a lot better than it did before. And he kind of pushes it a little bit when he's out and about.
Okay. All right. Special events.
But I will send you those agreements. Send.
Page 69. I had a question on special event. Whose personnel?
Look at the spreadsheet I just put in front of your place.
Okay.
If you go.
That's right.
That's right. I'm sorry. It's overtime. This one's overtime.
Oh, this is overtime.
For 4th of July, Jazz Fest.
Oh, okay. So that's the personnel services.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Size up.
And then the 4th of July will go from 80 to 99,
So-
200?
So again, it's like 129, I think total. So we have 80 to 99, 200. Then we also budgeted in
30.
the Economic Development Fund 30. Again, you're just growing, your event's growing. So it just depends on how big you want to grow. We had to allocate an additional 5,000 for additional security. Again, you'll see it under the 4th of July presentation as we're kind of moving through it. But we are doing really good with the small business sponsorship. We're getting a lot of good sponsorship this year. So it may offset it. But that event is it's a costly event. I mean, so you're averaging about 100 to 129,000 for that event. But you do offset it. So sometimes if you end up with a lot of sponsorship like we're seeing here, then you may not spend all that money. Where it's not in the goal to continue to spend that money. It's whatever y'all approve as part of if we hear from y'all want more food trucks, or you want, a different band, or you want something, Spasmatics alone is, over 10,000. You got fireworks in there, so.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
There's your volunteer appreciation dinner got moved over here.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Back on the
Mr. Bradshaw.
special events.
Yes.
The concert in the park, is that the Jazz Fest?
Yes, that's the Jazz
I just
Fest.
wanted to make sure that that's
Sorry.
what it was.
It's over here, I think, as a Jazz Fest. Yeah, it's over here, Concerts Jazz Fest.
Okay, thank you.
Here's the parks budget. Excuse me. So you can take a look at the parks budget. The biggest one here is just the tennis courts need to be redone. They're done with patchwork. There was some conversation about doing pickleball, converting one to pickleball. You have some other undefined materials and supplies. Those are just the little things that come up that we're kind of tracking on the high end this year. Things are just needing to be replaced. And then the basketball court repainting. Your parks contractual, here's another $7,000 for engineering services. And I want to say that has to do with the dog park? No?
No, this would be for any other kind of miscellaneous engineering service that we might need. I put 15,000 into each of the departments, Public Works, Parks, Water, Sewer, Stormwater. You'll see I put 15,000 in engineering every year. We don't use it normally, it goes back in. But we do have instances where we have to go, hey, can you come out here and mark this for us, or we need this staked. One of the cases I can give you as an example is there's a property at 6908 Poss Road, which backs up to the Heener Onion Natural Area, and I had to get the engineer out to stake that property because he was parking his personal items on our park. And so I would take that money out of park because that's what it was affecting.
Okay. And I see that you've added the pool repair replastering for both pools.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, Councilor Stevens.
The courts, sorry, I just lost it. The basketball court, tennis court, basketball court, that's at Rimkus. Yeah, so I'll just express my concern. I don't know if I don't necessarily need a response, but I've been told by citizens that live very close to there that the skateboarders are frequently on both of those and that they'll likely destroy it as soon as we make it nice. Like that they're going to go skate there again because there's not another place for them to skate at that's so flat and nice.
We had one of those basketball courts repainted about 5 years ago, and it's held up very well. It's the other one that has never been repainted since I've been here that needs it.
So is this for the other one?
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Okay, and then the tennis, is there a tennis court?
Tennis court's falling apart.
So are you concerned that it might be torn up by skateboarders once it's... No? Okay.
Really not. If you look at the basketball court that we did redo, it's been a while. It's been 5 or 6 years, and that's held up beautifully.
Looks good. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
Contractual. We're on contractual.
We did that.
Again, we just moved utilities over. The pool repairs are in here, so that's why when we look at the big increase in contractual services, when you look at your general fund summary, 200,000 of that is the pool replastering of both the pools. And again, they're both leaking. We opened them again so we could service the citizens for this pool season as soon as the pool season shuts down. We did get one bid on the replastering. It came in at like like 400. It was a lot. It was way more than that. So we got some other people to come out and give us some quotes, and so we're estimating about 200,000 on that.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Krista, just a question. Was there some talk sometime about making the pools ADA compliant?
Correct. Y'all haven't done that yet. You have to redo both the pools, and so it's kind of one of those decisions of whether or not you keep investing on repairing them or you finally get them done the way they're supposed to be done. You're not compliant. These will fix some of the plumbing issues and get the pools replastered, but you're not ADA compliant in the restrooms at Forest Oaks. You're not ADA compliant at all at the community pool. I mean, you're just not. And so, they were looking at going out for a bond for it. They were looking at closing one pool and only keeping one pool was a topic of conversation, but it was an even split among the community. And so because they could make a decision, it kind of went to the wayside. We looked at maybe adding a splash pad to one instead of the other, closing one and adding a splash pad. And that seems to be well wanted in the community, but then of course the community came back and said, well, we want both pools and a splash pad. So it's kind of one of those things. But again, once you add the splash, we're really, really good. The city of Leon Valley is really, really good at making improvements and adding things like trail systems and parks and pools and all of these things. We are really, really bad at maintaining them. We don't expend the funds needed to continue to maintain or update or keep things the way they should be. And so those pools, I think, fall under those categories.
Thank you.
Your parks capital, $120,000 for a sprinkler system, $20,000 for a merry-go-round ADA, $100,000 for a dog park, and then there's a hike and bike trail sequence 1.9.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Sprinkler system, can you explain? We have never had one in the past, I'm assuming, and now we need one. It'll waste water.
The new parks that we have, the Stern-Thaler Silo Park, Old Mill, and the Ridge, we want to plant trees. And we did plant them at Old Mill and at the Silo Park, and they died because there's no water source out there, and we had drought those 2 years. The money for this would actually come out of our tree mitigation fund. And that is funded by developers when they pay tree mitigation funding, and it can only be used for those things. So you would take it out of the developer contribution and use it to put sprinkler systems and water fountains at each one of those little small parks.
Okay, so it's going to cover for all four?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that sounds good.
Is there a credit reflected in this amount since it's coming from the tree mitigation, or no?
I did not know that.
Oh, okay. We all learn stuff every day. Cool.
Yeah,
so that means that our reserve will go up another 120K.
Well, that was
I don't know that we have 120K sitting in the tree mitigation.
Yeah, that was my question. How much is in the tree mitigation fund?
One of the developers just had to pay a lot, I think.
You have a little over 200,000 in that.
200,000. Well, I know on tonight's agenda, we have another 25,000 going in from Mr. Shahadi. So, if it passes. So, okay, and 100,000 for the dog park.
100,000. Well, actually, I think the quote for the dog park came in at 150 with the parking lot, but we supplemented the Leon Valley Ranches Park. We took that out of the budget and we put the dog park there instead for the discussion at that time when I brought this back to y'all a while back. Library, you really won't see, you'll see slight increases, nothing too crazy in the library. Her biggest request is on her
capital
circulation desk.
Yeah, for capital.
I'm trying to remember what she asked for, but yes, her circulation desk area. And I will say, when I went over there and I was trying to find a space to put something down when we were over there for the chalk event. If you've been in that back room, they're stacked to the brim back there. So if you haven't made a trip to the library, Regina has a case to be made for her circulation desk. We're going to move on to the enterprise fund. The budget is balanced here. You have a revenue of about $5 million. You have operating expenses of $3 million. You transfer out for service debt of $105,000. Transfer out for personnel services of 1.4. That 1.4 is transferred into your general fund of people being split. I gave you the split percentages in front of you. And then you have 840 in capital. And again, this is just the split. You'll see kind of where the revenue sources are coming from. Sewer sales is on the higher side. On your enterprise fund for expenses and categories, you can see the majority of it is in contractual. Enterprise fund expenses by department. Again, sewer is the majority of your expenses. Water, sewer, and stormwater fund summary. You have operating revenues of $5 million, and you're spending $3 million, which leaves you a net income of 1.5. Here's kind of just the budget summary. So I don't know if y'all remember, but Kevin last year split up water into one, sewer into one, and stormwater into one, so it makes the numbers a little funky. But just know you're in the good. Your ending fund balance is $2.6 million. On the water side, you can kind of see the breakdown here. We'll get into the detail. New meters came in a little bit, increased a little bit. Just hand tools, nuts, bolts, things like that have gone up. Here's your other engineering services for the water side of things. I'm trying to think of, Mayor, you had a question on leak detection program?
Well, I had one on page 85 where it was transfers in ARPA 224-382. Is that the generator?
Where are you at?
On page 85?
I don't.
The summary. The summary. Transfers in ARPA. I thought that was for the generator, but I could be wrong. No?
The WERS box.
Oh.
That's where the rest of the money's going. Remember, we're paying the $330,000 for the ambulance. You still had, I don't know what it was remaining.
Okay, those are for. Okay, that was the balance.
That was the balance. That's where that went.
Very good.
But we did, and you just told me right now, a few minutes ago, we were just awarded that,
that
grant
contract.
from CDBG.
Right, from the county. Got word
So
today.
we do have it was a match on that grant, and so that's our. It's actually a little over $300,000 for our match on that grant. So 244 will be applied to that.
Okay, great.
Water supplies, water contractual. We went through that. Water capital, excavator trailer, $50,000. Replace water mains at 250. Water rates, and I know Councilor Stevens has questions and issues with the water rates, and so we'll be looking at bringing the water rates and impact fees to you at a later time. And then backhoe for 150. You have your sewer section. Sorry, that's Nicole. My speakers are on.
Do we have a backhoe right now?
What? Yes, we have a backhoe.
And was this just replacing it?
Yes, sir. It's older than the hills, and in fact, yesterday we couldn't get the bucket down. I thought it was we're gonna have to drive all the way through town with the bucket up.
Well, that'd be fun. And dangerous.
Here's the sewer side, so just the breakdown of the sewer. The only thing that went up was like manhole lids, PVC pipes, just the cost of doing business, inflation. As we continuously hear, it's just the cost of doing business just going up for some of these supplies. Again, there's the other portion of the engineering services. The replace the sewer mains of 250, and then the ARPA for the Warsbach project at 244. On your stormwater side, there really wasn't much changes here. Same thing on this side. We only went up on the contractual side of $2,021. And we'll move on to red light camera fees. So if you're taking a look at the red light camera, here's the budget summary. And we're going to take a look at red light camera supplies. Just the basic day-to-day supplies. We only went up slightly by $1,000. On the contractual side of things, the biggest thing we pay over here is the ATS contract for your red light cameras. We did decrease the police cleaning services because, again, we have a custodian now, in-house paid for out of Public Works Department. So that's why you'll see a decrease in your contractual services. On the traffic safety side of things, You'll see we added traffic cones. Our traffic cones are cracking and losing discoloration, so we needed to replace some of those. We needed to update some of our radar equipment. You have your Exxon body cameras is in there. There's your SA radio airtime. We were splitting it between the police and fire. It is now 100% in your traffic safety. Out of their traffic safety capital, we're asking for a command vehicle. That's actually a fire department command vehicle, but because they respond to all the traffic. Police. Sorry, it's police command vehicle that the police department the fire department helps utilize during traffic safety issues. Jaws of Life, in-car camera system needs to be updated. 2 patrol vehicles and the school zone motherboard on the light that's out there that does the thing is burnt out, and so we need to replace it. It's about $20,000. American Rescue Plan, you'll also see a budget adjustment for that today. You'll be buying the ambulance and the WARS box sewer main. The fire truck, or both the fire trucks, were purchased out of this fiscal year.
So, excuse me, Doctor.
Sure.
After this year's budget,
you'll be done.
We will be done. So, is there possible to just do a complete summary of how we spent the $3 million over the last 3 or 4 years?
Sure.
Okay. Because it went over several budget cycles. Did it not?
Well, no, not really, but I'll get you the summary. Remember, because Kevin didn't, he's put 0, we didn't allocate, that's why it went to, so it's technically over 2 budget cycles. But
okay.
We got it allocated, all the money's spent, and it went to good use, so.
Okay.
We're going to move on to the Crime Control Prevention District. Your budget is balanced. Your operating revenues is $408,000. Your expenditures are $352,000. It covers 50% of your assistant police chief, 1 patrol officer, and 1 investigative sergeant. These are the expenditures. Oh, we didn't do a summary on this one. These are your expenditures. It's mostly just the salaries listed for your Crime Control Prevention District. Your community center fund, your budget is balanced with 1,234 use of fund balance. Your operating revenue is 155,000. Your operating expenditures of 156, and you have 60 in there for capital. Your community center. So I keep saying community center, but it's really your community and conference center. If you take a look at your total revenues, 155. Your expenditures are sitting at 216. And so you're going to have to, your capital outlay, your 60,000 is for the kitchen in the conference center. Here are the expenditures. Get into the detail a little bit. So we didn't really have an increase here. We just went up slightly in supplies. Community center contractual. We need to upgrade our security system at the community center. We haven't done that in quite some time. We moved over the telephone utilities back to where it needed to be. And you'll see that 9,000 reoccurring because I think Kevin just put 9,000 across the board without actually looking. And so we had to go back and reallocate the funds. And then liability insurance went up slightly in 8810 fund. Again, the capital for the community center is the conference center kitchen. Again, this may not be something that y'all want to make or upgrade y'all want to make. We can move to the street maintenance fund. We're anticipating about $720,000. If y'all did not, some of y'all may not have received the latest and greatest budget. Originally, we allocated all of those funds for street maintenance because you can only use these funds for street maintenance. And so you can allocate all the remainder of the 1.7 in this fund so Melinda can just continue to move through the system. But you're right, she's probably not going to get through all 1 million projects in 1 year. So we're anticipating about $720,000 in street maintenance projects for next year.
Excuse me, yes. Dr. Caldera. If you go back to the community center for a second, sure. The kitchen.
Yes.
Has anybody done a study or find out how much we're we're losing for not having a kitchen?
I think it's just been a reoccurring, like people come in and they're like, oh, you don't have a kitchen in here. It's just been reoccurring, but whether or not we kept like data for that, no, we didn't have data for that. We didn't keep that kind of data. So again, it's not something that you may want to fund. I mean, if you don't think you want to do that, then next year we can keep track of that. That's up to y'all. Again, this is a community and conference center fund, not your general fund. So it's not going to impact your general fund at all.
Thank you.
There's your street maintenance. Again, it's a financial policy decision on what you want to do. I think, like I said, in the original budget, I allocated all the funds, but you don't have to. You can leave the 720 and leave a fund balance there. And if we do get past the 720, then Melinda would just have to bring back budget adjustments. These are all your like.
Okay, this is the 1/8%
Yes.
sales tax.
Yes, for streets.
For street maintenance.
Yes. So these are all your special revenue funds. Grant fund, your officer training, your building security fund, child safety fund, that's your school crossing guards, your municipal court technology like ticket writers, stuff like that in that fund, and then $687,000 for your debt services. Police forfeiture fund is like $253,000, and we're going to buy a video server, a copier, 2 patrol vehicles, and an undercover police vehicle.
Did we? Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Did we ever get the rest of the money for that the Vegas deal?
We did receive a check. I don't remember for which crime it was for, but we did receive some funds for our police forfeiture fund.
We were supposed to get like over $1 million for.
I don't know. No, we didn't get that.
Bless you.
It takes forever to get money.
Because it has to go through courts and appeals and all of that. So when we land a big case or do a big drug bust, millions planes and all of that great stuff, it can take 10 years for it to go through the court system. So it just depends on when everything's done, then we get those. But we did receive some funds this year for the police forfeiture fund.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify about the street maintenance. I thought it was 1/4 cent.
What did I say?
I think Mr. Martinez said 1/8. I believe it's
1/4.
1/4.
Sorry.
Yeah, because we get more money for that than we do for
the
crime control
yes.
and EDCD.
Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted.
I would
to
just
clarify. It's late. We've been at it for a while.
Are people still here?
Does not pay the no pay. No,
so these are just some highlights. So the personnel, I did fund merit increases. I did not fund cost of living. And let me just explain the cost of living. I was looking at the CPI. It doesn't look like there's a huge increase in the CPI for next year. There is a slight one, but I think it'd be covered under your merits for next year. I did project increases for your department heads as we recommended. I think I've sent those to y'all. I don't know them off the top of my head, so please don't ask. They weren't crazy high, but we did become up to market for some of your department heads for this coming year. I did include the purchasing agent, and then longevity was funded. And we're required to pay longevity for police and fire. Personnel, the proposed budget includes funding for the city's medical insurance, for medical, dental, and life insurance. I think I budgeted 11%.
11%
increase on that. We've had a huge increase in pharmacy with people using Ozempic and weight loss medications. They're considered brand name. Tier 3, a drug. And so it's really impacted our health insurance. We'll be looking at kind of making some changes to that for next year. Each employee pays for their own dependent care coverage, and we anticipated retirement coming in, and it did come in at 19.8%. So it went up a little less than 1%. Okay, personnel holidays. I ask every year because it is a federal holiday. Everybody was closed yesterday for Juneteenth, so I'll continue to bring back Juneteenth. I know y'all say we fund Battle of Flowers instead. Again, it's just a personal, whatever y'all want to do, but San Antonio, Bexar County, everybody was closed yesterday for Juneteenth because it is a federal holiday. Employers, just so everybody knows, employers are not required to accept all federal holidays. You don't have to do that. San Antonio also added Cesar Chavez Day, I think, too. And so, again, it's just, but that one's not a federal holiday, so I'm bringing back Juneteenth if that's something y'all want to consider for a city holiday. I'll, of course, be more than happy to add it. For holidays, you do pay double time for anybody that works on that holiday, which would be your fire and police personnel.
Okay, last year, we gave the employees a choice, Battle of Flowers or Juneteenth, and they selected Battle of Flowers.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a choice. Battle of Flowers falls on a Friday, and so most of your staff isn't here. And so we don't pay double time for your Battle of Flowers, but for Juneteenth, you would have to pay double time because it is a federal holiday. And so y'all, because that was going to cost more and reduce city services, it wasn't something y'all wanted to do. So, okay.
Mr. Campos.
Is there can you calculate what the cost would be?
It's
by paying double time for that? To say what?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Guesstimate.
It just depends on who works. So, like, if I have senior people, like, it depends on what shift, right? Like, if I have low-ranking officers fall on that shift for that year, there's more, like, low-ranking officers on that year. It's going to be less than, you know. But, I mean, I could give you a ballpark for it. I mean.
I would just encourage you to see if you could do it maybe at the most senior level. That way it's the highest. And that way we can then take that into consideration. Okay, that's what it would cost the city in order to.
And I did have a resident reach out and ask why we weren't closed on Juneteenth, but it would just be.
No, it was the swimming pool.
Oh, it was the swimming
giving
pool.
it free.
Yeah.
For yesterday.
I was like, city doesn't recognize that holiday.
Right.
Okay, items not included in the FY24 budget. Y'all see tonight it's in for discussion, which is a $75,000 in staff utilization study. We did increase personnel on the first responders, and then we did take over the LC-17 project, and we didn't include a contractor or additional personnel to maintain that. And again, we've had this conversation before. You don't need to increase personnel. It's just going to take us longer to get to cutting those areas. It's just a matter of what y'all want to do.
But the staff utilization study is on our agenda tonight.
Correct.
And as I read it, it would take them 4 months to finish the process. So that would still be in this year's budget.
Correct. You still have to pay them. I mean, they're not going to come in and do it for free and get paid at the end of their survey.
And so if we went forth with it, it would come out of the reserve fund.
You would come out of your reserve fund. Again, I think what I'm hearing from the council is y'all are going to go up to 0.48 in your tax rate. If that's correct, then that study would be covered once you increase your tax rate. Or not go higher. I'm not going to say increase. Keep your tax rate the same and not decrease it as what's projected in this budget. So
all right,
make sure
thank you.
Word that correctly. Some next steps. Okay, so July 19th is your next council meeting. I don't know if you want to, what you want to do with that necessarily. If you want to have another meeting on the budget, if y'all want to submit, you have a retreat with me the 4th Saturday in July. If y'all want to do, give me information at the retreat, instead of out here, or you want to do it more conversationally. If you just want to send me stuff, and then make us however y'all want to do it. I'm all for it. You can do it now.
I thought you were going to do individual meetings.
No, I was going to do that for next year. So we had a lot of questions on the budget this year. And so I used to do individual meetings with each of the council members and go through the budget. And we stopped doing that because people didn't want to schedule those meetings anymore. But it looks like we need to move back to going to those individual meetings so I can make sure I capture everything everybody wants prior to, with the council, try to get all of y'all's personal agenda items, included the best that I can.
And that date would be the, is that on the city council meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the 18th of July.
Sorry.
No, I thought that the 19th, because I remember I have a GBCCC meeting that day, and I thought.
The 18th.
No, okay,
My
so
apologies.
it's the 18th.
So again, if y'all want to hold another meeting, sometimes y'all have a Saturday workshop for the budget. I'm more than happy to do that as well. So if you want to get citizen input on a Saturday budget, we can do it a Saturday workshop the same day as you do your coffee, if that's something y'all want to do.
So what's the pleasure? Let's see if we can make a decision. Do y'all want to just add it to the?
Y'all can go through this presentation all over again with me.
Yeah. Or do it on the retreat, maybe
I
a
think-
shortened
I think
version?
we should do it on the retreat, and everybody has homework to go through
And
pick out the things. Instead of doing through the whole thing again, we just go through maybe section by section. Any questions on this section? Any question on that?
Okay.
And I agree with that. We can kill two birds with one stone right there.
Okay, does everybody else agree? So just do it at the retreat. We'll have it as an agenda item.
The retreat is the same day as the coffee, right?
Yeah, but the
Same day.
coffee, we're not going to agendize anything, so it should be maybe about an hour for citizens to be heard. We won't have an actual presentation, correct?
Right. I mean, it's up to y'all. I mean,
Unless
I can
y'all
have-
wanna do a
I mean, I
presentation
could
to
do,
the
so I
citizens.
don't, I can do
But that
a
way.
dumbed down version, a shorter version of this, and just instead of using all the extra detailed information, just the summary slide, the summary of each of the accounts. We can do it that way. I just don't know if the citizens want to, if they want to see the detail. So that's up to y'all. But we can just do the summary pages for each of the accounts. We've done that in the past, right, Vicki, where we've shortened the budget document.
So we would agendize it for the coffee?
Correct.
Is what I'm hearing. Okay. All right, what do y'all think about that?
So y'all can-
Agendizing it for the coffee? Yes? I mean, I think our
We
citizens.
keep it very basic.
Did we do that last year as
That
well?
should be very
Very,
simple.
very basic.
Yeah.
Just like a high-level overview.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll agendize the budget for July 22nd, coffee with the mayor and council, correct?
And also as.
And so do y'all want to see this again on July 19th or not?
No, 18th.
I'm sorry, 18th. Dear Lord, I'm going to keep saying that.
Well, as Councilman Bradshaw indicated, that if we do our homework, we just have specific questions, we just ask you to
That's
get
up
to
to
it.
you.
Or even better yet, we send you the questions before we meet and be proactive on
Many of
that.
y'all did that for this budget cycle. I've spoken to
Right.
many of y'all on this budget.
Mr. Stevens?
Well, what about just an agenda item with no presentation? And so we have to come up with all the questions.
Yeah, you can certainly do that too. I'm
I-
fine with that too.
I think that's a better way to, because a lot of the stuff is it starts to get redundant and if we have questions that we have not yet gotten answered in emails, then we can just ask them at that agenda item. Or like, if we just thought of something or whatever. Or if we want to discuss prioritization of something over something else or, stuff like that.
So the
I
next
guess-
time you'll see this, I was going to start recommending some cuts from the Capitol.
That's what I was going to say.
And so, I do have some, some recommendations on some cuts for capital or things that, are more wants than needs, I guess. And so we can certainly take a look at cutting some of those items from the budget. But I do need some sort of, like the Lexi pool from the fire department, if that's something you want to fund. Do you want to fund replastering of the pools, or do you want to fund really redoing them? What do y'all want to do? So this is just our pitch to y'all. It's y'all's budget. Y'all have to tell me what you want. It's kind of like when you have a staff person and you ask them to do the work for you. That's what we did. Now it's y'all's. And so you've got to tell me, this is your budget. You sign off on it. So how do you want this money reflected? So.
Okay, so I heard two things. Have a presentation from you on July 22nd, but Counselor Stevens, you said maybe just have it.
I mean,
just
I can have
questions?
the presentation available if I need to go
Oh,
to a
I mean-
slide.
Yeah, because what takes the time is the presentation.
Yeah,
So if we just
exactly.
ask direct questions about specific points, or, because ultimately, there's going to be a deliberative element of this where we can discuss, to buy this or this, because we got a budget, we have a
Gotcha.
budget and we have to make a decision, which one's more important. So that obviously has to be done in a meeting, right? I do know the one thing that I would just add, this is like a side note, if we could budget a couple thousand for fans for the library patio, I'd like to see something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with the fans.
But anyway,
we had chocolate.
irregardless, we're going to have a budget presentation or budget discussion on the 22nd. So
So,
there we
okay.
go.
So we'll have that. And so then we won't have I'm not going to bring you back the budget on the 19th at that, or not 18th.
18th,
At
yeah.
the council meeting. We're going to wait till on that day.
That's what I'm
So
hearing.
just plan for a long Saturday, because
Yeah.
following that you have
Right.
the retreat. And
It'll be-
while we're
it'll be
on
all
the
day.
while we're on that topic, I've only received input from the mayor on retreat items. So if you have retreat items,
I've got some more. I just heard one from Counselor Stevens this evening on the retreat. You'd asked.
Oh, the one I asked him,
Or somebody had asked over here to add something, but I
well,
have about
can
3 or
mention
4
all three
more.
of these right now.
Yeah.
That I read. I have others that I have.
Okay, so what is your deadline for us to
July,
get you that?
the first week of July, because
Okay.
it takes me a while to get all the backup information,
So I'll
all
talk
of that
to you
stuff.
tomorrow
If
about
y'all
my
remember the binders
additional.
from last year, you know, the retreat binders, I try to get you as much
Yeah.
information as possible.
Stray animals, homeless, water rights.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, very good. Okay, thank you. It's, what is it, 9:06? And we started at 8:25, so that was a long presentation. Without any objections, we'll move then on to, I guess I kind of want to look at the, maybe y'all be looking at the agenda and see what we need to take, and if we need to, go, just, power through the whole thing or put some stuff off. Okay, so if y'all be looking at that, but we definitely have people here for agenda item number 6.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on authorizing
Mayor,
this.
Melinda's trying to get your attention.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah,
We
hello.
do have 3 or 4 guests for Mr. Shahadi's presentation.
Okay, so why don't we take the request for proposal for the staff survey, and then we'll go to the Mr. Shahadi's tree mitigation. All right, is that all right with everyone? Anything else that we have people here that we need to?
You've got people here from a lot of your items. We try to put them up front, so your staff utilization survey
Mhm.
person is here.
Okay.
Your towing, I saw Banish towing, I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah.
And Ridgeway was here. You have your RFP for BJ, so you do have people here for this agenda. Your 4th of July, if y'all saw your presentation, you won't have another meeting between now and the 4th of July, so.
I think we need to have that one,
And
definitely.
so that's just up to y'all. The Kinman House RFP can be pushed off.
Okay.
But most of these items.
What
on
about
here-
the school zone, Melinda? Can that be pushed off? No, we've got to take the school zone, okay. And how about, okay, the tree we need, okay.
You can push off all your board
Proposal.
appointments.
Yeah, we can push those off.
Well, we'd have to do another extension.
Okay, that's fine. And then how about the ARPA funds and number
That's a
5?
budget adjustment. I need 2 reads for that. But,
we-
I mean, again, we can push that one off. You'll still have enough time by the end of this fiscal year
Okay,
to do it.
all right, we can push that one. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Well, thank you for that input, I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, it was very important, and I wanted just to thank Dr. Caldera and the Finance Department, Vicki and Yvonne and Carol and all of the staff for putting together the budget. I know y'all put a lot of time and effort into it, and we greatly appreciate it. And we'll see where we go from here. But thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All right. Then moving to agenda item number 6.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with the firm to conduct a standards of cover assessment and utilization study for the police, fire, EMS, and public works department. And our HR director, Lisa Hernandez, is here this evening to present. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor
Good
and City
evening.
Council.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here today to ask for City Council to consider a firm to conduct a staffing assessment and utilization study on the city's current and future staffing needs specific to the police department, fire, EMS, and our public works department. And if this is approved, authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with the said professional services. You may approve the award for the RFP with or without amendments or deny the RFP. Approval to the RFP will secure the services for an independent contractor to evaluate and determine if Leon Valley has the adequate staffing levels to meet service expectations and our demands. The purpose for this RFP is to assess current and future staffing levels of the police, fire, EMS, and public works department. To also review the department resources, use of our staff for the coverage area, workload demands, and service expectations. The purpose will also include for assessing our community risks, current performances, operations, and service delivery standards, It will also provide us an innovative and sustainable recommendation to ensure that the services we are being delivered meet the current best practices and our community needs. The survey will also determine and recommend coverage and resources needed, a direction of strategic plan and organization, and reasonable means to meet these delivery services. This will be, if this moves forward, this will be the first performance study for the City of Leon Valley in regards to our staffing. The RFP was issued out on April 3rd and was closed on May 4th. We did have 3 responses. The first one was from Emergency Services Consulting. The second was Center for Public Safety Management, and then the third was Fitch and Associates Consulting Services. A review committee was selected to evaluate each of their proposals, their qualifications, and their approach. The RFP Staffing Review Committee consisted of Police Chief Gonzalez, Assistant Fire Chief Burnside, Assistant Public Works Director Demeline, and myself. The scoring criteria considered the qualifications of the key consultants and personnel, their relevance and experiences, the quality of work demonstrated included the sample reports that were included in the RFP, their project schedule and timeline for completion, and their price proposals dependent on one or three or all 3 of the RFP requests. And to ensure that they did have their certificates of insurance and certificate of interested parties form. The scoring criteria also responded to the scope of services, of the qualifications and experiences of organization of key staff, the knowledge of that staff, the firm's experience with municipalities, and the type of services provided. The scope of services project approach included the demands for service overview, our technical plan and approach, methods that they would employ, the quality of work demonstrated, structure and transparency of their sample reports, their staffing methods, and their best practice strategies. The price proposal was either for one or all 3 studies, and that was for the Police Department, Fire and EMS in one, and Public Works Department. Out of the 3, ESCI only submitted for a proposal for Fire and EMS, CPSM submitted for Police, Fire, and EMS, and Fitch submitted a proposal for all 3 services. With the ratings, they rated 88 compared to the 77 and 68. The total scores were averaged from the individual scores. The price proposal for Fitch for the Police Department was $35,000. For Fire and EMS was $35,000, and for the Public Works Department was $25,000. However, there were a negotiable discounts offered for both CPSM. However, with CPSM, with their cost, even with their deductions, it was still going to be significantly higher than what Fitch would be offering. With Fitch, they have a $20,000 discount if we did both police and fire and EMS, which would be come out to $75,000. With the total price proposed was $95,000 with a reduction of $20,000, which would be $75,000 for all 3 studies. This is their price proposal form that they did submit and sign off to. The review committee has noted that Fitch & Associates ranked the highest of 3 firms, having an 11-point variance. Fitch & Associates' price proposal was of $75,000 for all 3 department studies, which is still less than CPSM, discounted for just 2 department studies. Fitch & Associates' technical approach will also include the possible effects of eliminating the red light camera program. We do have today Fitch & Associates, Guillermo Fuentes, a project lead, and Stephen Knight, a project oversight partner, to present their presentation.
Very good. And is this Mr. Fuentes and Mr. Knight? Okay. Thank you and welcome. And thank you for your patience. You just happened to get on a night where we did our budget, so it's a little bit later than usual, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for allowing us to present to you. Sorry.
They have a presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to keep it very brief.
Yes.
Interrupt when
Yes,
you
sir.
want. Dr. Knight will do the fire EMS portion of it. I'll do the police, and I'll muddle through public works. Really, we have some people that do that for us. A little of my background, I'm used to sitting through budgets just because I was CAO of a major police department. We had 1,300 employees, budget of over $150 million. So I'm very used to sitting through budgets. It's not a new thing for me.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You see, this is what always happens. We're
There you go.
all right, Fitch & Associates has been around nearly 40 years. We started as a firm firmly in EMS, then we branched out from EMS to fire to police to dispatch. Now we do emergency management. And over the years, our clients have asked us to use our expertise in these areas to expand into other areas of government. And so we added later to our team Dr. Bruce Muller. He was city manager of City of Sunrise on top of being a fire chief. And then Bill Sturgeon, who was St. Cloud's city manager, as well as being a fire chief. So we added extra specialties in to accommodate clients that wanted our approach, but didn't want to go outside of our area of expertise. So a little bit about this project overview. The objective of this project is very clear. You want a strategic pathway to be able to determine the amount of personnel staffing in each one of those departments. And you want a methodology that will allow you to understand what the marginal value of additional staff is. Because one of the problems with strategic planning, and it's not only here but everywhere, is the plan is executed on people. So you need to understand what you have in capacity to be able to understand what you can add as additional project work. So you have 8 for each one of those projects. You have 8 very specific outlined, detailed requests, and we're gonna kind of talk through it quickly. Really, what we focus on is a highly collaborative approach. So what we need to understand is the challenges and strategic positions that you want, and that we merge that with the quantitative aspects of what we do. So we bring math and we impose that mathematical imposition on what you have today, and then that allows you to understand over that mathematical imposition, what do you want to add? So wherever quantitative values and qualitative values meet, those are the areas that you focus on as council and set policy to. It will also tell you then what's the cost associated with adding that value. And then you can make a decision. Do I want it? Is it worth the value add or not?
Mayor.
So we're,
Yes.
Sorry, I
Go.
didn't have to interrupt. So we're having some technical difficulties with MuniCode. So if anybody gets text, tonight's meeting right now is being streamed on YouTube, but MuniCode just crashed. So if you're trying to watch the meeting through MuniCode on our website, you're going to need to go to YouTube to watch the meeting right now. if
Okay,
you're
hope
watching it
everybody heard that. Go to YouTube because MuniCode just crashed.
live. Well, normally people text y'all. When I get text from the dais when
Yeah, people tell us what. Thank you.
when things go out. So just letting y'all know. Thank you.
Did you get one?
No.
No, I haven't gotten one either. So, okay. Our
So-
apologies.
No,
Thank
no
you.
worries. I get dealing with technical issues for sure. So police really is divided into 4 distinct categories. Reactive policing, that's the one that you really can't get around other than where it overlaps with other services that might be able to exchange with that. And that's measured really on call type and frequency, on temporal distribution, which means when do these incidences occur, and it's covered by call density geospatial analysis. We have proactive policing, which is what we really look for in communities. Healthy police departments are out with the community doing proactive patrol, which is the premise checks. They do foot patrols. They really are there as part of the fabric of the community. The more you have them in reactive mode, the more you have them answering calls for service that are queued deep, the less time they do proactive patrol. So it's a balancing act of what you want to achieve as a policy position for your police department. Then you got general patrol, so that's the visibility, deterrence, and effectiveness of that. In other words, even notwithstanding the fact that you might want them out of the car, there's a certain amount of geographic coverage they have to do and a certain amount of visibility within the vehicle complex for them to be able to achieve the job that they're doing. And finally, the administrative part. This is the part that most people confuse. You calculate, I put out, and I'm giving fictitious number, I put out 10 units today. What we didn't subtract is all the administrative functions for everything that they do. So police, unlike other emergency services, have a very high level of dedication because they are a singular source. They're not like an ambulance that does a call, gets to a hospital, and hands off a patient. They are going to be the same people that are going to do the call, get to the destination, whether it's jail or other disposition of the person. They're going to write the report. They're going to show up to court. They're going to follow it up with follow-up detective branch investigations. It's all the same police department. It's a very distinct model within emergency services that creates a completely different staffing paradigm for them. So when you look at it, and this is just one example of how we analyze that, it will give you where the availability of units, so if you follow just a red line, where we could move some of those to give us better coverage from a scheduling perspective, what can you do administratively, what's consuming your time, and then you can make informed decisions on what else can I do, how else can I dedicate these resources to give you better availability. Standard cover, Steve? Off tonight, I shouldn't go up the other.
Right. Good evening, thank you.
Good evening.
So for the standard of covers, if you're not familiar with that term, it came out of actually, thanks. Sorry. I'm a lot shorter than you guys. All right, we'll work through it. Thank you. It came out of after World War II and was a way of taking a risk-based approach to how to allocate funds and make decisions on resources. So the standard of cover will be applied to both the fire and the EMS portion of that. As Guillermo was sharing with you, we run our projects very transparently, and we want to make sure that we really fine-tune to your local conditions in your community. So we spend a lot of time making sure that we understand and work with the administrative arm, the departments, the political, the policy group, and to make sure that we really understand all the moving parts, because there isn't a one-size-fits-all for all organizations. It really has to be tailored to what's going on in your fiscal environment, the expectations of the community, et cetera. So as a data-driven firm, and I won't go through all of these, but just kind of give you a sense, we do try to blend, we lean heavily on a very quantitative, right, because we want to eliminate biases and make sure that it's tailored to your community. But we also make sure that we include the qualitative aspects so that it passes a common sense test, right? So we take the data and then we apply it and make sure that it makes good sense for you to make policy decisions moving forward. There's a lot of data that we grab from the dispatch center, the records management systems that you all have already talked about, the EPCR, and we blend all that together. We look at other things like the ISO, the types of buildings that you're being asked to look at or to cover from a risk perspective. And then on the risk, a big portion of the standard of cover, as I said, is a risk-based approach. We also use many socioeconomic and demographic variables that contribute to the use of both EMS and fire, and that may be age, it might be household income, unemployment, all kinds of things like that. So we blend that all together, and we also look at what's your growth, talk to your urban development planning committee, et cetera, and get that kind of information so that we can really get a pretty holistic look. And then we back that all up with GIS, which is a good way to validate and balance the quantitative data that you get from all the different reporting systems. So it's a pretty robust approach. And then some of the differences in risks and demands, the fire and EMS is a little bit different from the police department because we don't have the proactive element, at least not to the extent that they do. So on the risk side, the types of things that we'll evaluate is looking at your geographic limitations, your desired response time performance. Many communities just came by that organically over the years and never really made a specific decision about how quickly they wanted to be there. So the quantitative element will be able to actually guide the policy discourse from the standpoint of saying if you wanted to be there in 4 minutes, this is the level of investment that it would take. If you want to be there in 5 minutes, this is the level of investment it would take, et cetera. So we can really walk through that, look at all the different types of risks. And then on the demand side, some of the things we look at, not only the call types, the temporal distribution, as Guillermo suggested about, do you have seasonal impacts by the time of day? Are there different kinds of demands? And then we look at system reliability and some system resiliency measures, things like simultaneity. How often do you go out on the first call and a second or a third call occurs while you're still on your first call? So we put all those kind of things together and build it out. So at the end of the day, really what we're trying to drive for, and this is where the participation with the policy group comes in, is we're really trying to balance your risk and performance and demand and operations, those kinds of things, with what are the expectations and what are your fiscal realities. So in essence, what we're looking for and driving to is finding that right policy balance of how much protection you either desire or can purchase and how much risk you're willing to assume as a community. And that's really the policy option that we'll drive to. And the EMS and I'll move past these two slides because it's somewhat duplicative, but in the standard of cover, we break out all of the areas, not just as a holistic, but we break it out by every program area. So fire will get its own look, EMS will get its own look, hazardous materials will get its own look, those kinds of things. So we'll be able to answer all the questions associated with the EMS.
Public Works.
Yep, absolutely, thank you.
So Public Works is just the one area that you have probably the most control over because it's reactive at times, like every one of the other specialties, but it is also proactive. It allows you, as a decision-making group, to set the tone of what your community is supposed to look like. We do that throughout all of North America through the Public Works Department. That really defines what you want to, how you want your community to look, your roads, your pipes in the ground. So those kinds of decisions that you make now not only affect your capital allocation, but we use a comparative model. Dr. Bruce Muller uses a comparative model to then tell you, in like works, this is the like amount of personnel that it requires. If you want to maintain this level of service, this is the type of personnel that you require. So that comparative model allows you to know, okay, I can take on more projects. No, I can't take on more projects. I can invest short-term project hands, but it'll have a residual effect on how many people I'm going to need to maintain these projects. So really, and I'm going to sum up pretty quickly, our real strength really are that we're a very collaborative company. So our expectation is that the report is anticlimactic. By the time a report comes out, it generally is nothing there that you haven't seen, we haven't talked about, we haven't gotten to a point, because what we want is a highly implementable product for you. We want you, when you're done, to be able to say, I can take this and it's operational enough that I can actually put it in function. Or if I make a decision that I want more police officers, I can justify it to the population. I'm going to look at that and say, this is the response time I wanted, this is how many hours I wanted proactive patrol to happen, this is the kind of community engagement I wanted, and I know why I'm paying for it. The reason we are unique in that tangible result is our collaborative approach and a marginal utility modeling, and I'll end on that, and we can ask some questions if you'd like. Marginal utility modeling is an economic model. We converted it first to public safety, and then we've applied it to other subject areas. And fundamentally, what it does is it gives you what the incremental difference for your investment is. So in EMS, for example, if we took EMS as an example and you said, I want to buy another ambulance, how much response time is that going to cut off for me? We will be able to tell you, well, one ambulance cuts off 1.5 minutes. You add 2 ambulances, it may not cut anything off, 30 seconds. So it may not be worth it, right? Your percentile compliance may not change if I add an additional unit. So understanding the marginal value of additional resourcing is a key component in now what I consider all services that are added into a community.
Okay.
And I think on that,
Thank
I got
you. Is
questions.
that it? Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate your presentation, but when I read the big, huge stack, I mean, I skimmed through a lot of it, but what and you didn't mention it, but I thought this was really something that we could benefit from, that you all were going to assess the impact of red light camera elimination.
We are.
And I thought that was a good thing.
We will evaluate
because
it for sure.
we don't know.
It's less and less common in communities across
Well,
North
we'll be
America.
the only one in the state of Texas.
Yes, so,
Hello.
yes, and
Yeah.
across North America, it's lost a lot of favor,
Yeah.
easier to challenge
Exactly.
in court. There's a lot of reasons for that. We will evaluate
Okay.
it, but we do also understand that that's a 2039 contract that you have, and there are some challenges going around that.
Certainly.
So, but yes, it's included in that. I just didn't want to focus. That's not our
Because
main
we started
scope.
talking about it last year in the budget, and we just didn't know because we didn't know what the legislature was going to do this year, but they did nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Martinez, and we'll try to go as quickly as possible.
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I look forward to this study. It's something that I believe is very needed in our community. I think we need, in fact, Melinda like this, I think we need to add more staff to Public Works. We have 8, if I remember, 8 people that do the lawn cutting and, keep our city looking nice. We just took over, you notice this big park behind City Hall here? We just took that over from the county. We need more bodies to maintain that, unless we cut services and go from like every month to every 4 months. So, I look forward to this, and I'd like to make a motion that we pass this as presented.
Okay. All right. Is there a second, or do y'all want to continue to ask questions, discuss it?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to approve the contract with Fitch and Associates. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Stevens, and then Mr.
Yeah, so I have some questions. First of all, so I'm assuming you create a final report, something like that?
Correct.
That you provide. Can we see samples of that final report?
It's in there.
We added three
Yeah.
reports.
Oh, it's in the.
Yeah, it's in the big.
Oh, it's in the.
Yeah.
It's a lot of reading, though.
It's
That's
huge.
like,
It's a lot of
that's
reading.
A couple
Yeah.
hundred pages of report.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Great. Well, so that was the first question. The next question is, when was the last time y'all recommended to a government entity to downsize?
We do it pretty regularly. It's not. It's a reallocation of resources. Growth is not an automatic if you hire Fitch.
Right.
Just to put this in perspective, you will have as many clients that we will say you can, like if I'm using that chart, you can just change your police schedules, take some off the top, put them in over here, move them from 5 o'clock starts. There's some inconveniences to that. There's some operational challenges. We work with the police departments, fire departments, public works, and ultimately it's a policy decision. You can make a decision, and I'll use EMS again. I'm going to pick on them for today. That you don't want to meet an 8:59 standard. That the new literature is coming out that they are just as good at 11-minute response time as 9-minute response times, and that might hold your fiscal reality for another 5 years. It's really policy set by you. Facts are the facts. The question then becomes, what can your community absorb as risk, and what you as a policymaker want to take.
Right. So when you give us these analyzations of, like, say, for response time, for example, will you provide us a comparison of, because obviously everybody would love a 2-minute response time all the time, no matter what.
Correct.
But that's not realistic. And so will you give us, and maybe this council would say we want a 2-minute response time, not realistic. So would you give us like San Antonio's response time for a certain type of call, or like, are you going to give us comparative analytics as well?
Yeah. So great question, and you're spot on. Really what we normally do is we'll anchor you with what we know with thousands of clients, as well as against national best practices, right? So we'll kind of give you the guideposts of what the industry suggests, and then we'll come back and back that up with a fiscal analysis to say, okay, I'm making up a number, I have no idea who you are today. Let's just say you're at an 8-minute response time.
About 5 minutes.
And we'll build it out and say, okay, if you were to follow best practice, you'd be there in 4 minutes. This is what it would look like, and this is what it would cost. 6 minutes, 8 minutes, and even take your foot off the gas and show you 10 minutes, right? So we kind of bookend it and build you alternatives. As Guillermo said, we know that policy is set at the local level. our job is to bring you some good quality data so that you can navigate that policy decision.
Okay.
So there's no right or wrong on many of those. There's a few lines in the sands that we'll stand on very hard if we think you're being unsafe, but there's also a pretty wide flexibility for the policy group to set your own standards.
Okay. Is there an example in our packet, and I will look at it, but regarding, is there a Public Works example in there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
There is? Okay. And so, because I looked at your guys' website, and there's nothing about Public Works on there at all. Like, right. I mean, and obviously y'all's expertise is more police, fire, EMS, air, medical, that type of thing. But I'm kind of, I worry a little bit that y'all may not have the right experience, that you'll tell us something that we that we need to upsize Public Works, and the reality is we aren't being productive. Like, employees aren't, productivity isn't there. And so what type of metrics do you use to measure specifically Public Works employee productivity?
Yeah,
sure. Absolutely. So like I said before, I just don't have to be dangerous. Dr. Bruce Muller is the city manager that does these kind of projects for us. And his PhD is in public policy positioning, so he teaches that at university level. And what really happens is it is a comparative model. The bigger challenge in Public Works is not at the project side or the productivity side. It's the balancing act between what we want to create into the future, so what are the projects we're taking on, and the residual maintenance. What we notice is we're pretty good at putting a good envelope together on getting a project off the ground. What we're less good at is, if we're going to continue to maintain all these projects, do we have the staffing equivalencies for that? And the way we usually do that is we'll be comparative. So we will come to you, get your comparators around this community, and then we will use that metric and say, in your comparator communities that are servicing these types of services, this is the median, this is the low end of staffing, this is the high end of staffing. And again, it comes back to you. I want to find myself at the median. I'm a 50th percentile, and that's where I'm going to be. I want to be at 75% of service level delivery, and that'll be up to you, and that's how we compare those things. So you will know against your community, your comparators, how you stack up.
Okay. So I'm assuming that this analysis will have quality improvement opportunities to increase productivity. I'm just struggling because if you just take everything as it is and you don't say hey, have you ever considered hiring some people that work a little faster?
So
I mean, I'm not saying that in a derogatory type of way, but we all know people that are like that, right? And so I just wonder if that's part of the analysis.
So let me set some clear expectations so that we don't get into it. Doesn't go to we're not following the guy cutting the grass to see if he could cut the grass faster. I'm not going to set that expectation for council. What we do is we say, comparatively, you cut, and I'm using, again, fictitious number, 4 acres of grass, and your comparator people do about the same 4 acres of grass with the same amount of personnel. You find yourself in the middle. You're using double the amount of people to cut 4 acres of grass, or you're using half the people. So you'll get a comparator for an equivalent value of work, so that you can make a decision. That's up to you to say to your director of Public Works whether or not that's the acceptable level.
Right. Okay. So it's more comparative for Public Works than actual. Just looking within the organization, you look outside of it.
Right. It's a comparative model.
All right. We've got Mr. Bradshaw had his hand up next, and then Mr. Compost, and then Mr. Orozco. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you bet.
Sorry, my mic was off. So I just had some questions. I mean, some of them were similar to what Councilor Stevens asked. You just so I understand correctly, you're doing a comparison of other cities with similar needs and response times, things like that, and then saying you have the right amount of people, less amount, not enough people, or need more people. And as to Councilor Stevens' point, you're not following people around to see if they're doing their jobs efficiently or effectively.
Correct. So that's, and I want to frame that a little differently. In emergency services, there are things that are more programmatically standardized. In Public Works, it's less so. Public Works is very much communal-based, comparative, what you're trying to accomplish. So it's a little different from the two sides. What we're saying is in EMS and fire, police, we'll come back and say, against national standards, here where you are. And then you can decide. You don't need to be at the national standard if you don't want. You can say, no, that's not for me. It costs too much money. We'll even tell you on a marginal value to get to where you have to get to, this is what it's going to cost you if you want to achieve that. And so you'll have a very good idea of what that means.
Okay, and what kind of tools do you use for this, for your data analysis?
Want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So on the pure data side, we have doctoral statisticians that will work through all the RMS data, the CAD data from 911, et cetera. And we have a GIS analyst that will back that up and look at, with your own road impedance, your center line, street files, and everything that you have in your community, and we'll be able to balance the two. So it's a really good signal on the data integrity when the quantitative data says you're there in 6 minutes and the GIS says absolutely 6 minutes is the right lane. So when those converge, that's a good thing. So it's really quite robust. We also use socioeconomic and census data, and then there's some more qualitative, broad-based risks that we can get out of FEMA and other places in our own expertise. Things like your risks for floods or severe weather or pandemics or those kinds of things. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. I was kind of more specifically talking. Are you crunching data in Excel? Are you using Power BI? Are you using Tableau? Are you using some other kind of
yes.
software?
So depending on the analyst, we're either using Oracle or SPSS and Excel.
Okay. And then I did have so then my other observation is, to Councilor Martinez's point, saying we're understaffed in Public Works, we need to hire Public Works. Mm-hmm. We need to hire more people for Public Works. If that's the consensus, if that's what we think, I don't think we need you guys to tell us that, to pay money to tell us get more Public Works people, right? We could do that if we think we see a need and we see I kind of, feel like just we need you to tell us exactly what we already think. That's where I'm concerned about that, kind of statement where we need, if I would say we need more police officers and you guys hear me say that, go tell us we need more police officers. And then you guys make the data show that, yep, you need more police officers. So that's where I'm coming from, is the danger of listening to our comments and what you feel that we want to see, showing us what we want to see.
So much like Guillermo answered earlier, I'll maybe frame it differently when you asked about, hard decisions and cutting. What I will say, because we're so data-driven, the data will take you much farther than this body would probably want to go, right? So we balance that conversation. You'll have to decide what's the right balance for you as a community. So, many times we aren't the holdup.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say that, just to take that worry off of you, we never give you a policy position. We give you options. You can do this, cost you so much. You can do that, cost you so much. You can do nothing, this costs you, and subtract. And this is what the service level will be. That's your decision, it's not ours.
Right.
Our job is to give you the information in a way that's consumable and it's defensible. Mm-hmm. That's what our job is.
And it's subjective.
Right.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
Dr. Caldera, did you have something before I move to Mr. Campos?
Yes. So over the last 2 years, Public Works is trying to keep some data of like how long it takes to cut, a certain section, so that way we can provide that information if we were to select utilization. They also keep tabs of all their service calls. We started using PubWorks for that, so we could provide them some data. And so we've been trying to keep track of some of that, so they could have some data to be able to utilize. And so it's just not a blanketed statement, we need more Public Works because, whatever.
It's based on something.
Sure.
Very good. Thank
so
you.
It's not comparables, but we've been trying to keep data for, I think, almost 2 years.
Okay. Wonderful. Great. Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
I have a question for Ms. Hernandez. So first I want to tell you that I'm very excited about the project and I'm very excited about this firm, very impressive in their presentation. But I need to ask you more on the staff level. So in the information they gave for a response to the RFP, did you follow up with reference checks on the other jurisdictions?
Yes, we did. So we did go for a reference check with We did do a reference check for all their project teams. However, we only got one response. That was a written response, and that was from the village of Ashwaubenon. And-
the Green Bay Packers.
And out of the work performance, responsive staff likely to use again, and the average, it was a 9 out of a 10
From that one.
from that one. They were
Okay.
the only ones that provided.
So
any
I need to
response.
encourage you to make sure that those are thoroughly done as you rate them and bring it to us.
Okay.
I'd also like to understand how you come up with the points for the score for the price proposal. I just don't understand. Their price proposal was tails over everyone else, so they're competitors, but they only got 19 out of 20. So I really don't understand. If you have the best price, why wouldn't you have gotten the most points? So I just need to understand that. It doesn't have to be tonight, but maybe you can get with me. I'm just not understanding. Okay?
Right, thank
but
you.
But I'm very excited about the firm.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Where do you obtain your data to make your determination? For instance, say, Chief of Police, the response time, are you just getting data that the police chief already has in his computer saying, okay, this is what time the call came in, this is the time that he went to the house, and this is the time that, I believe the chief has that information already. So are you just analyzing that data?
So we don't do that. That's like Dr. Knight said, we have our own statistician, so we will pull the raw data from the computer-aided dispatch system. Usually comes out of the 911 center.
Right, from Bexar County, right?
Yeah, and we will pull that data, and it's us that parses it. So we use a recognized methodology to really analyze the data so that we can compare your community with over 1,000 of our data points that we've already compared in our data bank. So we don't have that. We don't ever rely on somebody producing a number and saying, listen, I'm a 9-minute response time, or we'll crunch it all down. So we will be the ones that will come back and say, this is what when we analyze it, this is what we came up with. Now the chief can argue or say, no, this is how I calculate it. We'll go through a tuning exercise with them, but it's all third party. It's very independent. Even from our team, so just to give you a team construct, the statisticians, they work on their own. When they send back the data report, they did it. We don't do that, so that we don't bias their evaluation. Even to answer some of the questions that were asked prior, that's why it's never guided. The data is pure. It's pulled from the CAD system. It's analyzed by them. It's pulled by the asset management system. It's analyzed by them. They come up with a data report. It's their report, and that's what we use to move forward, and that's the factual foundation for everything. So then the debate is no longer a debate of facts. It's now, what do you want to do with these facts?
So you compare us to other cities. How do you make a distinguished part of it, Leon Valley being its own entity and separated from the other 90,000 that to make a difference? Back in the days, way before you guys were born, we used to call it mapping. And we figured how much it's costing us for somebody to cut the grass for an hour and so forth. Is that the same type of analogy that you guys are utilizing?
We call it geofencing now, so it is mapping. It's just called geofencing. We'll geofence your areas. We'll come down to your station level. For police, we'll go down to patrol levels. We geofence different areas, and we calculate your data sets within those geofenced areas. So it gets very robust. You'll get a very good idea of who you're servicing in your community. And one of the reasons we put the Burleson report in here is because that was an exact, from the fire EMS perspective, very similar to this, in that's an island within the Metro Fort Worth area, and we were able to carve them out, do all the data analysis for them, their drive times, their response time, and everything. The technology today allows you to do it pretty readily.
And you brought up a good question, Chief. Do you not have that information available also from Bexar County that they're going to have?
I can get the information from Bexar County, but I can't do that analysis. I can get the time, I can get the response time that I think it took, but they're going to get the data directly from the CAD. They're going to get the GIS from the CAD.
Okay.
Everything is at the county. I don't have a button that I can push to get what they do. That's not going to happen here. I can't. Some days I have difficulties getting what I need from the county because it belongs to the county. They dispatch for us. They keep the logs for us. I cannot do what they're going to do.
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Mr. Martinez, did you have anything? You haven't asked a question yet. All right, then I'll go back to Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so I have another question, and I'm not at all concerned about the data, police, fire, and EMS with you guys. Like, that's not my question, because I know there's just going to be so much data that you have to utilize, because everything is just documented so well with regards to those areas. My concern is primarily, again, with Public Works. I was reading in the, I guess, your summary where you talk about process for Public Works will evaluate historical callouts and projects with the individual work assignments being categorized, if it's planned or reactive. And because a lot of it's planned, in order to yield a comprehensive picture of the current workload, you'll be supplemented by interviews with members of the department themselves to add greater clarity. I want to compare this, and I worked for a period of time for the Department of Defense at a San Antonio hospital system that was with the military, and I remember, and I guess just Dr. Collar's comments, like it just was the most infuriating thing, because I like high productivity, and I swear nurses there were required every 12 hours you were spending 4 hours documenting what you were doing to justify the time that you were spending doing that for the other 8 hours, you know, and so I just don't know, with the data that you get from Public Works, are you going to actually like more, is there something that you'll use that's more telling than a simple sit-down interview with somebody, especially about planned? Because I don't think there's a lot of call-out, like you aren't going to see like hundreds of call-outs per day or anything with Public Works. It's going to be, you know, a much smaller amount, so.
Correct, and Dr. Caldera already said they have been collecting some data, so we will be able to now use a foundational piece of data to now extrapolate under different categories what the length of time for your department is for those.
Right.
So we already have a productivity measure for like a time and motion type of evaluation, and then you add to that, the reason we say you got to interview people here is because, again, there are some best practice in Public Works and some that transpose from one community to the other. And there are a lot of times where your community has a distinct approach for whatever reason, what you invest more time and energy. So in my summers, I live in Niagara Falls. I give you a clear example there. They have thousands of plants. They invest a lot because it's a heavy tourist area. So they have a much higher level of investment from a Public Works department on what they're doing for that, because they have a purpose for that attraction. Where if you compare them to other cities, no other city invests that kind of hour, but they have a justification for it. So part of the reason you do that is because Public Works, like I defined it in the presentation, is really a definition of what you want your community to be like, act like, look like, encompass. So there's a lot to it that's a policy-driven decision on how you make Public Works do what Public Works does.
Right. So in my concern, and maybe going back to the Department of Defense example, so you're told as a civilian, you're going to fluff the hours to make it look like we need more personnel all the time, right? Like that's just how it works in a lot of bureaucracies, government. And so my concern is that there's a reason that Councilman Martinez said we need more Public Works. It's because it's been ingrained from the top down that we need more Public Works staff. And so if you're going in and seeing this data that's documented based on those pretenses, there's a high likelihood that some of it could be a little bit fluffed.
It could be, but again, that's why we use a comparative model, because at the end, it'll still say if it's fluffed and they're cutting half the grass that everybody else is, it's going to say that. You're cutting half the grass with double the personnel. So then you will know that's not me to tell you that you could do it in half that time, but now you have something to take to your director to say, well, we don't understand. Why is our personnel so much slower than everybody else? Is our equipment no good? Is it just because they take longer lunch breaks? That's really where that comes into play. That's why in models where we can't get huge empirical data, where it's almost impossibility to compare against a standard, because there isn't a defined standard. We use comparative modeling so that you can know at least where you land, and then you can ask all the right questions.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for those answers. Do appreciate it. So what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? We are able to vote. I'm sorry?
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
motion
that's
to
right.
pass
I
it.
forgot. Thank you so much. So
but-
then we'll go ahead and vote.
Mayor, I
No,
did have
and then
another
where's the money gonna come
question,
from?
though.
Okay.
So I know that their proposal was to do police, fire, and public works. And you know, I'm trying to be more fiscally conservative. I wanted to see if we could break it down and just do the police first and see how that report is and see, you know, take that to consume it. And then maybe we could do fire and public works after that, if we could split it.
But I'm wondering, we got the discount because we were doing it all through.
It's negotiable.
Well,
Oh,
well, let me,
okay. Yeah.
Because you're not doing them all at once, right?
No, we do. So the police and fire, we pull that whole CAD dump with all three elements in there. And then our statistician deals with all of them in different methodologies, but he's dealing with the same data set. If we wait 6 months, a year to do the second phase, I have to repull all the new data. I have to go back to the CAD. I got to pay my statistician to redo, then it costs me more money.
It's more
So
efficient.
I can't,
yeah.
so just in the same efficiency model that you want, I need to have that to do the efficiency model.
Right. When we looked at the proposals, I thought we were getting the best price for the three departments. Yes, sir.
So I'm okay with this. Ultimately, though, I'm very concerned that based on how bureaucracies work and based on the fact that there is often fluff, like what I personally experience at SAMC, that happens in bureaucracies, and because of that, I think that when they bring back data, I have a feeling it's going to be very valuable for police, fire, and EMS. But when they bring back public works data, that maybe we shouldn't accept it as like gospel, and do a more, and that's really the concern, is that the results are going to yield to what has been preached from the top down that is reflective in council member comments versus the reality. And it's again because we haven't seen the final work product, right? So and we won't until the very end. I'm not opposed to it. I just hope that the results that there's not like an, oh my God, we need to go hire 10 new employees like right now, because that is the opposite of fiscal conservative.
I don't think that that's what they're expressing. They're giving you options. That's what they keep saying. They're options. They're not going to tell you need to hire 10 more public works people. They're telling you, because you can leave your public works staff exactly the same. The calls that we're getting and the complaints that we're getting is Bandera Road is staying overgrown too long. This park is overgrown. And Melinda's like, we're getting to it. Like
right. Well, we're in an unprecedented time of rainfall.
Right. But I mean, it happens, and so y'all could take it that way, and
So the other question is, will y'all divide up so on our budget side we have enterprise versus public works and enterprise. Will y'all divide that up in your analysis? In allocate personnel, for example, you'll tell us
in the water and the
percentage
sewer,
because there's like flex
versus
employees,
parks.
Right. In those allocations, that's part of the discussion, how you allocate your FTEs. That's part of the study, right? So your equivalencies on which departments do you allocate them? Are they project oriented? Are they reactive? Are they proactive? How much do they cross over? So that when we give you a final count of what you have a good idea of is that sufficient personnel or not. I keep hearing a concern about, we add. I'll just give you a quick example on, it's not what you think at all. I don't think the City of Houston fire report is public, but we did not add at all. That was not even, there wasn't one. We just finished Moorhead, which is a comparative community that we did police and fire for that one. And we added 2 civilian, one IT position and 1 finance, and that was it. We didn't add to the rest because that was the support they needed. They were just consuming too many hours doing IT work with sworn. So there's a lot of things that people don't know what the tasking is that's consuming things. So I wouldn't be overly concerned. We are going to give you the options, including the status quo is always an option because it may not be working optimally, but it is working. So to say tomorrow you need 10 people would be a misnomer. It's 10 people depending on what you want to achieve. But if you're willing to achieve what you got today or scale back, then you may have plenty of people. It's up to you. That's not our options. Those are your options.
Okay.
And you'll evaluate like using contract labor versus FTEs for like, so say there's a, like for public works especially, certain things can be contracted,
For
certain
mowing.
things have to be,
Yeah, yeah, no.
better for a full-time employee with benefits and all that.
Correct.
So
Well,
you'll provide that as kind of an
To
extra.
be fair, even in EMS, you can do it. So
Okay.
You can do it in
Alright.
private. EMS does it all over the country, so it's not unique to,
Yeah.
MedStar in San Antonio is private. It's a conglomerate system. So there's lots of different ways to do lots of different things. We're going to look at all of them and give you the best options that you have available to you.
All right. So we do have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to approve Fitch and Associates for this standards of cover assessment and utilization study for police, fire, EMS, and public works department. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. Okay. Now, it's not, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Do appreciate all your efforts and to the evaluation team as well. It is now 10:01, and as per our rules of decorum, we need
I make a motion, Mayor.
yes, to go forward.
Can we move items 6.4, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, and 10.10 to next council meeting and proceed forward with the rest of them?
Would you repeat that, please?
And which one?
6.4?
10.5?
The budget adjustment.
And
We still have-
10.5.
We have enough time to get that done.
Okay.
I
All
second
right.
that.
Hang on just a second. I'd like to get that down again. 6.4 to the next meeting.
Yep. 10.5 through 10.10.
10:05 through 10:10. Okay, to the next meeting. All right. And may I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then with the,
Mr. Comfort.
yes.
She was asking who seconded it.
Okay, with that recommendation, but again, we do have citizens here, and Ms. Miranda, please forgive me. I know you've got a long ride home, but if we could move, then we'll come back to the 4th of July presentation.
He's going to push you back. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll go to 10:1, which is now 10:02. In the evening. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute the contract with Bannis Towing. This is the first read, so we will not vote tonight, but we can put it on the consent agenda if you so please. Dr.
Okay.
Caldera, if
so
you'll continue. Thank you.
Absolutely. So Leon Valley renewed its municipal record contract in May 16th, 2017. The agreement expires at the end of April. We went out for towing services RFPs on the 24th. The deadline was March the 20th. We did have a committee. That was your committee. Again, it was all rated on towing services, vehicle storage and facility, reporting services, fee collection, security service, work history, and fee schedule. This was the breakdown when we took a look at the actual breakdown. Again, they talked about having a little bit more experience. Either way, Bannis Towing still had 41 years of experience. That's why they were allocated the majority of the points for years of experience. Even if we went up to, their business has only been active for 11 years, but their people may have more experience, maybe with other towing companies, as he mentioned during Citizens to be Heard. However, Bannis Towing did have more years of experience, and I don't think Ridgeway stuck around. And so that's why they were allocated more points. He talked about the heavy equipment. I said they both had heavy equipment, just Bannis was newer. They did get points taken off because they'd have to reallocate their heavy equipment. Wasn't currently on site, but they were willing to move it on site, but that wasn't part of the discussion necessarily. Again, they said that they're charging more for towing, but the towing to the city of Leon Valley is cheaper than the towing Ridgeway was going to provide. Plus, Bannis Towing is going to change the $15 to $20 for every tow. And those are some stats that y'all wanted. That was the breakdown in points. And The last slide didn't make it. Okay, so the slide that's not on here for whatever reason, don't know, is that the Banish Towing wanted a 10-year agreement. The city of Leon Valley asked for 3. We met in the middle at 5. I think on your MNC I listed and also included the actual agreement itself. It was attached to your agenda packet. These are the amounts in here, and this $15 turned to $20 per tow.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm
stand for questions. Councilman Campos.
Dr. Calder, I was reading the contract, and I have some questions about the contract, about the cure period, why we want to take as long as 15 calendar days to have them settle up to provide the cure for any defect that they currently have, why we couldn't move it to a shorter period of time. Also, is the city prepared to pay Banis their invoice within 10 days? Is that normally?
That is normal. We do AP once a week.
Okay, so
they send the invoice in. Depending on if we have corrections for Banish Towing or any one of our other agreements, we give them time to cure. You know, they normally do. I mean, we don't have issues with people curing their invoices or correcting it. The agreement did go to the city attorney. The city attorney has reviewed the agreement. She made her changes to the agreement already from a legal standpoint. So she was okay with some of those terms as well.
I think that it needs to be shorter, the cure period for some of the
sure. What would you like? I mean, I don't have a problem.
Just 10 days.
Okay.
Also, have we ever asked for an audited financial statement? It's in the contract, but would that even be used?
So we have in the past, just recently we were getting ready for the RFP. I asked for like previous invoices, and they had to turn over all of their but we haven't done an official audit. Like if you're talking about like an audit, like when we do like the hotels and we audit that company, but we haven't. Not to my knowledge, we have not. But if that's
an audit prepared by a CPA,
correct,
it's specific in here,
correct.
And I'm wondering whether or not
because that wasn't in the original contract. This is our contract, so it will be if they sign this agreement.
Okay, I just don't see the need for it. And then the final question I have is related to the insurance. It says something that the city has a risk manager. Is that?
That's correct. That's your HR director.
Okay. And they've weighed in on these levels of insurance? Because
we send it to TML. Low. No, we send them to TML. TML is our insurer. And so they give us what the minimum standard is for the insurance.
So the commercial general public liability include coverage for the following: premises operations, independent contractors, product completed operations. And it says here, combined single limit for bodily injury and property is $10,000 per claim. I think that's way too
low.
No,
so bodily injury per person. I have to go back and look. I could have sworn it was
not
$1 million.
Per person; it's per occurrence. And I think it's too low.
Okay.
And whether it's a typographical error, but
I have to go back and look. I thought it was $1 million, but let me go back and look.
Like at least $1 million.
I thought it was $1 million, so let me go back and look.
If somebody could review that.
I won't even pay for a broken leg.
Yeah, and then, for notice provisions, I noticed that there's no provision to receive it by email, and I would encourage you to do that as well. Put email addresses that they could use, or we could contact Banis, okay, to serve them any type of notice that we were looking for.
Sure.
So that's my suggestions on that.
Okay, so you want to remove the CPA audit from the contract? TML per occurrence, I'll take a look at that dollar amount. The notice provision for email. Is there anything else?
The cure period.
To shorten the cure. Shorten the cure period.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I believe that's it.
And this is a first read, so that's what this opens up the discussion. Y'all aren't voting on this item this evening.
All right. Councilor Stevens, did you have a question?
I have two things. So
okay.
First, I think it might be valuable to have the CPA audit in there because we are contracting with the amount that they charge one of our citizens. And so if there's ever a discrepancy, if a citizen complains that they've charged us more than what we've authorized them to charge, we should have the ability to have, would we ever use that? Hopefully not, but you never know when it's a good tool to have in the toolbox because they're signing to it. That's just my thoughts on that. The other thing is I would much rather prefer a 3-year contract. We have a 5-year contract with Tiger. We know how that is. And so.
No, we had 7-year.
Oh, 7-year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they asked for 10. I asked for 3. we shot down at the middle at 5.
Compromised.
But again, it's your prerogative. Their reasoning, I will say, for the 5-year is in order to purchase equipment, they leverage the agreement in order to keep their equipment and stuff up to date. And so that was their reasoning for wanting a longer contract.
Yeah. Jason, did you want to say something? Okay, go ahead. I just saw his eyes. And yes, sir, go ahead.
Just like here recently, on Post Road, we had one of our tow trucks got rear-ended on Post.
Oh, wow.
And then a month ago on Huebner, we were working a major accident, and a drunk driver went around the police car and T-boned a brand-new truck.
Oh, no.
Thank God that we have very good equipment and we have wireless remotes. So the driver was able to be off the roadway. Otherwise, they would have killed the driver. So that's where some of this comes into play. So in the last 2 days, I spent $500,000 buying 2 brand new trucks because we have 2 trucks that are totaled. Without this contract and us explaining to the bank, hey, we're working a new contract with the city. They said, how long is it going to be? We said 3 to 5 years, and they said, well, hopefully it's 5 years, and we'll approve all this money. Because a truck, the one flatbed that got totaled out that we bought in January, that truck was $110,000. The new one that we bought to replace the one that got totaled out was $178,000. The same exact truck.
Sure.
And your insurance didn't help you?
Huh?
Your insurance didn't help you with that?
Well, the problem is yeah, they're insured, but when they get totaled out, they can't get parts for them. So now these trucks are going to sit. The one that got rear-ended on POS, they said it's 1.5 years before they can even get the parts to fix it.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
If we don't just go buy new trucks and replace them, even though we still got to make payments for them,
Sure.
we got to replace them. Otherwise, we can't take care of our business.
Yeah. The way that I look at it is our job is not to help you finance your equipment, though.
Well,
our job is to represent the citizens.
Yes.
And that being said, Mr. Campos did point out there's a termination clause in there that's 60 days for no reason from either party. And so I think that I'm okay with the 5 years since that's in the contract.
Okay. All right. So 5 years. Okay, so this is a first read. I was just going to ask you, Dr. Caldera, what's the value of this contract on average?
The MNC, I think I put 32,000 roughly.
32,000 a year?
Yes, because then that supplements them giving us $20 per tow that they have.
All right,
The
that's very
average of
reasonable.
what I
Okay. All right,
But
I thought it was more.
that's not the total amount.
That's not the total amount that they're going to get because we don't keep track of when somebody goes over there and pays that. I
Them,
don't have
gotcha.
that access. I have the checks that the city cuts to them when we have the vehicle to
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so 32,000 plus. Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you have something?
Well,
before we move
I would
on?
go with the 5-year contract with the 5-year extension.
I don't have a renewal in here. It's a 5-year.
Just 5 years.
Okay, I would like to see a
Whoever's in
recur.
charge, whether it's me or chief or whoever, to make sure they bring back that RFP. Because the current contract y'all have with them technically was I could have continued on with that contract, but we had
right.
already been sitting in it for so long, I just felt it was appropriate to go back out.
Right.
Then,
Anything
what
else?
I would like to also find out what other monies does the city receive from Bannis other than the towing and stuff? And
We don't get other monies from Bannis.
That $20 per, that's at the end of the,
That's it.
Did you have something else, Jason, that you wanted to answer, Mr. Martinez, on that?
I guess it's been, Belinda, how long's it been? What, about 2 months since we had the rollover on Grissom?
Millen,
So
if you'll speak into the mic, please.
I was
You
trying
can-
to find about the time frame.
Okay, there
But
you
about
go.
2 months ago on POS, we had an 18-wheeler rolled over. When we do stuff like that, the city has all the equipment. We have the ability to charge. So initially, I charge out, and then we wrote the city a check for, I think it was almost $3,000 that we paid the city for bringing the dump truck over and loaders over and stuff like that to assist us in getting the roadway cleaned up properly and faster.
Well, gosh, thank you.
every possible way that we can find that helps the city and helps us get the job done faster and the roadway cleaned
Yeah.
up. That's what we're going to do.
So how many years will this be if we add 5 more years?
For us towing for the city.
Total, how long have we
Right,
been
the
doing
total,
it
with
together?
this additional
Towing
5.
for the city, I think it's going to be close to 45 or 50 years that we've towed for the city.
Wow. Okay.
And never once have we ever had a bad complaint. If anybody's ever had a problem, it's taken care of immediately.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's just been but it's that relationship that you have and how you take care of people.
There you go. Okay.
That's the number one
Well,
thing
thank
for
you
us.
for that. Do appreciate it. All right. So is it the pleasure of the council to put this on the consent agenda for the next meeting?
Recommended changes, and then
Okay.
I'll add it to the.
Very good. Thank you. So we will do that.
So we're going to leave the CPA audit thing in there? Okay.
Okay. So consent for next time.
Okay.
All right. So,
You know,
Melinda,
hold on.
excuse me?
I don't see any reason for the CPA to be in there. Mr. Campos,
Let's put it in there. If we ever use it, we'll leave it in there. If we ever use it, that's fine. If we don't, it's in there already.
All right. Melinda, I'm going to bypass you for Mr. Shahadi since you've been so patient. Let me go then. Let me move from 10.1 to 10.3. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to amend the resolution number 22-031R, a tree variance request at the property located in the 6300 block of Evers Road at Seneca Drive, being parcel 4A, abstract 530, CB 4432, on approximately 9.174 acres of land to reduce the required number of new trees and the new tree mitigation fees. And Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, is here to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And so this item is to consider an amendment to a resolution that was already passed that granted a variance to Chapter 13 on Mr. Shahadi's property that we all know as the Triangle property. And this is to allow a reduction in the number of required new trees from 200 to 85 and from 3-inch in diameter to 1.5 in diameter, to allow a reduction in the tree mitigation fees from $94,600 down to $25,000. And this is in the 6300 block of Evers Road, and it's 9.174 acres. In September of 22, the tree variance request was approved to remove 227 trees of various sizes, and then, like we said, plant 200 new trees at 3-inch diameter and pay $94,600 in tree fees. The applicant is going to be constructing single-family homes on this parcel. When they actually went out there to do their environmental study, because they are moving forward fairly quickly, they found that a large amount of unclassified fill material had been placed on the property at some time in the past, and it has to be remediated, which is going to cost him quite a bit of money. In addition to that, the lots that he's having, even though he's reduced them from, I think it was 94 to begin with, down to 60 some odd, they're still going to be too small to support the planting of 2 trees per lot. So here's his site plan. The majority of the trees that grew after the fill was installed are invasive and they're non-native. So you've got China berries, Chinese pistache, privets, which we all know as ligustrums, regrowth mesquite, and hackberry. And the applicant intends to mitigate tree removal by planting new trees along Evers Road, planting 85 new 1.5 diameter trees, and then paying the fee of $25,000. The 3 heritage oak trees that are on the tract will remain. Those heritage oaks were there prior to the fill.
Okay.
And city code allows the city council to give a variance when these things have been met. The tree mitigation fees would be placed into the tree mitigation fund, which is a restricted fund and may only be used for the support of trees in Leon Valley. And that's all I have, and Mr. Shahadi and his associates are here for any questions.
And then he does have a PowerPoint presentation, but I told him it may not be needed unless y'all have some very specific stuff for him.
Any questions? We are able to vote on this tonight. It's a resolution to amend.
I do have a question.
So, Mr. Campos.
If you go to slide, the background slide where the city code states,
Yes, sir.
will result in an unnecessary hardship. Okay, so what would that be?
If you were to pick that one, it would be an unnecessary hardship, like you had a 200-year-old oak tree and you didn't want to remove that or something, that's backwards, sorry. Unnecessary hardship. If you had a lot that was completely covered in trees and it left you no room to build.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is that we're our code says, the agreement was 3-inch trees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and 2 of them, okay, the variance of being 1 3-inch tree. Okay, why are we going to 1.5 inches? I just don't understand that.
That's a question for Mr. Shahadi.
Yeah, but how does it conform to the city code?
I would think that just the fact that a large amount of fill had been placed on this property and the cost that he's going to have to incur to remove the fill and plus take out all, the rest of the trees over there, I think that would be a hardship.
Okay. All right.
But that's just my opinion. This is up to the city council.
Mr. Martinez?
Could you please elaborate on what you mean by fill?
At some point, and I'm thinking it was probably in the 70s because I don't remember it after 88, that property had been rezoned, and they had been rezoned to B2, B3, and R3. And so I think that the intent was to start building on it. Back then, we did not have good regulations as far as what you can use where. And so clean fill at that time was considered concrete, rebar, old construction debris, and along with soil and possibly contaminated soil if they didn't know where it came from. And they would dump that on a lot and compact it down, and that was considered clean fill. Well, he's got unclassified. We don't know what's under there. We just know that there's a ton of it.
Oh, wow. So it could be
nasty.
Contaminated. Wow.
It was the 70s.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Shahadi, will you at least put 1 tree on each lot? I know you can't put 2, but can you put at least 1? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Campos, congratulations. That's your first time in front of you, so wonderful to have you. I'm happy to answer some of these questions, but in order for me to do them justice, I know you're going to hate me. Can we just go through really quickly?
I mean, she's just asking, can you put 1 tree?
Yeah, that's all. I don't know if you need to go through. I don't, yeah.
Yes, but
and it's late.
one tree, the question was fair enough. Is it 3-inch tree versus 1.5? Why are we asking for that? I distinctly remember when I was standing here and I was saying, what is a 5-gallon tree? And a 5-gallon tree, Sobrao just said, it's about like this big. It's about like, right?
I'm thinking the base, and you're talking the 5-gallon is the 5-gallon bucket that the bottom goes in.
Yes,
right.
Yes, right. So, so honestly, I didn't know what size tree that was. It ended up being like 3-inch tree in the ordinance. A 3-inch tree is a 65-gallon tree. It is worth $1,050 each, plus $450 to relocate it and plant it. All right? So what we thought was going to be a tree about this big is now a tree about this big and this wide, 2 of them per lot.
But sorry, so why did it come from a 5-gallon tree that we talked about to a 3-inch tree in the ordinance?
I think our conversation, we gave you we said it in
thought
that was in the previous variance.
Yes, that was my understanding too. That
I don't know if it was 5 or 10, but it wasn't 85.
Well, yeah, yes. So this is, I believe there was a misunderstanding somewhere as we varied that in the first place. So that's why we're here for a couple of reasons. Maybe we'll just go through this really quick. I promise.
Okay.
So we have basically the current ordinance says that's after we did the variance. We have to put 200 new trees, right? 2 trees per lot. We have 94 lots plus. The mitigation tree size was going to be not 3-inch, but that's what turned out in there. And then the maximum tree mitigation fee was going to be about $94,000. So effectively, the reason why we're here is because we actually as we started doing some environmental assessment, we started discovering all this fill, right? And we kept on digging and digging and digging. We have 29 pits right now throughout the property. And I want to show you something interesting. So this is the aerial of the property back in 1938.
Is that white line Evers?
This is, yeah, so this is Evers right here.
Okay.
And this is the triangle. Sorry. There you go. So this is triangle here.
Oh, that's the triangle. Okay.
So, and these three trees here, that's the 3 oak trees.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
38.
Wow.
Right? So now, I thought you guys would be interested in this because we had to go all the way back to understand the fill situation. So these are the 3 oak trees. And then as you look at when the construction started, it started in 1973. So we went through a whole bunch of aerials. We're not going to bug you with any of those. So effectively, those 3 trees are still there. But if you can look here, this is the construction of Sun Valley.
Ah, they dumped it.
This is the construction there. There's more construction here. And look at the construction down here. All these are developments back from 1973. Okay? So then, as you look at 1977, look at this here. This fill is becoming bigger and bigger, and you see like truck roads coming in. So the 3 oak trees are still there. But we're starting to get more and more fill. So in 1986, we have started to get a whole bunch of wild bush growing in the area, right, on the fill. And then the 3 oak trees are still there, right? And then, as of 95, we got a whole bunch more of those, non-native invasive trees. And then in 2005, more and more of those. The oak trees are still there, right? And then 2016, and then 2022 is where we're at right now, right? So there are 450 trees on that property. The code says that in terms of replacement, we account for every single one of those trees. It doesn't matter if they're invasive, non-native, whatever that is, as per the ordinance of the city. Not like San Antonio. San Antonio ordinance, actually, we did the calculations for the San Antonio if we were to comply with that ordinance and exclude some of these invasive trees, where we would be at, right? So effectively, these are the pits that we have now going on the property, about 29 of them. As you drive by, you'll probably see some of those.
What do you mean by pits? What are you doing?
Like
Digging them out?
we'll drill to understand the composition, what's happening underneath.
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
That's how we were able to discover that the fill is actually all over the land.
Oh,
Initially, we discovered it just down here, and we thought when they built this ditch,
they dug it out.
that maybe they just took some and dumped it around. But then, as we started, going up and up and up the hill, it just turned out that the whole site is filled with that. Like in some areas, 2 feet worth, right?
I think the developers dumped the
developers dumped all their stuff there. Pretty
right.
much. That was their dumping site. Honestly, we didn't know any of this when we came to you guys saying, well, we need the variance on the trees.
Sure.
Right? We just knew the composition of the trees, that there was a whole bunch of non-native and invasive types.
Right.
So that's why we came back and said, can we just cap that, the fees in lieu fees?
$215,000.
So effectively, just to remediate to this, that's the initial estimate is about $215,000 we have to pay to just clean the stuff up. And the tree removal cost by itself is going to be about $45,000. So the current ordinance cost impact, if we were to take it as it is, we're going to have to pay this here, what I just stated, plus the tree replacement cost at $1,050 each. 200 trees would account for $210,000. The tree moving and planting of these 200 trees is going to cost us $90,000. And in addition to that, the $94,000 mitigation fee, right? This adds up to $653,000 just as it stands right now. That's why there's 3 of us here, because we were getting heart attacks. They say, wow, this takes our construction cost to like a totally different level.
Oh,
That's
wow.
strictly related to, how we're going to deal with the trees, right? So then, this is actually the Fossil Creek Tree Farms. You're welcome to go there to validate the pricing, but effectively, a 65-gallon oak, which is 3-inch, is $1,030, and the moving and planting is about $450. So again, back to this conversation we started with, like, was it a 10-gallon? Was it 5-gallon? Was it 30-gallon? But most definitely not 65-gallon is what we talked about when I was here last time, right? So the 65-gallon is the 3-inch. So what we're asking for is that, well, initially I thought we'll put like 2 10-gallon trees, those smaller ones per lot. And that was more like it. But when you're looking at, 3-inch trees, those are like massive trees, right? About like this big. And honestly, we modeled it. 2 shade trees like this is impossible to put on lots that small. Just to give you an idea what that means, so these are the lots, the way we're currently at. This is the latest work we're at. If we were to expand a couple of these lots, you see right here you have the pads for the garages, and then all you have really is a space for 1.5-inch tree. Right? If you were to put now. Here's the guidance. The guideline is that if you were to put 1.5-inch trees apart, they should be at least 15 foot apart, right? Because they grow fast and they grow wide, right? So effectively, we cannot honestly fit more than 1.5 tree per lot. And we continue to be committed to plant more trees along Evers. So we're currently looking at about 18 to 20 trees to go along Evers. So that being said, as you look at the cost difference with the 30-gallon, although this is higher than what we have talked about, but we're happy to do that. We're happy to do the 30-gallon trees. It makes it cost effective for us. We have no issue with that. But one of them is more than enough. Oh, sorry, Mr. Campos?
Mr. Campos, go ahead.
So is there, I wouldn't suggest planting oak trees. There's oak wilt coming down that hill, and it's going to hit that area.
It's already jumped the street into forest oaks too.
Yes. So actually, we just wanted an example. We will be working. I know Drake has some ideas. Definitely not. We just wanted to use one example of the cost to refer. But you're absolutely right. We're not going down with oak trees all around. Absolutely.
But a native tree for sure.
Pardon?
A native tree for sure.
A native tree, yes, for sure.
Yes, like a pecan.
Yes, absolutely. So look at the difference in cost when you going down from 3-inch to 1.5. Right, it makes it more palatable. And then I invite you to look at the bottom part here. Look at the 1.5-inch tree, how it expands in height to like 60 feet, and it spreads to 95 feet at its growth. So we need to be, obviously, oak is not the right way to go here, right? So we need something.
No, that's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. So anyway, so with going to the 1.15 to the 1.5, one tree per lot, we'll be looking at, with the 18 trees along Evers, we'll be looking at about $300,000 cost.
And would those be a 1.5 also along Evers?
No, the ones along Evers, we're going to have bigger trees.
They're going to have bigger trees, okay.
Evers, right? We're looking at 3-inch trees.
I'm sorry?
We're looking at 3-inch trees.
3-inch trees on the 18 along Evers, okay.
So just because Mr. Stevens, you did the comparison on the retention pond with the city of San Antonio. If we were to adopt the city of San Antonio ordinance with the tree survey that we've done, we would be paying $21,000 in mitigation fee with the numbers that we're suggesting. What we would like to do is, instead of doing calculations and stuff, we would like to just maybe get agreement that will pay $25,000 as a flat fee into the as our contribution to the pot, to the mitigation fund. And then we will go ahead. We will be exceeding what we have originally talked about here, although didn't get documented properly at that point in time in terms of the size of the trees. And if you give us that, would be grateful, and we can move on. We're actually excited about, I know I've seen some reference in the budget to the POS property, and honestly, we can do only one property at a time at this point in time, but we're actually looking at the POS property and how we're going to take it to the next level. We've just been spending a lot of effort and time and money on getting the Evers property going. We'll be coming back to you, but just so you know, we'll be back in front of you very quickly on the POS property. We want to just get to platting on this one. Our PDD on POS expires in November.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, in November. So what we need to do is come back. There was some issues, just FYI. I'm not sure if you guys are interested.
That's right. We got to stay
Fair
on
enough.
this,
Okay,
this one.
we'll talk about this another time. Okay.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
For the sake of time, Mayor, could I make a motion that we approve this item 10.3 as presented?
Okay, and with the $25,000 flat fee is what he's proposing?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve this resolution, this amended resolution on the Triangle property with Mr. Shahadi with the $25,000 flat fee for the tree mitigation fund. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, so
10.4, Mayor, BJ's been waiting for some time.
yes, 10. Okay, let me read 10.4. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider a request for proposals and awarding a contract for building and health plan review inspection services. And we have Mindy Teague, our planning and zoning director. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience. Thank you all. Good night.
So the question to the council and mayor is, should the city council award a contract for building inspection, plan review, health inspections, and review to BB Inspections? Your options are to award the contract, deny, or other. And it is recommended that the city council award the contract to BB Inspections for these services. So the request for the proposal and the evaluation process, consider authorizing the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with BB Inspections. The RFPs were developed and advertised in the Helotes Echo newspaper, the city website, and TML's website. An additional 16 invitation letters were also mailed out. The proposals were opened on May 15th. A review committee of myself, the Assistant Public Works Director, the Police Chief, and Fire Chief evaluated the proposals. For the responses, we received 3 proposals for health inspection services, BB Inspections, Bureau Veritas, and Stephen Barskiewski, I think that's how you say it, and 2 for building, which is BB Inspections and Bureau Veritas. Based on the evaluation criteria, the ranking of the firms was as follows. For health, it was BB Inspections first, and then for building, BB Inspections also. So this is how we evaluated their RFPs. This is for health. I can't really read that too well around my glasses. Professional qualifications, certifications, experience references for each individual inspection, and then we came up with the average for BB for all 3. The second one was demonstrated capability to meet all of the facets of the scope of work. The third one was the fees, and the last one was policies, procedures related to quality assurance and control. And in all 4 of those, BB Inspections had the highest average. And the same thing with the building inspection, same way that we evaluated them, and BB Inspections had the highest average. So for our BB Inspections, the building fees are for residential inspections, $60 per inspection per trade. Commercial, $60 per inspection per trade. For residential plan review, $60 per review. Commercial plan review, $95 an hour. For health inspections, for routine inspections, $125 per inspection. CFOs were $125 per inspection. Re-inspections, $125, and plan review, $125 per hour. Mr. Barskiewski, he listed all his out. They range from $55 to $85 for all the different various inspections that he does. And also, I need to point out that he did note in his proposal that he does not have the liability insurance that we asked for. So he gave us two different fee schedules, one without liability insurance and one with, and that he would get it if he was awarded the contract. And that's what these 4 slides are. Bureau of Veritas uses a little something different. They go by for commercial and multifamily. They use a valuation fee table. And for their plan review, they use square footage. For trades, it's 150, 100, and 160. Same thing there. For the clients, for the references, BB Inspections had City of Helotes, City of Cibolo, City of Windcrest, and I did myself call all 3 and talk to them. Bureau of Veritas submitted City of Lockhart, City of Hondo, the Port Authority of San Antonio. I did check out all 3 of those. Our current health inspector did not submit any references or clients. So BB Inspections, local family-owned business since 1991. The company prides itself on hiring local certified licensed experienced professionals who has combined services spans more than 100 years. Bureau Veritas is a multinational corporation with a history which includes 195 years providing professional services throughout the United States, and the company prides itself giving clients a close-knit presence found in smaller firms while possessing the support of a national firm. So for Mr. Steven, he is Texas registered sanitarian since 1992 with 45 years in food inspection sanitation. Prides himself with enhancing city's food safety and community image. Staff recommends awarding both contracts for building plan review inspections, health inspections to BB Inspections, and authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract. And I do have Mr. Beeler here if you have any questions for him.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? Yes.
Does have a question.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't really have a question, but I do have comments. First of all, I actually feel pretty strongly about this. I don't think we should have both BB inspections for both of them. I mean, I can see there's multiple steps when a commercial business has to go through the process, and I just think it should be independent. You should have a building inspector that's one entity, one company, and then a health inspector if you're like a restaurant or something that requires a health inspection. We currently have the health inspector. The other thing is the points were like pretty close, but the prices are significantly different between currently the Barkaski or whatever his name is, and in BB, like it's almost a difference of 100%. Even when Mr. Barkaski gets, Steve, sure, gets, see, I don't even know who he is, but when he gets the insurance, I think also about the, July 4th event, the events where people have to get a one-day health permit, and so now instead of paying $50 or $60, they're going to be paying $125. It's a significant difference to a small business for a simple health inspection. So I don't exactly understand why we're awarding both of the contracts to the same company when we have somebody that's been working for us.
So one of the things that when we were doing the evaluation is Mr. Steve does not currently use our software. So for the inspections, we use spreadsheets and paper inspection forms and things like that. So it's very hard to track and run reports on that, where BB Inspections would use our software to where we could run our inspection reports, plan reviews, and so that was one of the considerations.
So the commercial businesses should have to pay double because they use the software and others
No,
don't.
that was just one of the considerations.
When you go to a restaurant, normally there's like a health inspection, in plain view, and a lot of times I feel like it is handwritten. Maybe it's getting more digitized. I just think that's kind of silly to expect that our commercial businesses are now going to pay double for their health inspection because a vendor uses software.
It was just one of the considerations.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Campos.
So currently, how much does a health inspection cost right now?
$125.
125?
125.
And our current health inspector is Mr. Steve, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Well, the health inspections are also based off of the number of employees, but it starts at 125.
So do we make a profit off of that? Or what does he charge us now?
60. I believe it's 60.
Yeah, so we're charging 125, but we're only paying 60?
Why are we charging 125? Would be my question, but
That's why we went through this exercise, right? Like, we've been with Steve and BB inspections, and when's the last time y'all submitted for an RFP for us?
2015, I think.
Ever?
Yeah, our last contract is 2015.
But they've never submitted for an RFP. We've just been with them. The same thing with Steve. We've just been with him. And so I wanted to go through the exercise of going out to see what was out there. I made them solicit proposals. They sent out 16 letters to various companies. We ended up getting 3 back for building inspection, and just the 2 back for health inspections. And so, again, we're coming back for, after y'all decide this evening on what y'all want to do with this agreement, whether it's to stay with Steve and BB inspections for building, that's fine by us too. We're going to bring back changes to the fees. So we're going to evaluate all your fees for your building and your health inspections in your code. And so I noticed, there's some things that are off. And so you're bringing all that back. But before we brought that back, I wanted them to go out for the RFPs, because what if the RFPs came back, they were double the fee? You know, if the lowest bid was double the fees, and that wasn't reflected in the code of ordinances. And so originally I had asked Mindy to come back to make those changes to the ordinance, but then I realized we hadn't gone out for an RFP.
Why do we have to have an exclusive health inspector?
You don't necessarily, but you need somebody to call. We have 24-hour turnaround times when you get a certificate of
Right.
occupancy, and so they come in. And
So wouldn't it be better to have 2 than 1?
You call. Well, you charge different rates. Sometimes, like say we went with BB inspections, and then or y'all made a policy saying Steve Borowski first, and then BB inspections second. You're supposed to have annual health inspections per our code. I can tell you right now, we don't do annual inspections per your code. There's a lot of things that are in your code that we aren't abiding by, and so that's what I'm taking a look like. All these little things that are in your code that we're not doing. Like when we got the call for the rats at the Taco Cabana, we called Steve out right away. He shut them down immediately. So if it just depends on, you don't have to have an exclusive contract, but a lot of those are rate driven. When you have an exclusive contract with people, those rates typically drop. I don't know if Steve would.
Well, what if you just gave the commercial businesses a fee schedule, give them the opportunity of all the health inspectors, give them the fee schedule and say, schedule your own, because that's like true competition.
Well, we have to call so they can do it for their certificate of occupancies, but we use health inspectors on our side. We get calls for stomach bug for the sushi at HEB. We call the health inspector for those. The business doesn't pay for that, and we get those daily. I get that Chacho's is dirty. We have to send the health inspector out for that. Somebody said they got sick at the Lynn's Kitchen, and we ended up having to shut them down for like 10 days. And so, because they weren't in compliance, we had to shut down, we've shut down Shipley's before. So when we talk about making a profit, it's not necessarily making a profit. I think the original idea of the fee index was that a little bit more, because we do have to send the health inspector out on their own when we get calls for complaints.
Yeah, and Mr. Stevens, I understand what you're saying about the private sector and letting them hire their own inspector, but there are some laws. Like, for instance, I have a plumbing license, but I can't let a plumber pay me to do an inspection. I have to work through the municipality, and they have to pay me. It's a conflict of interest. So the health establishment can't hire their own and then pay them to provide the approval to the city. Everything has to pass through the city, and then we provide the inspection.
Right. So what I remember about, I think you were actually the one who came to my business for a couple of minutes many years ago now. But and you came and did the building inspection. You have the fire, which is one of our fire department personnel that do the fire inspection. And then I didn't have a health inspection, but I assumed that if I needed one, if I was running a restaurant or something, that then you would have just turned around and put on another hat and done the health
no,
inspection.
sir. I'm not a registered sanitarian. And I understand that
Okay, so
we're
you're
more expensive,
subcontracting.
but we are providing more of a value. Dennis Thayer is my registered sanitarian, and he's a team of 4 registered sanitarians. They'll provide, next day inspections. He takes care of all the scheduling. He uses My Government Online to put everything into the system. And he's going to track everything. So I know we're not in compliance right now with the state law providing 2 inspections per year for the health department, but he works, right, he works,
so it's a separate, okay, so that.
yeah,
evens it out a little
and
better.
I know you said you didn't want BB inspections doing both.
Well,
Was
you
there
don't
like
want
a
somebody
conflict?
walking. You don't want somebody walking on your roof and telling you about that you need some GFCI outlets, and then they turn around and they tell you, "Hey, your cold food needs to not be in the freezer."
No, sir. No, I have 4 registered sanitarians, and I'm not one of them. I'm building, but the registered sanitarians work for me to provide that service. So yeah, we would be providing both services. There's no conflict of interest. I wouldn't sway Dennis or anybody else to.
And so, if there was a
to approve
personality
something.
conflict, that was the other thing that I thought about. If you then have a personality conflict with a stubborn business owner, and maybe they have a conflict with you, like it's not just going to be you. It's going to be a different health inspector that comes out.
Correct. Yeah, there's.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as we call it full scope of services now, some cities have even gone to contracting out not just building but also health and fire. The references that Mindy provided, we actually provide both building and health inspection services for those cities.
Oh.
We do. So I work for other municipalities where I just do building, but I also do building and health, and in some cities I provide full scope services to provide building, fire, and health.
Okay, so I have one other question, and I'll promise I'll shut up. But would you consider giving a reduced rate, maybe around the $75 range, for inspections that are at mobile events where the vendor will only be there for 1 day? Since it's like scale, right? You send out an inspector, they can hit 20, little carts in a short period of time.
I think that's something that we could negotiate.
Okay.
I couldn't do $75 across the board, but if there's something that is lined up and
Like
it's more,
4th of July is what I'm
we could provide
thinking of.
hourly rates or something
Right.
like that for special events.
Yeah.
We could work that out. That way, it's not, 1 ticket per
Hmm.
vendor. We could figure out an hourly rate, and those are one-off things. I wouldn't worry about it.
Right.
But
Well, that's going to be a barrier to entry, because some of these businesses, they charge like $4 for a snow cone, and paying $125 for an inspection is a lot bigger of a deal to them. I don't know if it's making any sense. They're going to get that certificate for 1 day, or maybe 4 hours on July 4th, and $125 is a pretty large fee to pay. And that's why I'd like to consider bringing that down.
yeah, we could probably negotiate an hourly fee
All
for
right.
events.
That sounds good. Mr. Martinez.
I can only assume that your name is Steve, because you never, when you came up to
sorry,
the podium, you
Oh,
never
that's not
did
Steve.
I'm
announce
sorry.
your name.
I'm Mayor Council. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is BJ Beeler. I'm with
BJ,
BB Inspection
yeah.
Services.
BJ
no,
helped
I'm
out
not.
at
I'm
Vista
not.
Del Rey.
Yes.
Big time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Which company are you with?
I'm with BB
BB.
Inspection Services. Yes, sir. I'm not Steve.
No.
Okay,
it's
thank
not
you.
Steve.
But yeah, you came up and you didn't
Sorry,
announce
I
who you were.
apologize, sir. I should have introduced myself.
Okay. Sounds
So
good.
I just want to clarify, right
Yes.
now in your code for those 1 inspection,
Uh-huh.
they're $30
They're $30.
for your health
Okay.
inspection.
Right. So now the city's going to eat $85 per cart.
Right, no, I'm okay with, I'm just letting you know that's what the current cost is. I wasn't saying that we should keep it that way or that we should negotiate.
Right.
lower
Well, I have a problem even entering into like voting yes until we get that resolved, really.
Well, okay.
Because
Yeah,
that
I
should
mean-
be a serious consideration. It's a lot of,
All right.
So
over the
again-
course of a year, we're talking like $100,000 probably.
All right. We have a
difference.
comment from one of our residents, Mr. Mata. Go ahead, please. And good evening and welcome. If you'll just step aside, he has a question or comment.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Kennerfield. I happen to know Steve.
Okay.
I know he's been at this for 40 years. I think just doing restaurant, so sanitary inspections. He's worked for the U.S. Army doing inspections for, I think, close to 30 years as well. He's done a lot of work for San Antonio. Very credible person. I think he's done good work for the city here. So it seems like BB has branched into that, and so they're wanting to also take up that portion of the contract as well. So I don't know. I like the idea that Councilor Stevens brought up of having two separate inspectors. And so anyways, again, I know Steve's not here. Very good person, solid individual, a lot of integrity, and so just wanted to vouch for him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
You can do this like we did the towing contract. If it's something y'all want me to bring back, we can bring it back. It's not, you have the ability to award the contract, deny the contract, or other, right? So if you want me to go back and work with, BB inspections on the rates, if you want to keep them separate and you want to keep Steve, we can certainly do that as well.
We have them separate right now?
Correct.
You have
Steven.
Yeah.
We've had Steve and BB inspections.
Forever.
Like I said, we haven't gone out for RFP. We signed an agreement with Steven 2011, but y'all didn't even go out for an RFP. You just signed the agreement.
Right. Well, this RFP shows there's a huge difference in cost.
Right. And so again, like this is it. I mean, y'all are looking at it just cost. The staff is looking at it from other angles. Like she said, we're looking at it like he's using the electronic version. Steve doesn't want to do that. He wants to do it old school because he's just old school. And so we were looking at that. We've had some issues, internally with Steve. Again, but I'm not going to, air those out. So I know that probably weighed in on.
But we've never worked with the health inspector side.
I've never worked on the health inspectors.
So you could have the
I
same
can't
issues.
compare. I could have the same issues. You're absolutely right. So again, it was those kinds of things that get put into. Again, these scores are subjective. There's not like in all of the RFPs. And so it's always, that's why we bring it to council. Y'all are the ones that make the decision. We provide you a recommendation and we have different people sit on these committees. But we're not gonna put your feet to the fire and say you have to do it this way. That's why we bring them to you. And we tell you everything that went involved and you make the selection.
That's fair enough. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I would recommend that we go back and negotiate with B&B and see if we can't get the rates down lower, and move forward. Try to move forward with one vendor with both services. It's not the same person. It's different categories of service, and he's got the personnel and the expertise to do it.
Okay. Is that a motion or? That's a motion.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah. We have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Martinez to direct staff to go back and negotiate with B&B inspectors for both contracts and bring back an updated contract. Any further discussion?
I mean, we could
Yes,
have them.
go ahead.
This will not be on the consent. It'll be this could be the first read and come back a second.
Well, there's not a first read here, so yeah.
It's just
Right.
for me to.
That was
so
in
again, this wasn't the agreement portion. It's kind of like what we did with the towing. I brought y'all the RFP.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
tell me to go negotiate the contract. I bring back the contract
Okay.
to y'all.
Okay,
So,
that'd be fine.
It's the same thing, and I give you the contract so you can review the contract and take
Okay.
a look at it. I don't ever come in and say, here you go, you agree to it, and I go and I sign the agreement and we're done and y'all never see it again. I'm very big on being transparent with y'all, overly so sometimes I think some would say, and I keep bringing stuff back to you. So if y'all
that's
agree
good.
to these provisions, then it gives me something to work with. But if you came back to me right now and said you wanted Steve and BB inspections, that's easy. I'll go negotiate with Steve and bring you back two separate agreements, one with Steve and one with BB inspections. If y'all are telling me to go ahead and keep it under one umbrella and just
Well,
negotiate
that was what the motion
rates,
is. We have
that
a
would-
motion and a second,
I
yeah.
can certainly do that. But it's too hard, because if I go to Steve and say, BB's willing to come down to this, and then you go back to them and they're willing to change this, but then they're willing to change this on the, at some point you gotta call it.
But that's what competition is.
Yes, but you're looking at it compared just on the health side. And so you could do the same thing with all of your agreements. And so
Is it?
Okay.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay,
then.
yeah, because we're further discussion.
So,
Mr. Stevens.
and I understand we're going to vote on this motion.
Mhm.
My motion would be that you go negotiate contracts with both of them, and unless, or you could, I maybe start with BB, and if BB is unwilling to come down, at least 30% of his rates, and then go negotiate with Steve as well, and then bring us back a contract for both, because I just think that's the right thing to do. That's like, this is It's very similar to the Tiger thing. We're forcing a citizen to use a vendor that we have contracted with. It's our duty to get the best vendor. And a lot of times, I mean, for a health inspection, that's the best price. Ultimately, they give you a score. Like, you don't need somebody that uses I mean, obviously it's a plus if they use software, maybe worth $5 or $10, but is it worth paying $60 versus $125? I don't think so.
All right, Mr.
So that, I understand we'll vote, but I'll make another motion after we vote.
Mr. Martinez, did you have something else on the discussion point?
Yes,
Then we'll take a
I
vote.
disagree. I disagree completely. Being in business, you have your cost of doing business. You know, you have a vehicle, you probably have to pay commercial insurance, you have to pay your employees an X number of dollars, you have your, like insurance, you have gas, you have your office. There's a lot of fixed fees in there that determine what it takes for you to open the door the first of every month. And I have the same problem in my business. You know, every business has their fixed costs. And, you know, I don't think it's, you know, you came to us with a fair price, and that's what you need to make a profit and to run your business. And, you know, I don't think it's fair for us to come and ask you to, you know, nickel and dime you to death on this.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. We have a motion and a second to ask Dr. Caldera to come back with a negotiated contract with BB inspectors for both the building and the health. Is that correct? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. Is that 3 ayes and 2 nays?
Can we have a roll call vote?
Yeah, we sure can. Go ahead. I just wanted to be sure I heard it right. I didn't.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Campos?
Yes.
Councilor Orozco?
Yes.
And Councilor Bradshaw?
Nay.
Okay, but you forgot Mr. Stevens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Nay, though.
I got
Okay,
the 2
it
nays.
did pass. 3 ayes and 2 nays. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll see you when you come back. Okay, thank you. Now, do we flip between Melinda and Crystal? Or, because I know you both have long ways to drive, so.
It was their motion.
Oh,
him
Crystal, you're so sweet. Okay, thank you. That was going to be a hard call. It really was. Okay, so we're going to go back up to 10.2, presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 12.02, Operations of Vehicles, Division 8 School Crossing Zones, Section 12.02.231, designated to move a school zone from Hoofs Lane on Huebner Road to Redbird Lane on Huebner Road to facilitate a safe crossing for John Marshall High School students. This is a first read, so we don't have a vote tonight, but we'll give Melinda our input as well. Thank you and welcome back.
Thank you. This should be very quick because we've already discussed this three months ago. So we have an existing school zone that's on Huebner at Hoofs in order to accommodate our new crosswalk over at Balky, plus the new mast arms and everything. We need to move that school zone from the Hoofs Lane to the Chaparral Redbird area on Huebner Road. That's what I got. Or did you want to see the whole presentation?
No.
This is a first read.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. So yeah, obviously this affects the Monte Robles neighborhood, my neighborhood. And this is what has been talked about before. This, I think, will actually, hopefully, help calm traffic. Is, you know, trying to get out of the neighborhood after school. What happens a lot of times, people are trying to turn in, cars are just coming too quick. But if you slow things down with the school zone after school, it makes it so a lot more people can actually make that turn, and cars aren't going 50 miles an hour. You know, hopefully.
Plus, we do have a increase.
If they are, Chief, get them. But yeah, so it will. I think it will help, and it makes things slow down and move a little quicker. That's the plan.
Cool.
Yeah, so do I, and that was one original idea to begin with, and I definitely believe that it will slow down and people were coming in. At first, when I first moved in here, it was frustrating. I said, well, you know, there's no school around here, but I can see where it would help now, and it will help his neighborhood. So I would like to move this to the consent agenda.
Cool.
Without
Without
objection.
objection?
Without objection?
Without objection? Cool. Moving to consent agenda. Thanks, Melinda.
You're welcome.
I guess
the
I'm
next
the mayor.
Okay.
Okay, let's get through the next three real quick.
You're the mayor pro tem.
Item 10.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action to amend resolution
Oh, that's
number
right. You're not
22-031R, we already did that.
When you're on the 4th of July.
We are
Fourth of
on
July
the
presentation.
4th of July, which is,
Thank you.
oh,
I usually don't have to.
you can read it, Mayor, if you'd like
I
to.
will.
4th of
I'm
July.
sorry. I've been drinking so much water. I usually can make it, but this has been a longer meeting than usual. Thank you. All right, appreciate it. So we're going to move the school zone into the consent. Okay, very good. Thank you, just so I know. And I appreciate y'all's patience with me. Okay, so we are going to go to the 4th of July presentation, which is 6.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a 2023 4th of July. We have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome. And again, thank you for your patience. You're the last
Problem. Good
one
evening.
up.
Thank you, Mayor,
All right,
Council.
you bet.
Here to present the 4th of July update. The theme this year is Land That I Love. Our schedule, what's going on here? Our schedule is to have the event on Tuesday, July 4th. The event will kick off with a 5K by the Leon Valley Historical Society. We will then come back in the evening or in the afternoon time with vendors, food trucks, and amusements. The vendors and food trucks are allowed to set up at 2, and then with a full inspection done by 4 p.m. Parade will begin at 7. Spasmatics perform shortly after 8-ish, depending on how long it takes for the parade to finish and get back to Raymond Rimkus. Fireworks will go off at 9:45. Again, we will have a finale of Spasmatics after the fireworks display until 10:30 p.m. Parade route, we are going to have the parade end on Evers Road just shortly after Peachtree. We will let all the participants just travel down towards Bandera Road. The layout is somewhat like this. Had to make a few adjustments because of vendors and amusements and dimensions, so I wasn't able to update it before this, but is there a light on this? Yeah. So we will not have vendors stationed here anymore. It's going to be an L all the way. Small Business Fun Zone will overlap here and over with the Doodle Train, having a short route, possibly onto the softball fields. Firework display will be moved shortly back. As you recall, last year we did have some fallout embers to the crowd. So as a recommendation from Fire Marshal Mr. Garcia, he recommended it be pushed further back, and we've worked with the firework display company to do so. Stage will still be in the same location. Command post, the library, first aid station near the stage. Council and dignitarians will have you park across the street, the overflow parking, so that way it's easier to exit at the end of the day. This will be strictly for vendors, entertainment parking, and overflow, so that way these guys can't leave until all the participants or people attending the event leave.
Mm-hmm.
Road closures, similar to last year, because we do have a similar route. You can see there, I'll go right through this. Roads would close around 4 p.m. Advertisements, we've gotten the banners installed on the 5th. Postcards will go out this week. iHeartRadio broadcasts will be next week. Ongoing emails and advertisements. So participation, we have approximately 20, a little bit more now, various food, boutique, game, vendors. We have 6 beer booths. We are having 2 beer sponsors, so they each have 3 beer booths, 1 craft, 1 domestic sponsor. Vendors are ongoing. We're still accepting that. Sponsorship new this year. It's been great working with Roque, as recommended by council, that we get some kind of more small business, a smaller donation or sponsorship opportunity for them. So we've come up with an idea of having a fun zone. We will have inflatables. This number is not accurate anymore. he has done a lot of emails and did one today, and gotten a lot of feedback, and so this number has actually increased to about 4,000. Kung Fu Noodles is still the largest small business, giving $1,000. Texas Puppies, second largest, they committed to
Really?
500.
Texas Puppies.
So we have various businesses, and we're so glad to have this little amusement center, because as you know, last year we lacked amusement for the kids. Event sponsors, this is actually increasing. Mr. Martinez just gave me another check from another company. Miracle Bodies donated another 25, so these numbers are outdated. But the biggest sponsorship here is Leon Valley Storage, $10,000. Second largest, Via, 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
So, In Kind is ongoing. For an example, In Kind is the tents from Sunset Funeral, just various things that we're going to be using, right.
How many tents are they donating?
2.
2,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Economic development funds allocated are 30,000. We're still accepting parade applications. Again, some clowns this year. We have a shopping cart, so new things to look forward to. Some concerns, like always, we'll bring to you. Should we have a clear bag policy? We are going to hire a lot more security officers, but with an open park and no fencing, there is a concern there. The weather is always a concern.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions?
I'm concerned about the heat and shade.
Last year I didn't get any portacles. This year I have gotten two portacles.
Portacools.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we just encourage people to bring their pop-ups. If y'all remember last year, a couple people had pop-ups, their pop-ups, and bring your own shade. It's an open field.
Because it's
but we do have EMS there. The only time we'll call an event is really for flooding issues. Again, the chief always recommends it's unsafe there. If there's floodwaters, he'll cancel that kind of thing. I have had it rain the day before and the park completely flood, and then it was so hot the next day it dried everything out. We were still able to have our 4th of July. So that has happened in the past. So I never too quick to judge to call a 4th of July event, so we're pretty good at trying to watch the weather. But if it does start raining the day of the event, or we expect heavy rain, we do cancel, because the park floods extremely quickly.
It does. Okay.
Fire will have a cooling tent, so there will be
that tent that they had last year.
There will be a space there.
As far as the vendors, do we have any? I know it's 4th of July and everybody likes to have junk food and all that, but is there any healthy food vendors?
So you have a lot of fruit vendors. So they're going to make what is it called? Yeah, fruit cups.
Mm-hmm.
Fruit cups, mangonadas, things like that.
But you can also bring in your own.
You bring in your own food. We
That's
aren't
true.
limiting that. We don't have a fence to regulate. No
That's
ice
right.
chests or anything.
And
so.
will there be I didn't see ATM machines.
There will be 2 ATM machines,
Very good.
like usual, and then.
And then I was curious. I was asking Dr. Caldera, and she says, "Well, yeah, we just hired Spasmatics. This was like 2 months ago, right, Dr. Caldera?" And I said, "Really? We got them this late in the date?" And I didn't realize that they were like an organization or a corporation, and they have 10 bands that they just. So are we going to get a
But no, we kind of
different
already
band?
made that promise after one of the council meetings when I couldn't get a band to be less than 25K. So I had already been communicating with them since January.
But is this? I thought it was.
December.
I thought you said that they have multiple Spasmatics.
Oh, they do.
Bands.
They have a Las Vegas one, a
Oh,
Texas
so
one.
which one
a-
which one are we?
We get the Las Vegas one.
We got we're going to get the Las. It's different from last year.
No, that's the same.
Oh, it's the same.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting.
But we do have a
business
recommendation for
concept.
next year. What was it? What did you say, Bradshaw? Friday, something Friday.
I was going to say First Fridays or something, but no, I don't know. That's not what it's called. But basically, it was from
Finding Friday?
Finding Fridays. It was
Friday.
from Fiesta. I went to Alamo Heights night, for Fiesta,
Yeah.
and they were performing there, and they were playing all kinds of 70s, 80s, 90s music.
Really? Are
and
they local? Are they
the
local?
whole crowd was into it. I don't know if they're local.
Are they
I guess
local?
They're San
They are
Antonio.
local.
And
I don't
they're-
know.
we're gonna
Ask
take
a
a look
musician, they
for
might
next
know.
year, just so
Okay.
that
But yeah, they were really good, and they had an opening too that was Rick something. Oh,
I was gonna
Rick,
ask.
Rick Cavender.
Cavender was
Yeah.
open for
Yeah,
him.
he's
He was
country
really
western.
good too.
Yeah.
it was, they were both really good. A lot of
Okay.
people were involved, so both of those would be good.
What about Rick Trevino?
Rick Trevino or
Sure.
Rick Cavender? That,
Say some comments.
yes, go ahead.
I just want to
Please
say
do.
I really like the theme. Whoever cut him up with that was really excellent. And yeah, obviously is something that everybody looks forward to, I think. But is there an action on this?
No, there's not, but I will say that the Historical Society, those of us that like to walk and run, have early bird registration, so you get a discount if you register now for their fun
You know when
run.
it expires, the registration?
I think next week, but it's $30 early bird, and anyway, it's at 7:30, not 7, so 7:30 is when it
7:30
starts.
is when they start?
Yes, not 7, is what I saw, so.
Well, I'll get with staff, because then we were making a
I
suggestion
thought y'all
for
had
late
7,
time.
and so, but I'm
Did have
pretty-
7.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it was 7:30.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Mr.
Um,
Stevens, did
so
you have
I
a
just have
comment?
2 comments. One is, can y'all emphasize on social media and stuff to bring your pop-ups? Because it is hot, and I don't think
Okay.
people think about that as that they're allowed to, because a lot of times you aren't at.
Right. A lot of times you aren't,
Block
because then
people's
it
views,
becomes
you
a
know?
distraction and blocks
Yeah.
your view. And
Mhm.
yeah.
So it might be valuable because it's going to be hot. It's already really hot.
Oh, it is.
The other thing that I had, or it was a question, is regarding VIA. Is VIA volunteering for shuttles?
They aren't volunteering for shuttles. That's what I really wanted them, but they're doing a $5,000
So they're just paying,
sponsorship.
okay.
Yeah.
And so the shuttles,
We are purchasing shuttles.
okay, and it's from, did you say that? I'm sorry. Did you
Oh,
say where
probably in
the
one of
shuttle
the-
locations are?
So Bandera Bowling will be, that parking lot area will be a pickup spot. Leon Valley Elementary School will be a pickup spot. Carol from Carville Skating says that we can use her parking lot as well, overflow parking, but I do have a route similar to last year where they're going to be dropping off. And so, but pickup and drop off will be the bowling alley and the elementary. You mentioned Rely Signs has opened up their parking lot as well. So I may add that to the route. Roka's been working with them.
Very small parking lot, but it
Uh-huh.
does help.
Yeah.
Okay. Estimate, I think, who said 20,000? Is that true?
I mean, last year you had like 15,000. This year's a Tuesday though, so
It's a Tuesday, and,
Not
and
sure,
the city
but-
of San Antonio is having something at Woodlawn again.
usually, yep.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
no, it was advertised on the District 7 website, so they are
Mhm.
having it. So that'll pull some people that
Mhm.
way. Okay. Well, thank you. Anything else we can do, Crystal, to help?
Is that good?
Just,
Any questions? Other questions? No? All
I think
right.
that'll be it. Okay,
Oh, actually,
yes.
Grand Marshal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
We can't
Oh.
find, we can't find a grand marshal. Or not that we can't, but y'all normally make the
Y'all
recommendation.
normally make the recommendation,
Wow. This is late. Gosh, I wish we could get like Popovich or somebody like that, I think he'd be a
Oh,
big
yeah, I
draw.
got one. Wemby.
Yeah,
What's his
Wemby,
name?
right?
Oh, man,
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll be
exactly.
in-
He'd love to come.
He's in
right?
town, I think. Well,
Yeah.
I'll call him.
No, but did you hear? Did you read about him? I mean, he's just like a string bean, and he eats real healthy. They said he
I
will
didn't read
not
that,
be
I heard.
eating breakfast tacos.
Give him
I
time.
read that
Yeah,
this
right.
week
He needs
or
to
last
bulk
week.
up. He needs to
Yep.
bulk up.
Yeah.
So.
Give him a year.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I hope he doesn't get hurt.
Recommendations on a grand marshal would be great. If not, then I'm gonna put Leon Valley Lion up at the front. I don't know.
Leon Valley Lion.
Well, let's think about it, y'all, and shoot,
How
Dr.
about
Caldera.
the Spurs Coyote?
Oh, yes.
And I just want to see him in that suit on July 4th.
That'd be hot. Oh, gosh. Okay. Anybody else out there in our? Oh, yes,
we're
and
not
just,
done yet.
yeah, unless you had some idea for Grand Marshal, that's what I thought you were stretching for, yeah. Okay, all right. If there's no objections, we'll pass on the announcements and the city manager's report and go to the consent agenda and then adjourn, or do y'all want to?
Sure.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
just for.
consent
because-
agenda, the citizens be heard.
Yes. So agenda item number 9, may I have a motion and a second to approve 9.1 to 9.3?
So moved.
All right.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Stevens to approve consent agenda 9.1 through 9.3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes. There was a change in the minutes. Mr. Campos had voted no on the homeless issue. I was not here on June the 6th, and Sandra has made that correction. So it was 4 ayes and 1 nay on that. Okay, so with that correction, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion does carry. Then we move to citizens to be heard at 11:20. Yes, sir. Now, you are a real diehard. I want you to know. Thank you for staying.
I wasn't planning on staying this late.
Okay, but you
City
just
manager,
couldn't.
very impressed with your knowledge, your presentation, your staff's presentation. Loved it. Every answer, she was on point.
Mhm.
Everybody else as well. My name is Frank Gonzalez. This
Okay.
is my first meeting. Moved over here in 2017. Moved into the late Mr. Murray Hacker's house.
Oh, yeah.
That's my house.
On the corner.
Yeah, heard lots of stories about him.
Mhm.
The in-laws, you know.
He
live
used to be
across
on the
street.
council, you
Yes,
know.
I know.
Mhm.
Yes. Lots of stories from his
Yeah.
family that lives across the street from me.
Uh-huh.
Miss Olvera.
Uh-huh.
Regardless, I did present myself today because I had an engagement with Mr. Stevens on social media today regarding the pool. That's me. We engaged today over a conversation, a topic. Reason being why the pool on Forest Oaks was changed from 10 to 6 when the last year was 12 to 8. Is there a reason why the time changed? I know a lot of the working citizens don't make it
Yeah.
at 6. I know last year the pool was open on certain days early for the individuals that did want to engage in water aerobics,
Yeah.
you know, laps. It has a lap lane. That was just our only concern. I have talked to a lot of people there that have brought it up. So that's my main thing. It's not a big point, but it is something considering the heat.
Considering the heat, I just got an inquiry today, and I forwarded to Dr. Caldera that they
Okay.
were asking the same question.
Yeah, it is very
Yeah.
hot. A lot of people don't show up at 10. I mean, I've been
Yeah.
there with my kids.
Well, because you've
you
got
know.
work too.
Huh?
People have
Exactly.
work. Yeah.
So they get out by 5. By the time they get there, 6. Hey, let's get an hour in. Let's get an hour and a half in. Especially the weekend. I mean,
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are closing at 6. It's not very convenient for us. Another thing, since grass and was brought up a lot, you know, cutting the grass, this and that, fluffing hours, this and that. Work orders, you know. I mean, I don't know how you go about cutting grass. You know, talking about cutting the grass on Bandera and limiting that. The grass at the pool, you know, around the benches, is getting high. It's getting inconvenient. Find out when the last work order was placed to cut that grass. I'll be more than willing to go cut it. You know, it just takes effort. You know, that's all it takes. You know, real quick. I'm
You
a
mean
go-getter.
volunteer? Oh, you mean
I'll volunteer.
volunteer?
It doesn't matter to me. It just needs to be done.
I just wanted to.
You know, I know they're closed, tomorrow? So I don't know if that's on the agenda to go cut the grass tomorrow. Maintenance in the restrooms, there's some hazards in there. The drainage, I don't know what you call them, but the drainage caps for the restrooms, they're all loose, you know. Somebody can break an ankle in there. They're very dirty too, so just a hygiene thing. So that's basically
well, thank
it.
you for bringing those to our
Basically,
attention.
I don't have
Do
anything else.
appreciate it.
You know, I just stuck around because it was very interesting. You know, listening to
Okay.
everything. You know,
Great.
I have lots of probably opinions later, ideas that I can bring to the table, but that's for
Okay.
another.
Well, thank you.
another
I'm so
time.
glad you came.
Okay.
All righty.
And I appreciate you answering me. That really meant a lot answering on the comment, Mr. Stevens.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
So, just
Yes.
so that way y'all know why the Forest Oaks pool.
Yeah. It's 10 to
So
6.
we had, there was some question about people that wanted to do swim laps and water aerobics to be able to get in there earlier. And so we switched the times to allow that. And because the community pool on Poss is open till 6 p.m. or past 6 p.m. So you can go to that pool instead of the Forest Oaks pool. But if you, I mean, so if y'all want to add more hours to the Forest Oaks pool, I can get a quote.
Can you do
Or,
that?
or you just stop doing the early morning. I mean, our contract is for so many hours, so we can shift the hours. But y'all wanted water aerobics and swim lap lanes. But if you want to add an extension, I just need to get a quote from
Can we add this for the next,
Yes.
next meeting to
Mhm.
discuss this?
Well,
I think
it's going to be the 18th, and most of the, then we'll only have, I was already asking if we
Already a
could
month.
swim on the weekends in
right.
September, so, and we hadn't talked about that. I think
Yeah,
it
we
might be
lose a
too, do you think it might be too late? I don't know. I'd be
I
glad
mean,
to.
last season, it was only like, what, 1 or 2 days when they opened up early? And there really isn't a lot of people to make a difference to open up at 10 in the morning. I mean, 1 or 2 days is, to me, that's more than enough. I mean, especially the weekend. I mean, if y'all going to change anything, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, change it to 8.
Okay,
I
there
mean,
you go.
at
That might be-
least. You know, then let the summer go by and then wait
Okay.
till the 18th and it'll
All
be
right.
done.
Mr. Martinez had his hand up.
That
Go
was a
ahead.
great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez,
do
and
we-
nice to meet you.
Do we even know how much activity is at 10 o'clock in the morning? Do we have people using it?
Y'all are the ones that made the recommendation to, I have to go back and look at last year.
I don't
Yeah.
even remember
Can-
that.
Yes, when we brought up the water aerobics, we wanted to do water aerobics
That
in the
wasn't
swim lab.
we. That wasn't we.
Can we?
Nobody commented on like not doing it, and so we shifted
By
the
the process of elimination, we're
Bill and
going
I don't
forward.
do water
Okay.
Can we contact the
Whatever y'all
pool
want.
company and find out if if they're just sitting there for
I'd be
2
more than
hours?
happy to switch the hours back, and then when if we get complaints from the people.
Yeah, let's do that.
And
Yeah.
then they can come.
Or just, like, I think he had a great idea.
Yeah,
Just
Friday,
do it
Saturday, Sunday.
like
I
Friday,
agree.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Mata wanted us to weigh in.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I went to the pool for the first time today and
I need
and was
to.
shocked to see the schedule at the Forest Oaks,
Uh-huh.
10 to 6. I mean,
Yeah.
so I did end up talking to some people. I was there for maybe 30 minutes,
Uh-huh.
and they
What'd
were
they
like,
say?
"Yeah, it's a real bummer that."
Yeah.
I think a lot of people enjoy coming when the sun's setting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the sun is so intense to have that over kids and family. So you see a lot of people coming around that time, 5:30 until sunset. So again, the couple of people, I think Ann Sawyer too as well, brought it up to me. We were texting earlier
today.
So
Well, and I don't think we have water aerobics, do we?
No,
This-
there's not an
Yeah.
instructor.
There's not an instructor. Yeah, so then, I mean, that's why you would want to have an early start.
Labs.
I understand that. I'm just wondering how many people actually take advantage of that versus the families that would enjoy, kind of that golden hour of the pool, especially if you're coming home from work at 5:30, 6 o'clock. You'd like to have, be able to take your kids maybe to the pool for. The other thing I wanted to say, going back to this issue, and I know you guys are probably thinking, oh, he knows this person, so he's making a big issue of it. I was actually messaging with Steve Barshevsky.
Oh, yeah.
And he was telling me that he was never invited to this meeting. He wasn't even aware you guys were having this meeting. And he feels a little betrayed after all the service that he's done for the city, that he would be just kind of left out of the process. He says he's not sure what this talk about the inspections and the system used. He said he's very versed in computers, so he's like, I don't know where this old school thing comes from. He said, if anything, it's Leon Valley that doesn't have the system, and that's why I've had to go about this in a more manual way with Leon Valley. So, just wanted to relay that to you guys. I know
thank
you made your
you.
vote,
I
but
appreciate
I think in the future, when it comes to issues like this, I think we should ensure that everyone has a fair representation.
Sure.
Especially someone who's done work for the city for a long time. Thank you.
And just a point of information, we only made a vote to have her enter into negotiations. We didn't actually approve a contract yet.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm gonna go talk
Yeah.
to.
And then I thought it was kind of strange that, well, this is off topic. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was
mean,
going
you're
to
gonna
say,
discuss for pipeline is next, so I mean, you can talk about.
Adding agenda items.
yeah. I'm sorry.
So
Agenda
yeah,
items,
You're gonna
yes.
talk about future agenda items. So I plan on bringing back to you the BB inspection item or whatever.
Cool.
I'll talk to Steve again. I let the staff. I mean, the whole idea for an RFP is to go out and get recommendations, have a scoring system, and bring that recommendation to y'all. Y'all are ultimately the decision maker. If I was the decision maker, staff was, then we would just sign the agreement. Like, that's why we bring it to you and we give you the options. You can pick this, you can pick a combo, you can deny it, you can tell me to go back, you can tell me to negotiate. That's part of this exercise. That's why we're doing it. And so I don't have an issue reaching out to Steve and have a conversation. I stay out of the bid process completely. I don't get involved in, I don't know who was invited to come to the meeting tonight or who wasn't. I don't get involved in the intricacies of that. Same thing with Ridgeway today. I mean, I didn't call Ridgeway, but I don't know. I mean, because the contract was getting voted on, maybe.
But they didn't even show up when we had the
I don't
initial.
normally, I don't call people and be like, this is on the agenda.
I thought that was strange.
So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, then, do y'all want to go home? Okay. Agenda items. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Mr. Bradshaw, what do you have?
Oh, the more citizens to be heard?
Oh, more citizens to be heard? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. We went to the request because I thought there wasn't anybody else. Thank you. Just wave, and you'll be recognized. Ms. Martinez.
Pat Martinez, Tunica Estates. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but I still think this is America where each of us has our own opinion. And I don't think if you don't have the same opinion as somebody else, you should be attacked for that. Called names. And I don't appreciate what things been said today about him, about my husband, Benny, for what he wanted people to know about what he thought. So if you don't like it, that's fine. But you don't have to treat him like he's some sick thing or something. And I don't like that. And I think you should be sure that you think about what you've been doing and not act like a child. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Okay. And then if there's no other citizens to be heard, we'll move then to adding our agenda items for future meeting. Mr. Bradshaw.
So I did like the Mr. Gonzalez's idea about citizens helping to mow. I mean, I don't know.
We do have the Adopt-A-Spots.
That's what I was thinking. If there's an Adopt-A-Spot, like cleaning up.
Any public area, you can adopt a spot and you can clean it and mow it if you would like.
I like that. So that was my thought of
We
getting
have that
something.
program.
We even talked about, I've seen so much stuff in the neighborhood, it's like, they don't
Community development. So maybe just Mayor, I don't know how to phrase this item, but Crystal, maybe the Adopt-A-Spot program, just a brief about it.
No, we have it.
I know we do, so maybe
You're
just a
saying-
quick discussion and a presentation about it. Yeah, brief presentation.
Adopt-A-Spot presentation.
Okay. Mr. Orozco, do you have anything? Mr. Orozco, do you have anything to add? Mr. Orozco, do you have anything to add? I had something to add, and I don't know if it would be now or maybe at our retreat, but our beloved Mayor Emeritus Irene Baldridge passed with 22 years experience in our city. Let's see, 10 as mayor and 12 as city council. And I gave some comments at her funeral on Saturday, and so I did a lot of research. She was instrumental in securing a CDBG grant for building the community center for the seniors. I mean, she did a lot of stuff, but that was like that and the library. The library, she did both of those projects. But I was just maybe wanting us to consider maybe renaming it or just adding Irene Baldridge Community Center or something. I don't know, whatever y'all think. But I just planting a seed and y'all decide. But I thought maybe we could talk about it at our retreat or, maybe our retreat. So anyway, but thank you for that. Mr. Campos, do you have anything?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Stevens, do you have anything?
I believe I just had retreat items, stray animals, homeless, water rights.
Okay, we got it. And Mr. Martinez, anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay, very good. All right. So at 11:34, if there's no objections, we move to adjourn. Good evening. And we'll see you on July 4th, and then after that, July 18th, City Council meeting. Good evening.
I think I ordered these online. Oh, really? Did it? What kind of? Oh, it's like Bruno Mars. That's like Bruno Mars shoes. No wonder. No wonder you got fancy shoes on. He's got some fancy Bruno Mars shoes on. I didn't even know he made shoes.
Who made shoes?
Bruno Mars. Yeah. I thought he was just saying songs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she did say that. You want to borrow Mickey Mouse again?
Maybe.
Somebody just don't give it to you.
I know, right? You never put it up. You never put it up. You put it up as a decoration.
So maybe just do Wednesday, Thursday. Monday's kind of a lazier day.
Here you go, Councilman Martinez.
Oh, thank you.
It was interesting, all that other stuff was
Hey, loco.
And that's what you said, right? That's what you said. You didn't bring anything either.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, this is my money.
Bye. It was very nice meeting you.
Thank you very